faces unprecedented challenges, it's easy to feel overwhelmed. But amidst these challenges, there is a beacon of light. The power of collective action and inclusivity come alive. Imagine the possibilities, the future of media that unites and empowers, technologies that connect and bridge divides, a planet where sustainability and preservation are paramount, thriving businesses that prioritize ethics and equality, inspiring leaders who pave the way for positive change, sports as a catalyst for unity and growth, education that nurtures creativity and critical thinking, travel that broadens horizons and fosters understanding, collective action that amplifies our voices, accessibility that ensures no one is left behind. Welcome to Next by TRT World Forum 2023, the youngest platform for changemakers, innovators, and dreamers. It's time to shift gears and move towards a brighter future. We know the burdens we face, but we won't be defined by them. Join Next by TRT World Forum today on this remarkable journey as we ignite change, inspire action, and forge a path towards a brighter tomorrow. Now, as the next generation in the future, let's discuss what's next.
Everyone, welcome. It is wonderful to see so many of you here. Welcome to the 2023 Next by TRT World Forum. I'm Melinda Nusafora. I'm a senior correspondent and a presenter at TRT World, and I can tell you it is my absolute pleasure to officially welcome all of you to this year's event. Next is such an exciting day because it is not like most other forums. Next is an energetic and it's an engaging platform for young people to really discuss and debate not just the hot topics of today, but to really start to think about how we can reshape the critical issues affecting us tomorrow. Next is an opportunity for young people like all of you to come together, to exchange ideas. So it's a platform for young journalists, activists, academics, members of NGOs, entrepreneurs, to start to exchange their ideas and encourage other people to ask that all-important question: what's next? So even just by being here, each and every one of you are taking responsibility for your future. You're taking responsibility for our collective futures. And for that, we thank you and we appreciate all of your attendance. We have a really diverse day ahead of you. We've got an engaging panel of experts and guest speakers. It doesn't matter what your area of interest is, there is something for everyone at Next by TRT World Forum. Our program will cover off on our 10 major themes of this year. So we're going to have exclusive talks and panels that center around these themes of Next Leads, Next Tech, Next Sport, Next Media, Travel, Planet, Business, Education, Next Accessibility, and Next Collective Action. So as I said, it doesn't matter what your area of focus is, you will find something to challenge your thinking and to get you asking, what's next? I'd like to extend a special welcome and a special thank you to all of our guest speakers who are coming to us from right around the world. But in particular, I'd like to pay some particular regards to Mehmet Guloğlu, who is the Turkish ambassador to Tanzania, to former professional footballer Frederick Omar Kanute, who is now a football consultant, and to Burak Özdemir, probably better known to all of you as Chef Burak, Turkey's favourite smiling chef, restaurateur, and social media celebrity. Now, if you want to be a little more hands-on, if you've been sitting in this wonderful panel discussion room for a little while and you decide you want to get a little bit more active, we encourage that. There are workshops right throughout the day in the foyer to keep you all engaged and entertained. So I encourage you to have a look at the program with regards to those. You'll also find a social media corner there. So be sure to interact and engage with us across all of our various platforms. You'll find us on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. Our handle is @TRT World Forum. While you have your phones in your hands, actually, I would encourage all of you to please put it on silent, and don't forget to download the TRT Bil Bakalım app. It's a trivia game, and you can play for prizes that will be announced right throughout the day. So, what do you say? Shall we get started with our first panel? And I'm also going to be the moderator for your first session. It's called Next Leads. This is a great way for us to start our day, I think, because our first panel centres around social entrepreneurship, but importantly, it has a really interesting proposition. Kindness will save the future. And in this day and age, where I'm sure you, like a lot of us, are seeing a lot of unkindness, often being spread across social media, I think this is an excellent way to reshape the discussion and start the 2023 Next by TRT World Forum. Our session is really going to look at the complexities of our world. Amid those complexities, social entrepreneurship has really emerged as a mighty force, propelling profound and, importantly, propelling positive change. This session will look at how social entrepreneurship can effectively address social issues and pave the way for a kinder future. Let's have a look at our little introductory video before we welcome our guests to the stage. Okay, kindness will save the future. Let's see what our guests in our very first panel of Next by TRT World Forum 2023 have to say about that. It's my pleasure to first of all welcome Rana Abdulhamid to the stage. She's the Executive Director of Malika, a grassroots organisation advocating against gender-based and hate-based violence. Rana, thank you. Why don't you take a sit on this lovely pink one there? Next, we're going to welcome onto the stage Omar Salah. He's the founder and chief executive of the Ramadan Tent Project, an award-winning charity that aims to foster a broader community understanding of Ramadan. Omar, come on up. Omar, take a seat on this one right here. Okay, our next guest is Shehzad Roy. He's the founder and president of the Zindagi Trust, an education reform organisation based in Pakistan. Shehzad, come and join us on stage. Hi, Shehzad. Take a seat right here for us. And last but by no means least, my fellow Australian, we would love to welcome Devran Khan Naz to the stage. He's an entrepreneur and a businessman in the construction sector who made a major pivot and started a social movement to protect and care for stray animals in Turkey, where he's based now. Devran, come on up. Devran, this will be you right here. Thank you all so much for being our very first panel of the day for Next by TIT World Forum 2023. I want to start by getting straight into entrepreneurship and social entrepreneurship. Devran, I'm going to start with you because you've had experience across various forms of entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
Beginning, your career and your entrepreneurial life in construction, and then pivoting to more social causes. How do you see the difference between regular entrepreneurship and social entrepreneurship, and how hard is it to make that change?
Hello, Melinda. Well, first of all, entrepreneurship, it's like when you're doing social entrepreneurship, there's no cap, there's no ending to it. It's like I started off with stray animals, and I started helping out children with disabilities. And then, there's an earthquake or there's something that happens in the country, a crisis like the bushfires or, the floods in Turkey as well. And you just feel like you need to be a part of that because you're already spreading kindness. You're already doing these sort of acts of kindness and good things. And it's also important because there's a lot of people that want to do this sort of stuff, but they don't know where to start. So when I started to see we're gathering so many people, and there's an amazing movement. There's so many people that don't know where to start, don't know what to do. And when we give them that platform, and we see the movement, and we see the confidence in those people, they just need that stepping stone,
So social entrepreneurship allows you to be a bit more of a conduit for other people.
Exactly. And that's what's important, It's not just me doing it myself or me and my team. It's about spreading that and giving hope and making sure that everyone can have a feel of that because you're giving that experience to those people to be able to, for instance, rescue an animal or feed a stray animal, A lot of people don't know how it feels until you do it. And that's how I started. So, the building game, electrical, the other entrepreneurships that I did with working is a lot different, I'd say. But it's still, how can I say it? It's different in a way where you're earning money and you like to be multitasked, multi-talented, and constantly do different things. When you're doing social entrepreneurship, when you see the broadness of happiness and kindness and the good that you're doing, you're like, this is good. This is right. I'm doing something right.
Yeah. The rewards go much deeper than the pockets. Rana, your vision from Malika was born out of a very personal experience of Islamophobia for you when you were a teenager. Can you share that story with us? And in particular, how did you turn an action of hatred into a force for kindness?
Yes, for sure. So I always talk about where I grew up. I love where I grew up. I grew up in Queens, in New York, and people often think about, when they think about New York, they think about Times Square, they think about how people are kind of cold to each other. And I grew up in a community that was very working class, that was immigrant, majority North African Muslim immigrants, and I grew up in a post 9/11 New York City. And it was in this context in which I saw still my elders, like my mom who's in the audience, really maintain and hold on to their identities as Muslims. Hold on to their hijab even when there was racism and discrimination, not change their names even when they faced employment harassment or housing harassment. And as a teenager, that gave me a lot of confidence to decide to wear the hijab. And I remember walking down the street one day in Queens after I had made that decision, and unfortunately I was attacked by a man who tried to take off my hijab. I was only 15 years old at the time.
So young to face something like that.
It was very traumatizing. But the unfortunate reality is that hate-based violence facing Muslims in the United States increased by 1,600% after 9/11. And just in 2022, in New York City alone, which is a very diverse place, you think of it as this multicultural hub, hate-based violence increased by 76%. And so even though this vision for Melika started 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we're still dealing with the same kinds of anti-Muslim violence, xenophobia, hate-based violence that unfortunately I never wanted, right, to see happen for my community.
So
But again,
how
it
do
was
you
that
turn
love.
that? How do you
Yeah.
turn that feeling of being attacked like that, your inner beliefs? How do you not get angry and turn it towards kindness to reshape the future?
Well, anger was definitely there, so I want to be real about that, right? And it's okay to feel anger when stuff happens, right? And at the same time, I think it is that rootedness in love for my community, seeing the ways in which, speaking of kindness, my immigrant elders, even with the very little resources they had, supported each other, held each other down, instilled love in our identity, in our culture, in our religion. Even in spite of all that, that gave me the confidence and the power in my own voice to see myself as an actor of change. And so at the time, I had a black belt in Shotokan Karate. I'm a martial artist.
Good for you.
And so I was able to take that skill set that I learned to actually do something greater than myself, which is teach self-defense to other young Muslim women.
Omar, does that sort of resonate with you? Because your organisation is essentially all about tackling maybe a misunderstanding of the religion, of Islamophobia in general, creating more community awareness for Ramadan. So how do you turn negativity or maybe misunderstanding about the community into kindness?
Well, I suppose the key question is asking, are you a bridger or a breaker? We live in a world where the narrative is of two options. Through my research, you are faced with either othering or belonging. And a mechanism of belonging is bridging between different communities. If you're not doing that, then you're dividing communities. And it's really very important to look at the language we use and the tools that we have in front of us to be able to reach out to new audiences and look at how we tackle misconceptions around Islam. Yes, for sure, there is Islamophobia, there's anti-Muslim hate crimes. In the UK, for instance, for the 5th year in a row, Muslims are the highest number proportion of religious people and faith group who face anti-religious hate crimes. And so for us, how do we tackle an issue like this? How do we view a problem and look at it as an opportunity to take it head on? And the best way through is literally kindness. There isn't. It sounds very soft, but I think soft power is really powerful. It's something which we see being used in governments, state level as well as local level. And for us, we use the power of Ramadan, which is the holiest month in the Islamic calendar, to bring communities together. Those who may feel alienated or unsure, afraid to step into a mosque, let's say. You know, there's a stat in the UK where over 90% of UK adults have not been into a mosque. So perhaps maybe the problem we're facing here in terms of xenophobia, Islamophobia, is one of fear. And actually, if we can break those walls down, if we're able to bridge between different communities, because our motto is turning strangers into friends. And the only way of turning strangers into friends is to build bridges. But what you do need to do is when you build bridges, have the courage to cross these bridges as well. Often we build these bridges and then we let them be. And we look at them, take nice photos, talk about them, but actually having leaders in respective communities to cross those bridges also takes a lot of effort.
I don't know if it registers with our audience, but I really love how you said that kindness may seem soft, but it is such a strong force. And I think we're all so lucky to have all of you here to remind us of that. It's easy to think that the stronger route is brute force, but I think you've all reflected that it's certainly not. Shehzad, a lot of what Omar is saying sort of comes back to education. It comes back to not just educating the broader community, but maybe educating the young people that they can have confidence and respect in what they do and to stand up against things that they think are wrong. Your group has made some profound changes in education in Pakistan. It prompted the National Assembly to criminalise corporal punishment, as just one example. How do you generate that kind of momentum? How do you start with one good idea, one good intention, and turn it into a movement that can change laws?
I started music when I was very young. I started singing in late 90s. And I remember when I was singing, music was not, obviously I got famous very quickly. My first song was a hit in Pakistan, was very popular. People started recognizing me.
It's a lot for a younger person to sort
I
of,
was very-
have that attention.
I was in my 11th grade at that time. And soon I realized that music is not very well respected in my community. And I realized that, my mother telling me one day that it will be very difficult for me to do the matchmaking. Our family friends will not, will not want their daughter to marry you. So, and the dangerous part is that somewhere it's a misconception that in our religion, in Islam, somewhere a large sector of society, maybe around the world, but in Pakistan, at that time, it was very strong feeling that music is not a good thing to do. It's haram. So I think it's a misconception. But, and I'll give you a quick example of what happened when I started music. I was popular, everything, but I was performing like this. I was just seeing the audience today, and I was performing in Islamabad, it's the capital of Pakistan. And I was singing on stage, and it was Friday afternoon. So a young girl came up to me, and they all were asking me to sing different songs. So I heard the Jummah prayers, the Azan, the Friday prayers. And I stopped the concert for a second. And I thought that because I can hear it, so I'll just stop the concert. I will not sing right now. So a girl came up to me and said that, Shahzad, why aren't you singing? And I said, I can't sing. I was just joking. I said, if I sing right now, God will send me to hell because, I can hear Azan. And he said, please keep on singing. You're not going to heaven anyway. So,
Ouch.
So the misconception was that the children over there, they were enjoying, they were dancing. But somewhere in their mind, they thought that doing this will send you to hell. So you can't do that, just enjoy it. So fast forward 2013. Through the same power of music, we were able to change this law. So the National Assembly invited me and recognized that we pushed this law, and all the religious parties were sitting over there. So it was an amazing journey that from banning music to changing laws through music. So Pakistan has seen this paradigm shift. So I feel that kindness is contagious, like everybody is saying. So this is how we changed the law, and music played an integral part.
Do you think that your profile enabled you to reach out to spread the message to a broader community?
Yeah, obviously, because as I said, that music is a powerful medium to spread the word, and I was singing, and I was, but when I started the organization, I was not sure that I'll be able to do this. But I genuinely believe that, if you have an intellectual kick in whatever you're doing, and if you believe in it, you can definitely achieve it. Because mine is, over here or wherever I go right now, I just tell people that mine has so much power, that if you believe in something, if you can see it, you can do it.
Rana, you were telling us you grew up in the United States. The title of our session is Kindness Will Save the Future. But I don't know, I'm sure a lot of you guys, like I said in my opening remarks, a lot of our audience, it feels like kindness is not always being perpetuated across social media a lot of the time, especially these days. It feels like there's a lot of hatred. In America is no stranger to that, especially when we look at politics and that sort of rhetoric that's going on at the moment. Do you ever fear that there will be no room left for kindness, or that people will stop seeing it as a force, like Omar said?
Sometimes it could feel like that, right? When you're in the social media comments and you're seeing the ways in which there's so much polarization. And I really believe that if you look locally, And if you look at just interpersonal relationships, how people are engaging with each other every single day, micro solutions, like everything that we heard on this stage and that I'm like learning about and so fascinated by, you can find a lot of hope, right? And it's those small changes, and I see that every single day through my work at Melika. Like just being able to have a healing space, have a food pantry, have people come together in joy and in art making. It is through those relationships at a very grassroots level that I get my hope to continue to do the work that I do.
It's inspiring. You said, you know, like it can be something small, something on an international scale. Devran, you were part of the Mission Possible project, which saw the rescue of more than 300 cats and dogs out of Afghanistan. Can you talk us through what that was and maybe highlight some of the challenges and how you overcame them?
First of all, that was like, wow for me.
Huge.
For our team. It was like, to be a part of something like that. You remember those horrific images where people were hanging onto the plane while the plane was taking off from Afghanistan. Well, the people that were on that plane that ended up going to America, Canada, we ended up actually getting their pets in Afghanistan. That's when the mission actually started. So it was a worldwide team effort. So we had Jeff from No Dogs Left Behind, Zach, Marley's Mutts, SPC International. These are like the biggest animal activists organizations around the world. And for Turkey, they picked me, us, which I wasn't even an organization, it's just DevNaz, you know, that's it. So they looked, and I've been talking to these guys for years, and they're like, we need you because this is a worldwide massive operation. So I'm like, I'm in, okay? I didn't even care what it was, whatever. I'm in and my team's in, no matter what. So it all started off with the pets. So those people that ended up leaving on that plane wanted their pets, obviously. They wanted to reunite with their pets. So Jeff and the team started to get these animals together in Afghanistan. And then the remaining space that was left on that IL-76 Russian plane, we ended up getting strays. So there was 304 animals in total, cats and dogs. Anyway, the plane had to come to Turkey first, Ankara, Esenboğa Airport. And we left from south of Turkey. We left from Adana to Ankara, went straight to the airport, went to the manager's office and said, look, there's a plane coming here. And, you know, we have to go on the airstrip and we need to take care of those animals. The guy laughed at me. He said, that's impossible. With your cars, you're going to go drive on the airstrip and no, that's not happening. Anyway, obviously, we talked our way through it and got in touch with the governor of Ankara. And then Luca said, man, if these animals come here and they die in Turkey, imagine what the world's going to think about this, you know? Like, the guy looked at me, called the governor, he's like, okay, let's do it. So with our vehicles, we actually drove on the airstrip. And this plane wasn't even on the radar. So they don't even know about this plane actually coming and landing. And towards the last few hours, it was on the radar. So the most incredible feeling in the world. It was like something out of the movies. Like we actually thought we were in a Hollywood movie. Imagine going on the airstrip with your vehicles.
To do such a good deed.
Exactly.
And for everyone to see. So it's not that you're doing it for yourselves or for, and you're doing it for the benefit of other people, other animals, other creatures. And it just is, again, an example of how an act of kindness, you overcame so many hurdles just to do something good, inherently good.
Think about this. Like, these animals are like, they're like their children.
It's family.
It's family. So, because I can understand that, I'm like, I'm in, because I want them to reunite with their family members. And also, obviously, rescue the remaining strays that were there, whatever we can fit on the plane. So it really motivated us and our team, and it was a very successful mission. From there, we went to Iceland, and then from Iceland, it went to Canada. So it was a massive worldwide operation. And that really changed a lot in our life, within our team and everything. We just thought to ourselves, wow, like we're part of something incredible, you know? And then we started to get offers from, you know, other airlines, like Turkish Airlines. When I ended up going on the airport channel, they said, we'll give you a plane, a Turkish cargo plane. Can you rescue animals from here and send them to America or Canada?
Like you were saying, hope is contagious. It's a
Exactly.
contagious thing. And Omar, you've been recognized as one of the most inspiring and influential Muslims and Muslim activists in the world. How do you inspire the next generation of social entrepreneurs? How do you use that platform to lift up other people?
Well, I mean, first of all, I like the way you framed it in terms of lifting a community, because often we find individuality has, in many ways, been almost a cancer to us trying to stop kindness being contagious. And I think what I would say to everyone here listening in and online as well, I think it's really important to be honest with yourself and, you know, maybe allowing yourself, as we're all on a journey of purpose, and every action we do, whether it's private or personal, there's an intent behind it. There's purpose behind it. And so to uplift the community, we need to be prepared to offer spaces and ideas and be able to not only gatekeep, but also share knowledge, which is really important. You know, often we find people in powerful, influential positions who are not willing to share access, share knowledge. And actually what that does is becomes a cyclical process now where whatever experiences you have gone through, you haven't really afforded that knowledge to be passed on to the younger generation. So that's the first element. The second element is I do believe the younger generation want instant results.
That's a really good point.
And want instant gratification. And I think my advice is to be patient. And, you know, this year we're celebrating our 10-year anniversary at Ramadan 10 Project. So if you were to ask me, you know, it's incredible what the organization has done, you're just taking a snapshot of our 10th year anniversary. But it, you know, it took us 9 years grafting to get to where we are today. It wasn't always as smooth. Change never is. Change takes time. So it's important to enjoy the process. And I think everyone here, you know, if they leave thinking of their top 3 role models or people they look up to, I can guarantee those 3 people have gone above and beyond. There isn't anyone in your top 3 role models who you think they're ordinary. They've gone above and beyond. And I don't mean this in a professional sense, but also personal. And it's that power of kindness on a very simple local level that actually inspires others to do the same.
Shazad, what do you think about that? How do you inspire change and inspire hope amongst younger social entrepreneurs? And what do you think about Omar's point that young people want that instant result?
Obviously, we're going through this age of information, so a lot of people say that now you don't get insomnia, you get informnia. So much information.
It's an overload.
I genuinely believe that kindness is contagious. And, okay, so I think music plays an integral part when it comes to changing mindset, inspiring people. And it also played a very important role and helped my organization, Zindagi Trust. And I remember that, you know, I think music is the best medium to change mindsets. And the reason I'm saying it, you know, first you asked me about the concept of corporal punishment in Pakistan. So it'll be funny, it'll sound funny that, you know, we had this law, which was called Section 89 in Pakistan, which said that in good faith, you're allowed to hit children. So, and I realized that I didn't know before that we had this law, but when we turned around our first government school, I was raising funds, and then while I was raising funds, we were turning around a government school also to create a prototype for our government to then replicate. So So one of my colleagues called me and he said that, we have an incident at the school that teacher was really beating a child and he's in hospital. And I was like shocked. And then when we thought that we were going to report this to police, they told me that we have a law because if that child was misbehaving or for his betterment of in good faith, so you can't say anything to that teacher because somewhere again it's a misconception that in Islam parents can hit children, which is not, I feel it's not true. And they think that teachers are our spiritual parents. So we couldn't change this law. So I did a program on a channel like TRT. We have like Geo News in Pakistan. So I did a show on that. And education programs are generally very boring. So I requested my friend that I should get a Harley Davidson. And I should travel across Pakistan on a motorbike. So I'll just make it more interesting for youth. And we did that, and the law was changed. But
It takes time.
we couldn't change the mindset. We interviewed a chief financial officer, a very well-educated man, and I asked him that we are changing this law. What do you think about corporal punishment? He said, Shahzad, I have some disagreement that, if my parents hadn't beaten me at that time, I wouldn't be in this position today. And then I told him that they should keep on beating you, then you become the MD, then you become the board of directors. So you can't do so. I'm just saying that we couldn't change the mindset. But through music today, in 2023, if we talk about this, corporal punishment is literally not just banned, but people think that it's bad. So through music, yes, you can change mindset, you can convince youth to come forward and do what they believe in.
Rana, what do you think about using kindness to generate change, but it doesn't happen overnight? You might change a law, but you still have to change mindsets. How do you tackle that want for instant change with the understanding that social change takes a long time? How do you talk about that with the people you work with?
Yeah, so we also use a lot of arts and culture and storytelling in the work that we do, and we really understand that it takes building empathy, building resonance, getting people to understand our community when oftentimes there's this barrier. I think oftentimes emotional, based on ignorance, people's lack of understanding. So we just worked on this really amazing project that was a storytelling project highlighting the stories of 12 immigrant North African Muslim women from Queens in partnership with MoMA PS1, which is a huge museum in New York City. And I just remember the reactions of people. We had objects, we have videos, we have photography for the first time. You're walking in, you're seeing hijab-wearing Muslim women on the walls of a New York City institution. And people who are not Muslim are coming up to me and they're like, these stories resonate with my family's story, right? And I found people are like crying, right? And they are completely different backgrounds, completely different versions and journeys, but it's because we used art, because we used storytelling, because we were able to humanize and really be creative in how we engage these very, very heavy and serious topics around gentrification and housing and food and racism and discrimination in a way that was really felt by people. And I 100% agree that generates kindness because it generates empathy through that storytelling.
Yeah, you're right. When you can harness that human connection between people. We're running out of time, but I just want to quickly end Omar, with one maybe advice to our young audience, young social entrepreneurs, social media movers and shakers, journalists, activists, academics in our audience. If you could give them a piece of advice about how to use kindness in their work to generate change and a better future for all of us.
I would say two things, if I may. So
please.
the first is, in our tradition in Islam, every act of kindness is charity. So it's part of our tradition and our shared tradition. And so it is a human value, it is a human trait, but also part of who we are. In Turkey, for example, for those who are staying here, hospitality is part of the tradition. And small acts like that makes you smile, warms your heart. And this is our mission, which I would share with everyone, is to soften hearts and minds. Do not have your mission to go out and win hearts and minds, to conquer hearts and minds. Rather, soften hearts and minds. Because the more we soften, the closer we get to this definition of belonging. And I would say the second point is, we all have 2 ears and 1 mouth. You should listen more and don't speak as often. But where our ears are placed are on the right and on the left. So be prepared to listen to those from the right and the left, and not just only hear from one group, but hear from all groups. And then the mouth is positioned right down the middle. So when you do speak, it's measured between the 2 different points of view that you've heard. And that is empathy. It is a tool of how we can work towards bridging between different people and a step closer to softening hearts and achieving belonging.
Rana, Omar, Shazad, and Devran, I know I personally have really enjoyed our discussion. So I really hope that all of our audience has as well. There is such power in one person, one thought, one action. And you have all reminded us of how that one person, one action, one thought can change all of our futures. Ladies and gentlemen, please thank our speakers. We will vacate the stage. Thank you so much. And I'd like to introduce my TRT World column. Thank you so much, Devran. Thank you. My TRT World colleague, Rumesa Chorda, who is going to be taking you through our next session from Next Tech. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your day at Next by TRT World Forum. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Melinda. Great panel. Hello and welcome back to the 2nd edition of Next by TRT World Forum. I'm Rumesa Chodar, a journalist from TRT World, and it's my pleasure to be here with you once again. Just like last year, Next 2023 will also bring together the diversity of voices and take us on a journey to the future. And now we'll have a journey into the world of flying cars just right after watching the session video. It's now my pleasure to invite the founder and CEO of Aircar to the stage. Guys, please welcome Eray Altınbozar.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. It's my pleasure to be here with you and tell you about the feature tech. Well, it's not quite feature. It's actually today. It's happening. You know, flying cars are coming. And I'm going to show you what we are doing, what happened in past, and what we're going to do. So my name is Eray Altınbozar. I'm the founder of Aircar, that we have been building this aircraft for the last 5 years. And to be honest, where are they? That's the question. You know, there are things that they resemble that future is coming, the new era of technology, era of flying cars, era of internet, AI, whatever you call it. And we actually kind of got the connectivity with smartphones, that, right? We can do a FaceTime instantly. 20 years ago, it was like a dream. Now it's like our everyday life. Access to information, thanks to internet, we can gather all the information. So this is actually one of the reasons why Aircar exists. We are not Airbus, we are not Boeing, we don't have any experience. We learned over internet. And autonomy, what we call AI, that we are using, autonomous cars, autonomous factories, they are all in. But where are the flying cars? It didn't happen, right? Well, why we need them? Actually, this is the guy, the reason why we need flying cars, Henry Ford. He introduced Model T, which was the first affordable car in 1908. It sold like crazy. He sold over almost 20 million units. And up to date, no car brand has ever sold that 20 million units. And look at the picture. This is Times Square. This is the one I can get, so I can make a comparison. This is a famous Times Square in 1908, when he introduced the Model T. In 20 years, this happened. Yes, cars solve a lot of problems, but they also bring a lot of problems, which is traffic. And to be honest, people were always asking me, okay, you are making flying cars. What about the regulation? What about the infrastructure? Well, there were no regulation, traffic rules, gas stations, mechanics, infrastructure, roads in 1908. Regulations and all this infrastructure always follows the tech. And thanks to Henry Ford, and thanks to him, we got this big problem. By 2050, 70% of population will live in cities. Traffic will not go. It will stay. And we spend tremendous amount of money to sitting in traffic. And 45% of climate change attributes to transportation. So I want to ask you a question. How long did it take you to come here? So anyone who spent more than 1 hour to come here today, please raise your hands. That's quite a lot. So we are spending a lot of time, almost half the audience. 1 hour to come here, 1 hour going back, we lost 2 hours. And we sleep about 8 hours, and then you have 16 hours, and then you lost 2 hours in traffic. It's unbearable. What if we can travel faster in cities? Yes, we have subways. Yes, we have shared cars, autonomous cars, but it's not going away, right? Now, this is an example. I live in Kadıköy. I came here. Exactly, it took me 70 minutes to come here. And you can look the numbers. On the top, the black one is air car. If I were flying here, it will take me 12 kilometers and only 7 minutes. Actually, less than that. But when I drive, it took me 70 minutes because I was in traffic. And on average, I said 55, but that's optimistic. So flying alone can save me 2 hours, and you. So multiply with that number with 4 billion people who are living in cities. And enough talk, I want to show you what we are doing. There's a bonus. It flies. Well, that flight was from 2 years ago. 2 years ago, we achieved that. We passed over 100 flight tests. Now, this summer, hopefully, we're going to sit inside and pass the Bosporus and show the world that's possible, that's coming. And it's going to be in our life sooner than we think. But still, it takes time. You know, it's been 5 years. It was a long journey. It was rough, tough times. So we spent like a lot of 7 days, 16 hours work. So it was quite challenging. But it is possible. So when we look at the air car, well, let's say we have 10,000 of them in Istanbul. 5,000. How are we going to find the pilots? It's not possible. So we have AI, self-driving cars. So we implement all those systems to air car. So it will be autonomous. You're not going to be flying this thing. Because taking a helicopter license costs like, I don't know, 2 years, $50,000 at least. So we are utilizing autonomous flight. It's for 2-passenger for today. It will be, of course, we will have like 4-passenger versions, but today's battery, that's quite not possible. And it flies about 120 kilometers per hour. And by 2026, that's when we actually widespread the air car in our region. We believe we can exceed 100 kilometer range. So that's quite enough. And the other question is, where are we going to land? How are they going to fly? This is a picture that we think that might be feasible, that we also share the same electrical infrastructure with electric cars. So we built this port. We already have this port, actually. So air cars can land on top. The cars can park on the bottom. We can share the same infrastructure. That's quite a big problem. There's a lot of loads on grids, so we can share the same infrastructure. Because our purpose is to be able to bring this technology to everybody's life, not only for the rich, not only for the wealthy, but for anyone who uses yellow taxi will be able to use air car. So we will have this kind of ports where you're going to go call over application, make your reservation, pay over it with your credit card, go into your car, fly wherever you want to fly. And the regulations, that's quite a big problem. But I want to tell you, I started air car in September 2017, 1 month after FAA, Federal Aviation Administration, in the United States, released how they're going to certify these things. 2019, EASA, European Aviation Safety Agency. These are important figures in aviation because anything flies, goes through them. 92% of any aircraft is certified by these two agencies. And NASA, of course, they try to solve all the problems. So they initiated Urban Air Grand Challenge. We kind of speak with them time to time. Hopefully, we will work with them sooner. And on the left-hand side, you see the screen. This is how you're going to call an air car. That comparison is true. So this is, of course, from the Mecca of technology, San Francisco. If you fly San Francisco to San Jose, if you take an Uber XL, it costs like $140. Uber Black is $210. Air car will cost about $150. And that's the beginning. The price will go down. And that's coming from Google Maps. If you drive with them, it takes about 110 minutes. If you fly, it's about 30 minutes. Now, for a surgeon, for a lawyer, for a judge, that 80 minutes is, and any of us, very important. And any business which is not profitable, they are doomed to non-exist. So it's very profitable business. It must be, otherwise we can't find money. It won't be sustainable. It's sustainable in business model, economically, and socially. And what about the projections? Like, people mostly call me, Ray, you know, it's gonna really happening, or, you know, you are joking with us. These projections are not ours. It's coming from Morgan Stanley, like big reputable agencies. By 2030, adaptation of eVTOL or air car will happen in 8 cities. Hopefully, Istanbul will be one of them. By 2040, 33 cities. By 2050, it will be all over. And by 2040, it will generate $2.7 trillion industry, which is huge. And they are expecting, not we are, they are expecting 2.5 million units to be utilized up in sky. Thank you very much.
Eray Altunbozar, thank you so much for being with us here in the second edition of Next. It was a big pleasure to hear your insights.
Thank you.
Now it's time for a short coffee break. After the break, we'll continue with one-on-one. Hope to see you again in 15 minutes.
Guys, my microphone. Hello and welcome to the 2023 Next Forum. I'm Charlotte Bates, your host for the sports panel. It's going to be split up into two sections. The first is going to start with a one-on-one exclusive interview with a big name in football. And then we're going to go on to do a panel with three guests on the inner story, diving into the life of athletes. And I think it's fair to say that as sports fans, we very rarely get to see what's truly behind an athlete's story. So often we see them just as their achievements and the professional accolades. But today is going to be different. Today we are going to look at who they are as people. They're going to get personal with their story, and we're going to look behind, lift the lid, and look behind their story. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the stage Frédéric Omar Kanouté, who is former football star and La Liga legend. Frédéric, thank you. Please sit on the green seat. Well, I was going to make a quick introduction because for everyone who doesn't know, which I'm sure is very few people, but Frédéric, he's done huge amounts for the sports industry. He played in the Premier League, La Liga, and Ligue 1, and for Sevilla you won, of course, 2 UEFA Cups and 2 Copa del Rey. In 2017, you became Africa Footballer of the Year, so absolutely fantastic. Let's get started. Of course, we all want to delve into Frédéric's story, but I think before we go into that, what I really want you to do is any initial thoughts, any initial advice to aspiring athletes. I think we've got quite a few in the audience. So any first words before we get into the panel?
In 27 African Footballer of the Year, I'm older than what you think.
Well, you look young, so it's all good.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Very happy to be here. Well, this is a very broad question you're asking me. When I'm asked about talking to the youth, I mean, I can only take from my own experience, and whoever can take it from, that's okay. I would say, I mean, whether it is in sport or in anything, I would say you need a big part of love and passion for what you do, because of course you're gonna need to go through a bumpy road sometimes, but when you really love what you do, it becomes easier. So the first thing is that you need to really have the passion and love for what you do. Then, of course, determination and resilience, because as I said, the road is often bumpy, more often than not. And you need, of course, to carry on, don't give up. And I would say as well, confidence, a lot of confidence in what you can do. Sometimes we are very much focused on the result, but the result doesn't belong to us. I mean, especially when you come from a certain faith, you know that God's gonna give you the result you deserve, but you're only asked to put the best of your effort into it. So a lot of confidence in that and humility. So you need a good blend of confidence and humility, not to reach a stage where overconfidence makes you feel arrogant or something like this. In terms of patience and resilience as well, I would say, especially in an age now of, I would say, instant gratification and you know, the high technology of things, everything goes fast. I realize that we want things quickly. So the advice I would say to the youth is that normally good, lasting results take time. So don't give up, work hard. It's not gonna come all of a sudden overnight. And another thing I would say is reframe your intentions. Reframe your intention, know what you really want, look for higher purpose. I think this is something very important. And for that, sometimes we need to pause, to reflect, and have a kind of introspection in a world, again, with social media, etc., of hyper exhibition. Sometimes we need to stop, reflect, and what do I want? How do I want to be remembered? What kind of legacy I want to leave behind? And I'm not talking about the external, superficial legacy. I'm talking about really how you want to be remembered with people, what's going to stay behind you. And at the end of the day, your job or your career as a footballer or whatever is only what you do for a certain period of time, but it cannot define you. Or do you want that only to define you, or you want to be a citizen? Because at the end of the day, you're gonna be a footballer only a few years, but you're gonna be a citizen and a person all your life. And you have to remember that. And you're gonna, obviously, in my case, you know, I'm a Muslim. I believe in Allah, and I'm remembered. Allah reminds me in every single page of the Holy Book in the Quran that I will be called back to Him. So this is good. Remember to, okay, football is what I do, but maybe I need a higher purpose. And I think it helps you reframe and recalibrate your intentions in whatever you do.
Well, talking about your legacy, you started just as a kid playing football on a street and then became a La Liga legend. Talk to me about those early memories. Did you always dream of becoming a pro? And do you have that belief in yourself from the very beginning?
Yeah, so the very beginning is like every kid or of the area I come from. I mean, I come from I would say, humble but not poor background. I grew up in France, and in my neighborhood, I was like playing football. I can't even remember why I started playing football. It's almost kind of innate to me. I just like, before even I could walk, my mom told me that I was already trying to kick everything in the, so she took me out very early stage, and I started to play football with my friends. And most of us, I mean, in the place I come from, that's how we started, really enjoying football. I'm also, I have to say, I'm very grateful to my parents who never put pressure on me. This is something as well that is important to say nowadays. I meet a lot of parents, they dream, they have dreams for their kids, but sometimes they overdo it. It's good to support your kid, but I think sometimes we need to not put too much pressure on them. And my parents never pushed me to become a footballer. They just wanted me to be a balanced kid, to do what I love. And as I said at the beginning, I really loved playing football. I never really thought I was going to become a professional footballer until quite a late stage. But you start with doing seriously and passionately what you love, and things come naturally. Of course, it's gonna require a lot of effort, but as I said at the beginning, if you really love and enjoy what you do, it becomes easier.
Well, you went from playing local football, club football, to Liga. Talk to me about that transition. What were the biggest obstacles? Obviously, you said you didn't have as much pressure from your parents, but then did you start feeling that pressure when you actually started to progress and climb up the ladder?
Yeah, I think I learned a lot throughout my career. You start being not nervous, but you discover, and after you kind of learn to become a professional. And it's funny because now when I speak to the youngsters, I said to them that you need to become a professional before you actually become a professional. Being professional is an attitude, is a way to approach things, a way to sacrifice for what you want to do and what you want to achieve. So I learned a lot. I remember being very inconsistent, whether it is when I started in Lyon, in England. I have some very good memories from my time in Lyon, West Ham, Tottenham. But it's true that I really kind of bloomed, if I can say like this, in Seville. So it was a process, but I never stopped learning from that experience. Yeah.
Well, you talk about your time in the Premier League, known to be one of the fastest-paced leagues in the world. How did you transition to adapt to that type of style? And mental health has been at the forefront over the past few years in sport. Did you have any struggles in that side? I know you've often been told that you had a laid-back approach. Was that hard to keep that during the time in a new league?
Yeah, it was interesting. I think it's in England. I was quite young. I was 21, 22 when I arrived in London. I was alone, living alone, and I think that's when I became a man. When I started, the fast pace of football in England. It's very rough as well, very tough. I was often playing as a lone striker there and receiving a lot of bumps. 20 years ago, it was even much more physical than what it is now. There was no VAR at the time. So the defenders were could do a lot of things to you. So I learned a lot. As you said, sometimes I was described as someone a little bit laid back because I was more counting on my natural talent than putting extra effort to it. That's what I said earlier. So I learned to really work hard because sometimes talent is not enough. Not sometimes, most of the time, talent is not enough. So this is also a message that is very important. Just don't rely on what you're simply good at. It's gonna, if you want to achieve things, it's gonna require a lot of talent, a lot of sacrifice, a lot of, I would say, regular consistency in order to achieve things. And I learned throughout that process. But England was really my formative years, I would say. Yeah.
I love that. Talent is not enough. And you didn't rely on just talent when you played for Sevilla in La Liga. You're such a legend over there. Talk to me about your your best memories, your biggest highlights? I saw that. I was looking back to some of your previous goals, some of your highlights from the league, and that Getafe goal in 2010 just really epitomizes who you are as a player. What's the highlight for you?
Well, people, when they think of me, they most of the time they remember Seville, because yeah, that's true. That's where I had more success. I won some trophies. I mean, in the first 2 years I played in Seville, I had already won like 5 major trophies, national and European trophies. So it was quite. I couldn't even like catch up with my mind. It was going almost too fast. So it was like really, really incredible experience. And I would say all the hard years, the hard sacrifice, I would say, that I've spent training every day and not giving up, some bad moments, some injuries, of course. And when you arrive to that point, I remember when I won the first Europa League in 2006, it was like, wow. So all I did was not for nothing, basically. But again, you need patience and resilience. Imagine I had given up before that. So yeah, sometimes we want things fast, but they don't come necessarily fast. And it's only, yeah, with 28 years old when I started to win trophies. So yeah, it's an encouragement to never give up. And after that, I won other trophies. So it was really 7 years I spent in Seville was really memorable, and I keep close to my heart, yeah.
So where does that patience and resilience come from? Have you always had it, or did you have to develop it throughout your career?
I think you develop it. I think it's part also of your upbringing, your education, of your faith as well. And as I said earlier, when you want good, lasting things, sustainable things, it requires patience. You realize in the world that every time you want quick and fast thing, normally, when you think about it, everybody can think about it. When you want fast things and that have this instant gratification, most of the time it's not something good. But when you want something that lasts, that gonna be beneficial to you and people around you, and you're gonna build up something generally it takes time, it takes effort, sacrifice. And of course, you grow and you learn from your mistakes. I've done plenty of mistakes, and yeah, this is the kind of experience you have to grow from.
Well, you talk about those mistakes. What springs to mind? What did you have to overcome?
Yeah, I think it was. I was reacting very, very fast when I was younger. I was making decisions very, very fast as well. As I said, we want things sometimes too quick, and when you don't have it your way, you tend to react in a negative way. But it was coming. It's like you cutting short the good that is coming to you because you lack patience. You know, and you have to start from scratch anyway. And when you start from scratch anyway, you're gonna have to be patient again. So that's what you build on. That's the kind of character you build on with a little bit more of experience.
I think patience is something we all struggle with. But I was actually speaking to a professional basketball player. He's very young, he's 24. And I was saying that I was going to interview, and he told me to ask this question. So I've got to pose it to you. Now, you know, you've had a huge career. And looking back, what's the one thing that you wish you'd learnt or had known when you were younger and when you were just starting out?
It's interesting because, yeah, this question is very interesting because it's in two levels, I would say. First of all, yeah, I wished I had learned how to be professional early and before becoming actually professional. So I don't know if it makes sense. It's like, for me, professional is not a status, is not a financial status, is a state of mind, is a mindset, is how you approach things, how much determination, sacrifice, and work ethics you have. So maybe, yeah, I would have put a little bit more of that if I had known what I know today, or what I have learned when I became actually professional. And that's something I can convey to the youth now in the work. Maybe we're going to talk about that later in the work I do now. And also, it's strange because after passed all my coaching badges, and I was saying to one of my instructors that if I knew when I was a footballer what I know now, in terms of what I've learned as a coach, I would have been a better player. So it's in two levels. I would have been better as a youth if I knew what I know as a professional, and better as a professional if I knew what I know now as a coach. So yeah, it's a never-ending learning process.
Well, we're going to go on to what you're doing now, but talk to me about your international career. You achieved so much club level, but you also did in a different way internationally.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know if we have some Malians here tonight, probably. But unfortunately, I couldn't win anything with my national team. I decided to play for Mali in 2004. But it's going to come soon, inshallah, hopefully. And not me as a player, obviously, but hopefully the next generations. And yeah, internationally, I would say, yeah, with Seville, I think the two UEFA Cup, now called the Europa League, that I've won with them is something that, yeah, remains for me as like a very important achievement. Yeah.
Well, looking forward, you've done so much already for the next generation. You talk about Malians and African football players finding it very difficult to turn professional. What are you doing to ease that process?
So now, as I said earlier, I've passed my my coaching badges, not because I'm a coach now, but because I was always passionate and interested in youth development. Whether it is through my charity work that I do in Africa, in Mali more specifically, but also within football, I was really interested in how developing and nurturing the next talents, the next generation. So I wanted to know what it is to be on the other side of that line, and how could they benefit from my experience. So I've decided to go throughout the process of passing my coaching badges, and now I'm a consultant for a couple of academies in Africa. So basically to help these clubs develop the players better. So it's not only on, but also off the field. Try to make those structures a little bit more professional, the way they approach the youth development, but also in terms of capacities, how to make those academies more efficient in the way they train the players. So yeah, that's what I do. I'm a bit like kind of a coach, a mentor for those academies, an advisor to those academies, the president of those academies, and yeah, so it's just passing on that experience to the next generation.
Well, you talk about that support both on and off the fields, particularly in a world of social media. How important is it to get that support outside when a lot of football players have to not only experience abuse from how they're playing, but also from a racism level? Did you ever experience something like that? And what needs to happen to be able to combat that issue in today's world, which seems absolutely crazy that in the 21st century we're still hearing monkey chants and awful rants on the field? What do you think needs to happen to really stop racism in sport?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we have to remember that sometimes sports, because it's so popular, and specifically like football is so popular, it acts like a kind of I would say, magnifying glass of the reality. So if it happens in the football field, it means that it happens in society. So we shouldn't forget that, because sometimes there's a lot of noise about, oh, there were some monkey chants, etc., and some stuff like this. But we have to remember that we have our brothers and sisters that are like suffering from that in their normal lives, and sometimes I think the most important thing is that we need to combat that in society, and it takes time. It takes time, and not only jumping on the bandwagon when it happens on the field, because this is just a superficial part of what's rooted in society. So I think to be able to get rid of that, it's gonna require much more. Don't get me wrong, all these initiatives on the football field, taking the knee, all these kind of things are positive, but we have to understand and not be hypocritical about it. That is not enough to combat racism, and it's going to require a lot of, I would say, political and social courage to be able to change those things.
And for change to happen, does it need to start at the clubs, or is it for the organizations on a larger scale to really help combat the racism?
Yeah, as I said, it has to be like bottom up and top to the bottom as well. So everybody has to work hand in hand. The bigger organizations like FIFA, UEFA, all the federations of each country have to work on that, because as soon as you see a certain inconsistency in this, you're going to see that it's going to happen again and again. So yeah, we still have to be optimistic and especially do our part.
And my last question, Frederick, where does the future lie for you? You talk about your coaching and everything you're doing in charity. Is it always going to be in football? Do you have this passion that's never going to die?
Yeah, I think football is going to stay, whether I want it or not. It's funny because the other day I was mentioning to a friend, I'm always, we were talking about dreams. And I think 90% of the time, or even 95% of the time, within my dreams, football pops up like this, and I think it's it means that it has been because I've played since a very young age, and now I'm still involved in football. So yeah, it's a very, very big part of my life. But what I've always tried to do, even when I was playing, is that using it as a tool as well. As I said earlier, it's I was never satisfied as football defining me entirely. I think at the end of the day, you have to have bigger objectives, higher objectives, higher goals in life. And if you can use whatever you do for a higher purpose and for the good of society across the board, I think that's something I would like to be remembered for, and that would be my advice as well for the youth.
Well, thank you so much. It's been great to talk to you, Frederick.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I think,
Thank you.
yeah, a round of applause is really needed. But if you could like make the way. Well, I think what we learned from that conversation is that resilience and patience is really key to any type of success, particularly in the sporting world. But we will continue to the second segment of the sports panel, which is going to be on the inner story, diving into the lives of athletes. And just to give you a quick reminder, today we are getting personal. Today we are lifting the lid on who athletes are. We're going to talk about the struggles, the mental health struggles, the competition, the resilience that these athletes have to go through to get to the top, to climb those mountains, to reach the pinnacle. So without further ado, I'm going to invite some of my guests onto the stage. First up, we have my fellow Brit and world record holder, Nick Butter. During his career, if you'd like to make your way up, Nick. During his career, he's run over 70,000 miles, which, Nick, that makes me feel slightly nauseous, but please take your seat. And next up, we have Olympic athlete Mana Patel, who represents India. Mana, please come up. Who represented India as a swimmer at Tokyo 2020. Mana has held records, hi, nice to meet you, records in the 50, 100, 200 meter. And lastly, we have Seda Kajan, who has made history. Please make your way up, Seda. Who has made history by becoming the first female pilot to run a race in Turkey's track championship. So welcome and thank you so much for joining us. So, Seda, I'd like to start with you because I know we brought you on slightly last minute, so thank you so much for being able to join us. And I think you really epitomize what this next forum is about. You're a young Turkish athlete who went against the odds and became one of the only female track championship champions in Turkey in history. So I want to go back to the beginning. I want to find out your initial first memories when you started growing love for the sport. And I know we don't have that many female idols for you to look up to. You know, what made you start on this journey?
Of course. And thank you for having me here, first of all. And mine is not an ordinary case, I say, because I grown up in a really small city in Turkey called Kırklareli. And there is no even a fun karting place to go. So no one around me was interested in motorsports, and no one even knowing that we can do it in Turkey. So I can say that it was something inside me since childhood, because I remember that I ask and play the Need for Speed computer game. It was my first computer game, but I don't know why. And I remember that while I was 11, I was just, trying to steal my dad's car. I'm not recommending it, but there was always something like a car love inside me. But unfortunately, I couldn't discover it until I was 27. I was just, interrogating myself, how I feel alive, what do I living for, and I found that passion and motorsports love inside me, and then I started to, search, and I discovered that there is no female driver in the truck championship, etc., and I just wanted to try my chance.
Well, you certainly did steal your dad's car. I'm not sure I'd be able to do that. And Nick, I'm sure you didn't steal your dad's running shoes. But you you run a marathon in every single country, 196. I mean, I've never heard anyone doing that. You've talked about in your book, Running the World, about these huge experiences from running in 40 Celsius temperatures to running past an erupting volcano. But go back to the beginning. What I want to know is, how did you initially start that journey before you continued to have that journey throughout the world?
Yeah, good question. Thank you for having me. Hello, everybody. I got into running, I think, because when you're young and you live in the countryside, like I know you do as well, you get out and you enjoy the fresh air. My journey, I guess, in a nutshell, I was a skier, a GB skier before I was a runner. I gave up skiing to get a real job. I got a real job in the bank, and I didn't hate it, but it wasn't a calling. And I had that inner voice of go and do what you love, go back to sport. And I used running as a bit of a therapy to get out of it. And so lunchtimes, pre-work, after work, get out, do some running, and 500, 600, 700 marathons later, I had the opportunities to have some sponsors and to do various bits and pieces. And it was that mission, one big race I did in the Sahara Desert, that I met somebody who inspired me to make a bit of a difference, look into myself a little bit about what I was doing, and turn my love of sport into a career. And then, skip forward several years and a few world records, and what have I done now? 1,013 marathons. So,
wow,
a few little jogs.
So it's interesting you talk about the countryside. My dad used to march me up the Lake District Mountains. For everyone who doesn't know, this is the most beautiful part in the UK. Did you also have the same effect? Did your dad race you up those mountains from a young age?
In the Lake District too, yes. Cornwall, the Lake District, all over Britain and in Europe, actually. They were just outdoorsy people, as I'm sure your parents were also, but also travel. So there was lots of travel when we were young. My parents were all over the world on their honeymoon, for example, and so I decided to follow in their footsteps and combine running with the travel, yeah.
Well, on the theme of parents, we move on to Mana. How supportive were your family in your dream? And I know I read you started swimming at just the age of 7. Was that through their support, or did you always have a dream to be a swimmer and compete at the Olympics?
Well, thank you for having me, and thanks for the lovely introduction. But yeah, no one from my family ever decided that I'd play a sport, and particularly swimming, But as a kid, my appetite was poor, and I never really used to eat properly. So my mom thought, okay, maybe if she plays in the water for some time, she'll come out and eat properly. So that was the only reason I started swimming. And well, nothing much has changed about that, but and now I enjoy the sport a lot more. I started enjoying when I was a kid. That's why we decided to continue. And when I was 10, I joined a professional swim club because I was winning a lot of club level competitions, and a lot of people saw me and they advised my parents that, okay, if she's really enjoying, why don't you get professional training and see where it goes? But still, yeah, my parents were very supportive, and yeah, they supported me throughout. Yeah, it was good. But yeah, I didn't decide to be an Olympian, but not until when I was 13. You know, the whole point was to just go there, have fun. You know, the thrill of learning new things. You know, as a kid, I used to have a file where I'd come back and write everything that I learned. You know, at the end of the day. So.
And what normally had you have learnt? Was it very simple?
Yeah.
Simple things, or?
Yeah, very simple, as in I used to come back and draw stick figures in those papers. Oh, this is how the stroke goes, and this is how you kick, and this is what I learned today. So I was all of 10, and I used to write down everything at the end of the day, and that would really make me happy, you know, the thrill of learning something new every single day, like the innocence of training, that, oh, today I'm going to learn something new, we're going to do something new.
And when you initially touched the water for the first time, did it feel really organic and natural when you got into it? I'm so interested by swimmers because, you know, they just look so beautiful when they're going through the water. I wonder, did you have that feeling when you first stepped in and you first started swimming at such a young age?
Yeah, it felt very normal, you know, it felt like I belonged here, you know. Every time when so many people have asked me, why backstroke, why not any other stroke? I don't really have an answer to that, because I think backstroke chose me, because even as a kid, you know, if you ask me, oh yeah, I can swim backstroke without getting tired, you know, I can swim it all day long. It was just very natural, you know, you could just shut the noise, be yourself, and flow into the water.
Yeah. Well, moving on, I think, you know, we talked about Frederick earlier about mental health and sport, and I think we can all say that's been really at the forefront, from Naomi Osaka in tennis to Simone Biles in athletics, as she's stepped away to take a bit of a break. So, Nick, I think you're a good person to start this on. Endurance sports, you know, you have a lot of time to yourself, a lot of time to think. Have you had to overcome any mental health obstacles? And even when you know, you in a marathon, when you get to those last 10 miles, how do you continue going?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, first of all, mental health is seen nowadays as good mental health or bad mental health, when actually the reality is that it's on a continuum. You know, we're all human beings. We all experience the diverse range of feelings. We all have those emotions. And I think the key to cracking that code and to being happy as much as you can is to find what you love and be able to make it your purpose. And that is running for me. It happens to be a very good sport for your mental health. You can get out and be in your own head. I'm a big fan of being out in the countryside, by the coast, running along beaches, and you let your mind do the work. It's a form of therapy, like I mentioned earlier. You know, getting out of the office to run was the beginning, and now running. You know, my last world record was just over 8,500 kilometers of running, and that was running for about 12 hours every day, 2 marathons a day for 4 months. You're in your own head a lot of the time. You suffer, you go through pain, but ultimately you have that framework that you build with your resilience and ultimately endurance.
And how do you push past that pain?
It's difficult sometimes.
We were talking about, I'm going to run the Istanbul Marathon, so I'm trying to get some tips from Nick here.
Yeah.
How do you push past?
I think it comes, after a while, it comes down to muscle memory, emotionally, physically, you know, the whole spectrum. But initially, it is stubbornness. I think the honest answer is you have a little bit of stubbornness there, and also having a bit of perspective on why you're doing things. I have a great, you know, concept that I'm putting myself through pain voluntarily. There's a lot of people in the world that don't have an opportunity to escape pain, suffering, and so it's kind of oddly a way to connect with the rest of the world like that. So when I'm suffering, it makes me think of how fortunate I am, and therefore I can continue.
And the 196 countries you've run a marathon in, run a marathon, sorry. What's been the biggest obstacle? What's been the biggest challenge?
Oh gosh, so that journey, that was a 674-day trip. I was running 3 marathons a week for nearly 100 weeks in different countries each week. You know, 3 countries a week. Challenging initially was finance to fund the trip. Then it was logistics of, I got through 9 passports, for example, of just stamps and visas and things. Physically running, heat. Heat, stray dogs, some war zones, various different places. I ran in temperatures as low as 25 degrees and as hot as plus 59 degrees C.
Wow.
I was in Kuwait. It was very hot. But ultimately, you experience the whole world through that spectrum, so it was great.
And well, Sada, to move on to you, you obviously, as we said before, you're one of very few female athletes in your sport. So I'm sure you've had to overcome a lot of negativity and backlash on social media. How have you dealt with that, and how have you kept yourself focused on the challenge at hand?
I guess I can continue from the next comment. It's all about the purpose, because at the beginning there was not like any positive comment when I said I want to be a racer, and everyone said it's a sport for male. It's hard to start in your age. Are you sure you're also working, etc. I heard lots of negative comments, but I always believe in positivity, because I'm not racing just as Seda. I'm just racing for all the women. I feel that, because I wanna. My purpose is to prove that women can exist in motorsports as well, and success is gender neutral. So I have to be there. I have to be myself, and that's why in every step I dream of a young woman who inspired by me. That's what kept me going.
And when did you figure out this was your purpose?
It was around 27 years old, as I told, but it was super hard to find support. It's always hard at the beginning, because when you say I want to be a racing driver, it's really hard to find a support as a woman. So what I have done, I talk everyone around me that I need support, especially as Nick mentioned, financial support, because motorsport is really expensive sport, and I couldn't find it. It could be a failure, like all the persons who wants to race, because it generally happens. They want to race, but they couldn't find a financial support, and they gave up. But I didn't want to make it a failure story, and I get a loan from the bank, and I order my first karting vehicle, and everybody said you are crazy, you will go bankrupt, etc. And I said no, I have to do it. I have to try. Even if I go bankrupt, I will say okay, I did try and I failed. So this is how I started racing, actually. And when the success is coming with the races, I found some sponsors, and this is what brought me to become a first female race winner in the Turkish Track Championship. So if I gave up at the beginning and I couldn't, and I didn't this risky thing, I couldn't start. And I'm really glad that I did, because every day I get lots of hundreds messages from the social media, especially women. I want to be a racer too, so I'm glad that I'm inspired.
Yeah, I think the common theme today has been that resilience, ignore those negativity and keep on going, follow your dreams. So as someone who's been through so much adversity, what needs to happen for that next generation female track racers to be able to have more support that you didn't personally see or feel?
I guess the key word is never giving up, because when you just sit and say I want to be a racer, no one is going to help you. Of course, you just need to step up a little bit and never give up, because there's lots of obstacles on the way. I guess it's the same for each sport, but especially motorsports if you're a girl. So just don't give up and try everything you can. If you fail, it's okay, but if you push your limits and combine with the dreaming, I'm sure the success will be on the way.
Amana, you've had to overcome so much as well. Going to Tokyo 2020 at your age is just absolutely incredible. What sort of challenges and adversities did you have to face? And I know that swimming is such an individual sport, so did you have to have any of your own personal mental health challenges?
Yes. Yes, going to Tokyo 2020, I think it took everything of me emotionally, mentally, physically. It was difficult, especially because all of us went through COVID, and it was very challenging because pools were the last sport to reopen in India. Yes, I think for me, mental toughness and athlete mental well-being is very different, very different thing. And often people don't realize, they always associate athletes as, oh yeah, you have to be tough, you have to put out a face, and you have to do everything that is expected of you to do in order to perform. Yes, that is there. We as athletes are always, we are strong, we persevere through tough times, and that's very, very true. But, we are human beings too at the end of the day. As everyone else is, as Nick mentioned, we do go through a whole range of emotions, and sometimes they are heightened too because, the amount of abuse that we put our minds and bodies through every single day is very difficult. So I think raising athlete mental health and the awareness is very important to enhance your performance. And not only the athlete, but I think most importantly, the team surrounding the athlete should understand that, should help the athlete whenever required. Everyone says that it's okay to not be okay, but you really have to act on it. You really have to make the environment around an athlete comfortable, yes, challenging, yes, but comfortable at times when it's really needed, So, you need a bit of a latitude to bring yourself back to normal, reassess the situation, and then perform. It's very important.
Well, performing at such a high level, talk me through your routines, your training routines, and the burden that also brings, not just on the body, but on the mind as well.
Yeah. Well, I think what really helps is I don't see myself as an athlete all the time, and I really want to, help people. I really believe in the holistic development of an athlete because, yeah, once you're done with your sport, there is so much life ahead of you that you have to live. There's so much more that you can do. So how I get through is I try to, read a lot. I try to talk to myself a lot. I journal. When I write things down, I think it gives me a lot of clarity as what I'm going through, how I'm dealing with the situation. Helps me both professionally and personally. So these are some things that I try to do outside of the pool that keeps me on track. Some of the things that, they work like an anchor for me.
I think that that's often the case. We kind of see athletes as these immortal figures, these heroes. I mean, we sometimes forget that actually you're just like us, you're humans as well. Nick, that kind of leads me onto our next conversation. What makes an athlete successful? What differs someone who wants to do it as a passion to someone who's going to reach the top of their game? I know I've been reading a lot about you, and even after running all those marathons, you continue to want to do more, to want to progress, and you've run a lot of marathons in the UK, and I'll let you talk about that in a second. But is that the key here, always pushing yourself to do more?
Yeah, and I think you've got to push yourself to do more, but in a way that it's what you want. There's a lot of people that come to me asking advice for, I want to be able to run a marathon one day. And sometimes they are in it for the wrong reasons. They're in it because they've seen it on social media or because their friends are roping them in to go and do a marathon. In order to be successful, you've got to want to do it. And that want comes from within. You can't manufacture that. But also, I'm a big believer in failure being a part of success. It's not failure or success. It's success will happen. If I wanted to learn to do something that I'm not good at, I don't know, singing, for example, then I can try and I will fail and I will stumble over and I will try again. And the success at the end of it is either I will be able to sing or that I've tried. Failure is a part of that journey, and it's the same with running. So to be able to keep that passion going and continuing to push on and do other things, it is about the enjoyment, the passion, having the want to get up and do it. And I don't think that can be created. I think it's a part of you. So as you said, I ran a marathon in every country in the world. I came back, 4 weeks after I came back, COVID hit and shut down the world. It was very weird for me to be traveling to different countries and then be locked down. The world opened up a little bit, and I then went off and I ran north to south of Italy. So that was 100 marathons in 100 days, zigzagging down through Italy, which was gorgeous but tough. And to try and one-up myself after that, I decided, why not try and run 200 marathons in 100 days, so double that distance. And that is when I set my mission to run around Britain, and that was a mission I did last year. So who knows what will be next? I have a few things in the pipeline, but yeah, keep striving. As long as I'm enjoying it, as long as I have good people around me, and like the others have said, it's if you enjoy it and you've got good people, then happy days.
We'll talk to me about COVID, because I actually hadn't thought about this question, but as a runner, how did you find in the UK, for those who don't know, we're only at one point allowed out once in a day. How did you find that when you're so used to running for hours on end?
Yeah, that's a very good point. And I love the outdoors. I love breathing the fresh air. And we talk about mental health. That was a part of why I run. You know, be outside, find that inner peace, and then to be confined to treadmills and indoors, and it ruins your knees running on the conveyor belt. So that was hard. Utilizing my one exercise a day, I would stretch that limit as much as I possibly could and run as far as I could. But I think other things that went on around the outsides there, it gave me an opportunity that I think everybody experiences through COVID. It was terrible, but a lot of people found a positive within it. And for me, that was an opportunity to write a book. It was an opportunity to train less and be with family and friends more. And being all over the place all the time, I didn't have much opportunity to do that. Some good friends I've had from school had to, virtually forget about me for a couple of years until I came back from that expedition. So COVID was an opportunity to reconnect with people, even if it was only on the end of a Zoom call.
I know we're going off a bit topic here, but I find it really interesting to go from being a runner to a writer. What was that process like?
Yeah, great. And I mean, I've always been dyslexic. I really struggled to, by the age of 8. Yeah, by the age of 8, I couldn't really write my own name. I was really severely dyslexic and couldn't read and write very well. And I think through the love of sport, I just focused on, I kind of forgot about the academic side of life and focused on sport. And I came out the other end of it being able to write because it was coming from the heart. I wasn't having to think about it. I wasn't having to recite Shakespeare or, learn. I was just doing what I loved. And that was my very beginning point when you asked me that initial question. It's about having the purpose and the passion and doing what you love, and it just comes. So I love to write. I've got my 4th book coming out soon, just had Run Britain come out, and it's an opportunity to reflect and look in on yourself. But people seem to like them, and they're heavily edited, so it's fine.
That helps, doesn't it, when we're dyslexic?
Yeah.
I'm actually going to touch on what you said earlier about failure is also important for success. Seda, talk to me about that. You've achieved so much, had so many career highs, but what about those failures? Did that actually help you on your journey to get to the top and have that resilience to keep on going?
Of course, there's always ups and downs. When you ask a question, just one race weekend came to my mind. There was, while not in the track championship, but in the karting part, there was one race weekend, and I was really fast in the trainings. I was like in the top 3 qualification, but just before the qualification session, my cart was not working. It was like, oh my God, I need to go now, but it was not working, and I couldn't make I couldn't attend the qualifying session, and then I start from the last to the race. But everyone said just don't give up, etc. But I kept my mental health, and I said to myself, okay, I will start from the last, but it's still a race. You need to learn so much things. And then it was another level, and I break like a takeover record in that race, and everyone was like, Seda, what happened to you? And I was, I don't know. It couldn't be there if I wasn't lost, I guess. Mm-hmm. So there's always a good thing in the bad situations. So never giving up, again, I guess the key point in that failures.
And have you always been able to keep a cool head in those sort of situations? Is that really what all athletes have in common, is the fact that they can achieve what they want to achieve despite all the obstacles that surround them?
I don't know. It's really different things to keep your head. But maybe another advantage, I'm also a corporate person. I'm working in a corporate global company as a marketeer, professional. So all that balance between being athlete and professional, just, keep me learning that I have to be there. I have to be at the moment, whatever I do. So it's like I'm living like a 2 life, but managing them learned me a lot.
And do you find that hard, juggling between 2 almost different lives? You're one, an athlete, but also you have your second corporate job on the side. Mm-hmm. How do you manage to train the way you need to without sacrificing your other work?
It's a bit hard because, in the weekdays I'm working evenings I'm training, in the weekends I'm training at the track, etc. So it's a little bit hard, but when I feel tired, I think like never good happens without being tired. So, and I'm just, turning to myself and remembering my purpose. Why do I do that? And it gives me the energy. And with all these successes, I guess it's what kept me going.
And Mana, what keeps you going? You've had so much success in swimming, and the way that you represent your country, India. I mean, outside of you, though, there's a bit of a gap between other female swimmers and countries such as America. What needs to happen to close that gap, and what makes you so successful?
Well, what makes me, well, I still think that I have a lot more to offer, and hopefully that I can, be better than what I am right now. I think what makes me who I am is, when you ask Seda the question, how do you keep your head cool in tough situations? I think it's easier said than done, honestly, but you have to really practice. I try to find stillness in my head. I try to find the calm in my head when situations are tough, because that helps me reassess the situation and be mindful without, getting really attached to the situation and getting too emotional. So I think when you're calm, for me, time slows down when I'm really calm in my head. So even when I'm swimming a 50-meter race, I'm so aware of every stroke that I take. I know, oh shit, here I'm taking a wrong. I need to kick more. The hand needs to go here. So I think finding that stillness in your head is very important, not only in sports, but I guess, it'll really help in other fields too, business or whatever it is that you do. So that's what works for me, and that's something that I've developed and learned very recently, and that kind of gives me an edge, because after a point when you've exhausted everything that you can physically do or train, I think your mind gives you an edge over everything else. But yes, coming back to swimming in India, I think we need a lot more racing exposure, not only internationally, but internationally, yes, the government and a lot of other corporates are coming together, pooling in a lot of money and sponsoring us so that we can race international, which is good. But I also think that we need a lot of more domestic racing experience, so a lot of the swimmers can watch us, watch people race, and I don't see why India has a large population, and swimming being a life skill sport, I mean, it should be easy to, develop swimmers, but develop from a grassroots level. So I think that we need a lot more domestic racing exposure, a lot more domestic competitions also to bridge that gap, yeah.
And, talk to me about the next generation. Are you seeing more female swimmers coming up the ranks?
Yeah, I do see a lot of youngsters, a lot of young females coming up. My parents, the society around me, they've always helped me, pushed me to be better and to chase my dreams, to do something, that makes me happy. India is evolving in that part, where society is more accepting to women choosing, being bold enough to make certain choices. It's getting there. It was a generational thing to change. Something like this cannot change overnight, but we're there. We're empowering women in different fields to do what makes them happy.
And is that partly why you went into swimming, to be that inspiration for not only everyone here in the studio, but also for everyone at home? And have you had a lot of positive reaction to it?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I feel like, growing up, I've received a lot of love and support from people around me, and that has really helped me get where I am today. So I do think that it is my responsibility to give it back to the society, and, so that whatever I've learned over the last couple of years through my sport, I can, people can learn from it, and I can be a medium where, they can use me, they can use my experience to grow. So I really want to be that person where, I really want to help the younger swimmers, the youth who can, use me and my experience as a medium to grow.
No, it's hugely inspiring, everything you've done. But Nick, we're going to move on to our next section, and I think a lot of people want for you to speak to the audience personally, and we have so many aspiring athletes in the audience, but also people who just love sport. I mean, what do you wish you had known now that you would know when you were starting out, if that makes sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I would have loved to have taken things less seriously. when I was a kid, because you can still have discipline and focus and determination and the drive. And I always wanted to be a skier. That was my goal. I was skiing from such a young age, and sport became my life, obviously. But I was quite serious with it. And I think it's quite a good message to say, have your goal, stick to it, but have enjoyment. Like, you can't forget the enjoyment side of it. You know, there's so much pressure in education and in schools, and most of the time, those little things that you end up upset about, angry about, frustrated about, don't matter. And I know that the things that frustrate me now, I'm going to look back on in 30 years' time and think, why was that frustrating? Why was I angry? Why was I sad? Why did that get to me? And so I think we can all start to step back and maybe take a bigger perspective on everything we're doing, and slow things down, enjoy what you're doing, and things don't matter as much. And there's so many people have told me that are, you know, twice my age, and I feel it now from when I was much younger. Slow down, enjoy what you're doing.
Yes, I feel like I am always fast-paced. I speak fast, I move fast. But talk to me about, we've talked a lot today about the challenges athletes have had to overcome. Yeah. And you mentioned about how you wanted to be a skier. What was it like having to give up that dream? I know you found something that potentially is better for you, but how was it when you initially came to the realization that this wasn't going to happen for you?
Yeah, absolutely. Skiing was something that, you get very old in skiing quite quickly. Your knees and your hips and your backs, and you have injuries, and you end up traveling a lot. And so it was always going to be a short-lived career. Skiers having exceptionally short careers. So I knew there was always going to be something after it. And I think the honest answer is I stopped early because I was trying to do the sensible thing. I was trying to listen to that voice of my parents on my shoulder. You should get a job, you should earn some money, you should buy a house, you should be an adult. And I wasn't ready to do that, but I listened. And despite that feeling tough, you still end up with the positivity out the other end of it. Had I not gone in to banking and had a job, I wouldn't have been able to afford the huge expense of running a marathon in every country in the world. So
how much does it cost?
It was under $1 million, just under $1 million. It was expensive. So very, very expensive thing. And I wouldn't have been able to do that.
And that's in pounds, everyone.
Yeah, yeah. Had I not been able to step away from skiing, you know, had I carried on, potentially I wouldn't be here now. So I think a little bit of understanding and perspective on the bigger picture is quite important. But setbacks now will always happen. I just take them in my stride now. I'm definitely more laid back and consciously take things less seriously.
Yeah, the beauty of hindsight. And Seda, we talked from Mana about, you know, inspiring the next generation, especially females. What sort of advice would you give to these young Turkish women who want to follow in your footsteps?
I would like to take my story as an example, because if I be able to do this, they can do as well. So I will just suggest never ever stop dreaming. If they push their limits and combine it with a dreaming, I believe that they will do. There will always be an obstacles on the way, because as they told me not to do, just sometimes we shouldn't listen all the comments and then look and turn to ourselves and just find that purpose and never ever stop dreaming.
I love that. Never stop dreaming. But I'm just getting the eye to close the chat down. But I can't go without asking you, Mana, what advice would you give to our audience?
Well, I just tell everyone that, you know, bring out the inner child in you, because, you know, kids don't conserve their energy. They play till they drop, you know, they don't hold back. So whatever it is that you do, I think you should just devote yourself 100% into the process, because it's the process that takes you to your goal. So just dive into it 100% authentically, truly, because anything less than 100% in terms of effort is a waste. I mean, you're wasting your time. And yeah, whatever it is that you do, whatever, big thing, small thing, I think you should find a purpose that makes you happy, you know, something that drives you. So that's what I tell everyone. Bring out the inner child in you and just dive into it 100%.
I love that pun, dive into it. Thank you so much. It's been a really interesting panel. And I think today the theme has been this resilience, determination, and achieve the impossible, which all three of you done. So if you'd like to make your way off the stage and have a great round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
So that wraps up our sports segment, and I think I've been certainly inspired to run a marathon like Nick. Maybe not to go to the Olympics like Mana, but I think today has been all about that determination to follow your dreams, as definitely what we've learned is anything is possible. But I'd like to invite Jaffer Hasnan, who is my fellow correspondent at TRT. We know him as a man who covered the elections and, of course, the earthquakes. The one and only Jaffer Hasnan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this fascinating panel, Charlotte Bates. Thanks a lot. And are we having fun? Come on, guys. This is for young people. Make it loud. Yeah? Okay, great. So, have you ever been scrolling through the internet and wondered how the content is so perfectly tailored to you? Or have you ever noticed how streaming platforms show you stuff which you might like? Well, the answer lies in a simple acronym, AI, or artificial intelligence. AI is, frankly, everywhere. It is on your phones, your voice commands, Siri, Alexa, Bixby, to your facial recognition software. It is being used in the media industry, education, healthcare, defense, you name it, and AI is there. In fact, according to one estimate, more than 75% of the devices across the world are using some sort of AI. So now, what we are going to discuss here today as part of this panel is how do we look forward? How is AI going to impact media? Of course, if we talk about AI's impact on all these industries, we need a panel designated, a whole forum rather, designated to it. But since we are limited on time, we're only going to focus on AI and its impact on media. Before I introduce my panelists, let's take a look at this video prepared by the talented team of TRT World's Next Forum. We're going to answer all these questions, and for that, let me invite my panelists. Please welcome to the stage Cassie Corsicroft, Chief Decision Scientist at Google. Mohammed Leela, CEO of Goodable. Cassie Cho, founder and editor-in-chief of Almost, please. All right, guys, great to have you here with us. So since I'm the moderator, let me take the advantage of asking a question that I have been personally wondering for quite some time. How long before AI takes my job, Cassie?
Well, I actually don't think it's going to take your job. AI is about information. And let's consider the information that happened here. We know we were all emailed the questions beforehand, which you're probably going to take us off the road with, so buckle up. But presumably, there's a set of questions. We could have them projected on the screen, or everyone could get a little handout with the questions on it, and we would just go, question 1, I guess I'll take it, or do you want to take it, Cassie? And would that mean that you're not necessary? All the information's there? Absolutely not. This is going to be a social interaction that's going to be so much better because of the human stuff that we bring to it.
So I should not be worried?
I don't think you should be worried.
Are you worried? Because I know you're a journalist as well.
So I have a little bit of a different take on this. First of all, Jaffer, you're very good at what you do. Nobody could replace you. Let's just acknowledge that for a second. AI is not going to take your job. But we managed to create a newsroom that has 2 journalists that can replicate the output of 20 journalists, and we did that through AI. So I think there are specific applications of AI that can dramatically increase the amount of content that we create. So in that sense, if I was a journalist that was doing 9-to-5 work and filing a story every day, I would be worried. And the reason why is right now the technology exists and it's such a level that I could train a machine learning platform or buy one off the shelf that learns how to speak the way that I do and learns how to write the way that I do. So I like to write in very long sentences, for example. My wife hates me for it. She's like, just get to the point. But I could train an AI model to write in exactly the same voice, the same style that I do. And therefore, I actually no longer have to write anything. I can just serve it prompts and say, hey, AI, can you write an article about the wildfires in Nova Scotia, for example, and write it in my voice? Now, it's not going to be perfect. The technology isn't where it's 100% convincing. But there are applications there where instead of a reporter writing one story a day, you can now create 10 stories a day, and the reporter's role changes from one to creating content to basically overseeing that content. So short answer to your question, no, it's not going to replace your job, but there are a bunch of other people whose jobs I think it will replace.
All right. I want to take your take on what he just said, but first I want to get your thoughts on this.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what my fellow panelists have said. I don't think AI will fully replace our jobs as a fellow journalist. I think the human element is always going to be, journalists are always going to be needed to help us analyze the world and tell stories, and these are not things that AI can necessarily do. And, we can, use AI to help us to work more efficiently so that, we can, produce more stories a day. But, it still needs that human supervision to be able to really craft a beautiful story that's really going to move people, with our emotions. And I think, for example, when you can prompt the AI to say, oh, can you write a story about this? It's not coming up with the ideas. So we still need people to come up with these ideas to prompt the AI to help us to create content. So I think, it's about sort of working together with AI instead of, being scared of AI replacing us.
Because Mohammed is certainly concerned that it could happen in the near future. Now, a scientist here with us has just said that we should not be worried. But a journalist is worried. I wonder if you can convince him that he should not be worried based on data.
I didn't say don't worry. Let's just
for the
pause
record.
there. I said that the human element is important.
Okay.
And you spoke about what you do. In a moment, devaluing it as if there's no human element, we don't have to focus on we can forget the core bit that makes it important, right? Which is the human part.
Correct.
There is a whole lot of other stuff that all of us work on that honestly we wish we didn't need to. Having the idea, having the social interactions, those are where we shine. And then there's the small chores we have to do to execute on it. I call it thinking versus thunking. You have your brilliant idea, and then it's many, many hours of pushing yourself, like the previous panelists, the marathoners, pushing yourself to execute on it. Now, how we manage to step away from all that unpleasant, choresy stuff is we either hire assistants to help us out, human assistants, or we get tools that help us be better and more efficient so that we can focus on the parts of our jobs where we really do shine as people. And it's those pure execution parts that the tools help out with. I mean, think about it. If you wanted to write anything down a few thousand years ago, you would need clay tablets or papyrus. How would you get to writing? Someone would have to make that for you. Or you'd have to go figure out the papyrus yourself. You'd have to go make inks yourself. You wanted to be a painter, you would have to figure out how to create your own pigments. And the distance between your vision and the execution would just be spent on all this rather tedious stuff that there would be a whole economy around. Tools make that stuff better, faster, and it leaves the essential component for us to focus on. Those who are engaged specifically in things that a tool will enable. Let me start this again. A tool can make an individual much more efficient. any tool that we accept, that we use, its purpose is to make us better. If you have a tool that actually makes you worse at whatever you do, you're not going to use that tool. So every time that we develop tools, that is to increase the productivity and efficiency of an individual. And traditionally, we tend to prefer the tool when there are parts of our job that we don't enjoy, we don't want to use. If your entire job is doing things for people that are kind of not creative, are very far removed from the idea, are rote, if there's a lot of that piece to your work, then you might want to consider moving a little bit closer to the creation and creativity side of things.
Okay, I'll come to you, but let me actually put this question to you. So tools make our lives easier, no doubt about that. But in order for me to be able to use a tool, I need to learn how to use it. But if I don't learn how to use a tool, does that perhaps indicate that AI is going to outpace me? If I choose, okay, I'm not learning this tool, I don't want to.
No, so I think that's a misconception, and I think the way that you're framing the understanding of the way AI works is slightly different. Sometimes AI is like a scary word, right? Like AI is robots and Terminator, and it's just going to destroy the world. Machine learning is a little bit easier for people to accept, because really what you're doing is you're training algorithms and machine learning models to retrain themselves based on data sets that you provide. When you think of it that way, you understand how the efficiency is created. So I think that's a little bit easier. But going back to your previous point, can I indulge everybody in the audience? Can we do a small test?
Go for it.
So at Goodable, I mentioned that we've been able to replicate a large newsroom with very few people. We have an audio newscast that we do every day. We release it, I think, at 10 a.m. every morning, and it's just about the good things happening in the world. We took a random audio snippet of one of those newscasts, and I gave it to the tech team in the back. It's 20 seconds long, and I want them to play it, and then I'm going to ask the audience a question. Let's see if they can play it.
Okay, can we?
Welcome to Goodable Plus. I'm Dua, and we've got the world's most inspiring stories just for you. Coming up, archaeologists have found a 3,000-year-old artifact that's preserved so well it's still shining. Plus, scientists are using sound to bring coral reefs back to life, and results so far say it's working. But first...
So let me ask everybody in this audience a question. We have real people on our team, and we have people that are just avatars and not real. Raise your hand if you think that was a real person's voice. This was a random sample that we took.
Okay, I see 4 or... Okay.
Okay.
Let's say 10. 10 people have raised their hand.
No, well, there's more than that, but let's ask a different question. If you had that on your phone and you showed it to your parents or a sibling, and you said, hey, listen to this, do you think that they would say that that's a real voice? Now raise your hand if you think they would say that's a real voice. So that person, that voice doesn't exist. It's a voice that we trained off of one of our staff members. I think this touches on your point, where you have a tool that you can create that can recreate somebody's voice that's so realistic that I can have them say whatever I want them to say. So the original way that newsrooms worked was everybody would sit around in the morning and say, what are we going to cover today? And then they spend the rest of the day covering it.
Yeah.
We make that decision instantly. We create that script when we want to using AI, or we can even write it ourselves, and that voice is generated instantly. So now Dua, who's part of our staff, she used to be able to create 1 newscast a day. Now we can create 50, all from her voice. And that's what AI has allowed us to do.
So that involves risks, doesn't it? Because if anyone can replicate my voice, that means that it can be used for some illegal stuff as well. Kate, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think, first of all, to answer your question, it's about being sort of open to new technologies, right? The same way that we were sort of open to, social media, we were able to sort of move online. So, it's not necessarily being afraid of AI, but thinking about how it can, how we can use it to our advantages. But to go back to that point, I think it's really important, as journalists, for us to have to always go back to our standards, our ethical standards, because AI is not bound by the same standards, the ethical standards that we as journalists are. So it's it's not like necessarily we have to do a lot of changes. It's more just making sure that we apply these ethical standards to whenever we're using AI content. So, if we're, making, a story based on AI, generated by AI, or if we were having a reporter work on this story, what would we do as like a news organization? We would, want to make sure that we're verifying our facts, we're checking that, nothing's made up, and, everything is cross-referenced, and we have a good standing. If, things were to come into question, we can say we've done our due diligence, we have done all that we can to verify that these facts are true. And so it's really important that, as journalists, if we are using these tools, that we continue to hold ourselves to the same standard that we would if we were, having, a reporter do it, checking, and then, if we are generating content, it's also important to be, transparent about our processes. I think a lot of news organizations are currently in the process of coming up with a strategy for AI and generating content. So, we've all seen the photo of, Pope Francis going viral for his puffer jacket. Everyone thought it was a real thing. But, if we are using, obviously generative AI has so much potential for us to especially smaller newsrooms that can't afford, huge wire subscriptions, we can, generate stock images. But if we're using it and it's pertinent for the viewer to know that, this is not a real thing that has happened, then we want to make sure that we're transparent about that. So we want to say, this is the same way that we would if we used a stock photo to be this is used for illustrative purposes only. We could say, this is generated by AI to, help illustrate the story because we don't have any photos, or we are trying to protect the identity of this person because they may come under attack.
I want to push back a little bit on the gray area here, because I feel like there's a false dichotomy that's been proposed. This concept of, on the one hand, you get this totally AI-generated voice, and we have to be so transparent about when that's happening. On the other hand, there's presumably human process. Yet we all know, and we know this because we've existed as citizens for a while, and you know this as professionals, I know this as a citizen, that what you get from the newsroom is not the actual human interview. What about all the cutting with software tools that have happened to splice, to take out the ums, to take out the pauses?
But to that, if I may, but you do see the actual human being on the output, don't you? As opposed to AI, you might see a completely, artificial person there, which we have in some cases.
Sure, yes, you can put an identity or responsibility behind it, and similarly, you could say whoever is the person from whom this voice came might be, called to take responsibility for some of these voice samples. There could be legal cases where a voice is used without permission, etc. What I'm pointing out, though, is that all the stuff in between, which is tool-assisted and technology-assisted, which is already not the natural thing as it was captured, is already all out there. And photoshopped images, that's another one, right? Where did you get the picture? What else was in the background? What's hidden? What's cropped? What's cut? What's adjusted?
Right.
There is so much software adjusting, and we are used to it. We don't take it that seriously anymore, the way that people several generations might have, when it was just so difficult to capture any image or any sound at all. So what I'm saying is that there is already a spectrum of technological assistance to take someone's original journalism and create the final product.
Okay, I want to broaden the discussion a little bit here, and I would like to respond to that, but let me go to Mohammed first. So Mohammed, lately we are seeing a lot of efforts by governments to regulate AI. If I'm not mistaken, about a few days ago, the European Parliament passed a regulation on AI. It took 2 years for the European Parliament to come up with the definition of AI. It took them 2 years to define what is AI. So this is what I think as a journalist. Technology is not bounded by boundaries, right? So what applies to the EU may not apply to the rest of the world. So how would you navigate through that?
So first of all, AI has been around for way longer than we've been talking about. If you've used YouTube in the early days, there was a recommendation algorithm. That's basically AI. That's a way to say we're taking this data that you gave us and we're giving you this experience through that data. Yeah. So AI has been around a very long time. What we talk about now is AI just sort of broke through a barrier recently where it's called generative AI, which can now generate new things from perceivably scratch. for us it's Scratch, but really the people that design the models know it's not Scratch. It's just a massive data set that really captures, trillions and trillions of data points. And that's because the computing power that we have now has never been to this point where that computing power can now fit into your phone. Right? That's the reality, is that most phones actually have AI processing units built in them. Now, here's the problem with regulation. So when I grew up, it was before Netflix, which means I'm ancient, I'm very old. I went to Blockbuster Video when I wanted to rent a movie, and I had to go and rent a DVD. And what happened was, if I didn't want to spend $5 or $10, whatever it was, on renting a DVD, I would ask one of my friends if they had a bootleg DVD that was copied from somewhere, and I didn't have to pay, and I could just watch it. So what did Hollywood do? Hollywood tried to regulate this by saying, we will make the selling of bootleg DVDs illegal. And so what did I do? Every time I went on a trip to the Middle East, I'd come back with a massive suitcase of DVDs because I knew exactly where to get them from. Then the industry said, well, let's introduce technology to make copying DVDs that have Hollywood watermarks and stuff illegal, and they did. And what happened? It went online. And if you remember, there was this whole BitTorrent craze, which is about maybe 15 years ago. Everybody was downloading Game of Thrones using BitTorrent websites because they didn't want to subscribe to HBO. So they tried to regulate the industry.
They still do, I mean.
They still do. Like, please do not go and download illegal things. There's that statement that
we do not encourage that.
We especially not Ertugrul, which we all love, right? Let's presume that from the right source. But they found a way around it. And so, look, I think the EU can try to regulate whatever they say AI is, but it's not going to work. It just won't. People will find a way around it. And we talk about ethics because we're journalists. So we say we shouldn't create things that are false. Well, what about people that don't have those ethics? And what about journalists who don't have those ethics? Now you're opening up a Pandora's box, and this goes back to your point, right, which is the way that we experience reality fundamentally over the last thousands of years, but maybe more so over the last 20 or 30 years, has just changed completely. So before, in order to get to know you, I had to have tea with you. I had to sit with you and talk with you. I don't need to do that anymore because I can check your social media profiles. I can
But what if I'm a different person on social media? You would never get the real taste of it.
The truth is that most of us are not who we are on social media. Right?
Or
and we
at
all
tea.
know this.
Or at tea.
Or at tea, right? But the point is that the way human beings have interacted with each other for millennium has been sitting and talking, the personal-to-personal experience. And now the way that we experience reality is no longer that. And I think it's a profound statement with profound philosophical consequences for that. Because what it essentially means is that the way we function as human beings is changing. And that's a radical idea. And that, to me, that's terrifying. But it's also just the world that we live in.
Okay. And you wanted to respond to?
Oh, no, I mean, I agree that, there are a lot of, tools that are involved, and there's a lot of this, blurry area where people don't know how a story comes together. And I think, I'm not saying that we should, for every AI-generated piece of content, we have to say, we used AI to generate this specific word and this specific, I looked up, what is a synonym for this word, I think it's about because this is still a new area for us, so it's like for journalists and for media, so I think it's about, working it out as we sort of go along. And I think, we will eventually reach a stage where it's like that, where we don't have to say, oh, we used AI for this specific part. I think, and then, this whole new world that we are sort of, you're talking about, I think, yes, there are a lot of, people who don't have the same ethical standards as, certain journalists, but I think that's where, journalists sort of come in, right? That's what we're trying to do at Almost, which is my media outlet. We are trying to, help, people to parse through this information, to develop that media literacy, to be able to say, oh, this, piece of information is not real because X, Y, Z, so that, young people have these critical thinking skills to be able to make these decisions for themselves.
Okay, good point there. Now, you mentioned personalized, right? Let me pick up on that. So what I am seeing on my feed, what we are seeing on our social media feed is personalized stuff, right? Stuff that we want to see, movies that we want to watch. But in many ways, that is narrowing my world outlook because I'm only seeing stuff that I want to see, while there might be stuff out there that I should see, but I'm not. Can that be somehow solved? Or do you think this is something healthy in the longer run, if that makes sense?
So I'm actually pretty excited about this. Because these technologies, the new ones, particularly the generative AI technologies, will lead to personalization, individualization from the person's perspective more than ever. So traditional personalization still comes from somebody who's building this really big algorithm saying, here are the rules of how to react to things that a user does online, to what other users are doing, in order to create something that feels funneled and personalized to them, but it still comes from a kind of global set of rules. It's not like anybody sits down and goes, right, for you, Jaffer, this is how we're going to make the algorithm, this is what we're going to optimize for, and you get to set everything about it. We don't do that. There's not like a whole engineering team dedicated to you, and a whole engineering team to you, and a whole one for me. With generative tools, now more than ever, there is this possibility that you could actually specify your own rules and have them be implemented. In the same way as with these tools, you can expect things like a video game that is all your own settings that appeal to you. No one has to sit down and write all the storylines out for this video game, which doesn't make much economic sense to produce a whole video game per individual. With generative technology, you could start doing that, where the user is involved. Now, that said, we were having an interesting discussion before we came out with Mohammed about whether in a news setting, whether that control, which we have the potential to give people about what they want in news, like I very much would love to have control over just turning off the ability of news to show me like weird, gruesome, and irrelevant to my decision-making stuff, right? This like, what's it, if it bleeds, it leads, that concept. Like, I would love not to have to see news like that. But how do I tell a system, this is what I want, right? We have the potential to start being able to produce news like that. The discussion that we were having is whether people will step up to the kind of responsibility that they would need to take for control of that kind.
Yeah.
Because then that control is a big responsibility.
Here's where I get scared about AI. Like, I've spent a big part of my career going into war zones. It takes a lot to scare me. But here's where I get scared. I think we're living in a world right now where, previously there wasn't enough information. We didn't know what was happening around the world. Now we have the opposite problem where there's too much information. And so what we do is we rely on journalists or websites or your favorite blogger or whatever to take all this complicated stuff that's going around you and simplify into a way that I understand. So here are two facts that I'm going to present. They're both equally true. Recently, the President of the United States passed some law or something that forgave a limited amount of student debt. I'm Canadian. We think that's usually a pretty good thing, right? We're very kind of that way. But he did. Now, here's another fact. The President of the United States is also 80 years old and has fallen down multiple times in public. Both are true. Now, depending on where you are on the political spectrum, one fact will matter much more important, will have much more weight to you than the other. So if you don't like the president, the first thing that you'll think of is, this guy's 80 years old, he's too old, I don't like his policies, and he's not healthy, and he keeps falling down. But if you like the president, you're gonna say, wow, he just saved students hundreds of thousands of dollars on their tuition. Now, both are true. Now, the job of a journalist, as much as it's the most difficult job in the world on the editorial side, is we have to say which fact is more important. And the way that articles used to be written, when they had the old printing press, it would stamp a newspaper, it was called the inverted pyramid. And that's why the first paragraph of a story is the most important. And you know why? Because they had limited amount of paper that they could print on. And so they stamped on the plates all the text, but if it ran too long, they would just rip off the plate and keep the first half. It was called inverted pyramid, and journalists still think that today. So what's the most important thing? Give it to them off the top, and the details we'll sort of leave at the end of the story. But those details now are no longer hidden. Those details are now open to everybody. And depending on what your background is, what your beliefs are, your religion, your ideology, all of those things, you're gonna say, hey, wait a minute, you buried that at the bottom of the story, or you didn't even include that in the story. Why would you do that? Because to me, that was the most important part of the story. And this is where I worry, because I don't know how AI solves this problem other than potentially exacerbating those divisions that already exist. Because you'll have one AI model that feeds people one perspective of the world, and you'll have another AI model that feeds people a different perspective, and people will just subscribe to whatever model they feel fits their worldview. And so rather than bringing people together, which hopefully journalism still tries to do, you're going to have systems that use technology that actually bring people further apart, and that's where I get worried.
Okay, well, see, I'm not a scientist. Perhaps I can ask you, can't we have just one unique model of AI?
Of AI or an AI model?
An AI.
So in this particular circumstance, I'm hearing you, but I'm thinking at the same time, I could, as a user, if I wanted to abdicate my responsibility and I don't want to actually specify precisely how I want my news for decision making, nothing robs me of being able to say, hey, there's this one journalist I trust, and there's this other journalist I trust. If it's blessed by them, then I want it, otherwise I don't.
Yeah. And I think
Okay,
that's
that
the
makes sense,
answer.
yeah.
That's part of the answer is we used to trust news organizations. And I think that's been eroded a lot. Rightly or wrongly, it's been eroded a lot. And so now the trust is shifting more towards individuals. And if you look at the statistics, most young people today, their first source of news is their favorite YouTube creator or influencer. They're not going to the New York Times, they're not going to the BBC, they're going to somebody that they get makeup tutorials from or something on YouTube to tell them about the world. And I think that will continue. And people will just transfer their trust from big brands to individual people and say, well, I trust this person. You know, I trust Cassie because I've seen her stories and I've seen her content and I think it's really valuable and I feel comfortable with her. And so the relationship will change to a more personal level.
Okay.
And it'll even change towards AI because as, you know, we talk about open AI, but the reality is they're just the first. There are going to be other models that are trained that will come up and spring up, and maybe they'll be trained on different data sets and they'll give you different outputs. And people will just say, well, you know what? I trust AI, or I trust whatever the next AI thing is,
Okay.
and people will trust in different ways.
Interesting point. So, Cassie, if trust in news organizations is going down, do you see a possible way where AI can be used to reinforce or perhaps increase that trust?
Yeah, I mean, I think AI has the potential and the power to be able to help us to, solve a lot of these problems. And I think like journalists could totally be really involved in this process because we have, when we're talking about AI, we have to be conscious that AI itself is built on data that is potentially has biases itself as well. I think there's like this viral thread where someone asked ChatGPT, they were like, name 10 philosophers, and then they were all men. And so they were like, why are there no women? And then they were like, oh, I'm sorry, here is, 10 women philosophers. Why are there no non-Western philosophers? And so I think it's really important that we pay attention to these biases that exist not only in ourselves, but also in AI. And then sort of being able to work with technology companies to be able to build responsible AI systems that will help us to bring help to bring people closer to the types of content that they love, but do it in an ethical way where we don't risk people falling into these echo chambers and filter bubbles where they just get more narrow in terms of their mindsets. And I think journalism does still have a very important role to play in that. We do have the data, as I was going to say, we have the data, the text-based data that could be used for creating AI, and we also have the ethical principles, for producing ethical and good AI. So I do believe that journalists have a really important role to sort of play to work with technology companies to make sure that we can work together to make AI that will recommend things that people will be able to make good decisions from and to sort of help better the world and continue to sort of highlight these like diverse and sort of underrepresented voices so that we counter these, I guess, the echo chambers that could potentially form and counter the biases that already exist.
Okay, so you believe that the outlook of AI going forward is quite positive. Cassie, is that where we're headed?
I have a positive outlook too, but I want to talk about this whole bias thing, because I heard you say possibly might have bias. Let me just cut right to it. A neat trick, if you ever want to see if somebody really has worked in data for a long time or if they're a total poser, is that people who have worked in data do not pronounce it like it has a capital D. It's not magic that's objective and has got mathematics in it.
Okay.
Data is collected by people. Think of this as a bunch of textbooks. Textbooks could have all kinds of authors. They could have terrible, bigoted authors. They could have incompetent authors. You used to have people thinking just because it made it into a book, it had to be true because there were so few books and it was so curated. And then when anybody could get anything published, all of a sudden we laugh. Oh, you know, it's written in a book, it must be true. Tee hee ha ha, what kind of idiot would think that? Well, similarly, people who work in data have that approach to data. Oh, it's in the data, it must be true. No, how silly, it's exactly the same thing. All kinds of stuff is in data. And the way, a nice mental model to have for data is it's stuff that people thought was a good idea to collect. Like a big storage locker full of stuff, or a museum full of stuff, maybe with some curation. We never go in to look at the objects in a storage locker or in a museum thinking this is free of humans, this is free of human judgment, this is free of the cultural norms of the time that these objects come from. Well, similarly, data will be reflecting very much our values, our time, and yes, one of the wonderful things about data is that it lets us learn from our past. One of the terrible things about data is that it keeps us stuck in our past. Because if our culture and values change, then we'll keep reinforcing, if we're using that data to automate into the future, we'll keep reusing lessons that we wish we had thrown away. So I'm very positive about how much better the world could be when we're able to automate using patterns in data. We already are. There's so many great things that come out of that. There's so many, you know, diseases as yet uncured. There's so many inefficiencies as yet unsolved. But any idea about data as this objective, magical thing that just, you know, is better than us somehow is some nonsense.
Okay.
This is our collection of storage locker of stuff that may or may not be useful.
Okay, let me actually ask the audience. Raise your hands if you think AI is going to take over the human race. Well, not many. So the majority. Okay, well, they're quite. How would you respond to that?
I'm half, but here's what gives me hope. I think a large part of the world comes from a background where you believe that you're more than just your mind, that you have a soul. And a lot of people here in this audience would probably believe the same thing, that there's something inside of human beings where you have a soul. And that soul has the innate ability or gift or blessing, whatever you call it, to distinguish right from wrong. And I think the danger is in outsourcing that fundamental human thing of what's right and what's wrong, what's real and what's not, to some sort of technology. That's very dangerous. But as long as human beings keep being human beings and understand that we have an ability to discern what's right and what's wrong, and we make those decisions ourselves, and we just don't let technology models make decisions for us, then I think we're fine.
I have to jump in. I really must. If there is something that I believe is quite a big danger socially of these technologies, it's that we have permitted ourselves to be taken in by science fiction. This needs to end. AI, stop letting it stand for artificial intelligence like robots and all that. Think of it as augmented individuals or automated inspiration, some other thing that reminds us that what we are actually doing here is we are getting tasks automated by using patterns in data. This means that somebody at the start of this process, some leader, says it's a good idea to get that thing automated in that way, and here's the textbook data set that you should learn from. Those are all completely subjective decisions, and we should stop allowing this technology to be faceless by saying, oh, it's mathematics, it's some robots, it's free of humans, and start seeing that there are some people on the other end who said, optimize this objective, on that data set, go. Because those are the two lines that any AI system boils down into. All that code you used to write to get a task automated, now it's just, what's your objective, what's your data set, okay, go. So, when you say a system or technology makes decisions for you, you should instead say, some people who may or may not have given it adequate thought allowed their decision-making for your process to be automated this way. Is that a good idea? Sometimes. Sometimes no.
All right. I would have to give you the last word here because unfortunately we are out of time. Cassie, Mohammed, thank you very much. And more importantly, thanks to you guys for being here with us today. And now it's time for a lunch break. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. While you enjoy your lunch, please do not forget that we will be back in 35 minutes. Please do be on time. Thank you very much. Lunch break will be 35 minutes. We'll be back here by 2 p.m. Thanks very much.
Esteemed participants, welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed your meal. Please don't forget to share your posts and stories on social media with hashtag #NextByTheatreWorldForum and hashtag #WhatIsNext. So far, too much has been said and too much has been discussed on diverse subjects, but this time we'll be hitting our road differently. Before turning our direction to travel, let's watch the session video. Now, I kindly leave the floor to a traveler and social media influencer. Please welcome Mohammed Al-Salini. Let me invite him once again to the stage. Yes. We'll be starting very soon. We are very excited for this session. It will be very lovely to hear my guest's insights from Traveler. He is a social media influencer. Duyuyorum. Evet. Now, I'll leave my floor to a traveler and social media influencer. He'll be talking about Traveler, and it will be our pleasure to hear his insights about it. Please welcome Mohammed Al-Salini.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you here today. Thank you for coming. My name is Mohammed Al-Salini. 8 years ago, I have graduated civil engineering, master's degree actually in construction management. And I would like to share with you some of my favorite projects since then. In here, you see me in a tuk-tuk, known as rickshaw in Sri Lanka. I wasn't riding, I was driving actually. Here I was taking a break from a project in Mexico. As a civil engineer, you have to keep in style sometimes, you know. And this is, of course, not child labor. They're just visiting the construction site. In here, I am with my colleagues, fellow civil engineers in Nepal. On this one, it was in one of my favorite projects. Countries. It was Uzbekistan. In here, another construction project in Mauritania. Sometimes you have some visitors on the field. So I'm gonna tell you a secret. I actually have shifted my career path from civil engineering. I really love it, I like it. This is why I did it in the first place. But then I realized that I have another passion, which is travel. I wanted to discover the world, and to share my experiences with the people who are willing to watch these videos which I am making. So I started a YouTube channel named Rohalista, and I did not know that I will reach to the point that I will have around 4 million subscribers across the social media platforms. It's very overwhelming for me, but in the same time, it's a blessing. And it's not just me. There's a lot of other travel content creators sharing their experiences, especially the ones that are creating meaningful content. As today we are talking about travel, I want to ask you something. How many of you are using Google Maps when they want to select a restaurant for food? I'm also guilty of this. Today, such applications like Google Maps, for example, they influence our decision, where to eat, where to go out, to hang out with our friends. That's insane. Also, we have couch surfing. On the other hand, while you travel, you can use such a platform from your phone to connect with locals. It connects locals with travelers, so you can have a local experience that 30 years ago, this was not possible to do it in such an easy and smooth way. And it's for free. Also, we have Airbnb experiences. To have a paid experience, which is beyond, sometimes it's beyond what the tourist attractions offers you. For example, you can have, if you are traveling in India, let's say, you can have an experience with locals. They can explain something like cremation to you in their holiest city, Varanasi. Or if you are in Italy, you can have a local Italian person that can teach you in their home how to make the best Italian pasta in Napoli, for example. Or if you are traveling in Athena, you can use this app, Airbnb Experiences, to have a local that takes you to all these nice hidden gems, which they are not on the tourist radar usually. There are a lot of applications like those and more that influence our decisions right now. But we will have more in the future, this is for sure. I want to ask you a question. I'm going to show you 2 photos of 2 different practices that tourists do usually when they travel. It's animal related, and I want to ask you which one of these do you think is harmful to the animal? The first one is elephant back riding. It's usually available in Asia. And this one is swimming with whale sharks. Think for a second, which one do you think is harmful to the animal? First? I'm hearing more saying first. Actually, it's both. The second one, which doesn't look very harmful to the animal, maybe to the person if it's a dangerous whale, but actually it's harmful because in order for the whale shark to come to you as a traveler in the sea, the agency provider, they are feeding them, they are making them used to be fed, and when they swim with you, they get treated with this food. So it changes their natural behavior and get them used to be fed, which is, they are not meant to be like this. While for the elephant, it's worse, because these elephants, in order for them to be willing to take tourists on their backs, they go through a process of torturing, or they call it training, which actually breaks their souls for them in order to be willing to take you on their back. And they cannot recover from that. Also, it hurts their spines. Yeah, the elephant looks like a big animal, but it's not meant to take passengers on their back. In 2017, when I went to Thailand, actually, I was really excited to have an experience with elephants. And when I was looking what's available, I found that I can have this ride on the back of an elephant. But when I was hanging out in a hostel, I was having this discussion with other travelers, and they told me about how harmful it is. So I was like, wow, no, I'm definitely not doing this. Then I found something else different, which you can do, which is to go to a sanctuary where they have those elephants. Mostly they are rescued, and you can feed them their actual food, and you can have mud bath with them. They really enjoy it. And then you can swim with them in the river. That was amazing. There's a lot of controversial travel experiences available around the world. But with time, people are starting to be more conscious about it, especially with those travelers who are raising awareness about this, either by making posts on their blogs, or by making videos, or by posting on Facebook groups. Some of them are doing this simply by socializing in those hostels. The travel industry is evolving very fast. Each day we have more access to more information, more knowledge, and more technology, of course. Speaking on technology, we can't don't speak about the AI, the artificial intelligence, and what it's going to bring to us in the travel industry. Of course, it's still in its early stages, but definitely for sure we can say that it's going to influence the travel decisions. This is one of the potential impacts that it's going to have. It's already happening, by the way. Right now, there are a lot of apps which they started to influence the traveler decisions, where you can decide where to go based on your interests and other criteria. But it's not that good yet. It's in its early stages. In the future, it will definitely have a bigger role. Me personally, I don't like to plan every time. Sometimes I like to, let's say, as they say, like to go with the flow. Sometimes most of my best travel experiences were unplanned, and it was when I went off my plan. For example, when I wanted to go to Georgia in 2018, my visa got refused, and I really wanted to travel, so I was looking for the next other option, and I found a flight to Ethiopia. It was soon, so I went on that flight to Ethiopia, and it was my best experience ever in that year, which was totally unplanned. But definitely, also with the future, with AI, I'm sure that this knowledge will be amazing. We will have a lot more things on our plate. I mean, imagine when you are planning your trip and you have, let's say, 1 month per year as a vacation. This time, I mean, with this short time that you have, you can have more efficient program just because of an application that you have on your phone that can give you customized itineraries for you, for your taste, for the time constraint you have, and it's up to date. It's actually up to date with what's going on in these countries, specifically made for you, depending on what are you interested in and on your budget also. Speaking on budget, how many of you did notice that after COVID, the travel prices has increased? It increased like crazy. Everything has increased, the services, and the accommodation increased more also. Which increased the most was the flights. Yesterday, I was having a discussion with a fellow speaker, and she's from the US. She told me that some flights right now, like in the US, it cost $900, $1,000 within the US, from one city to another, $1,000. Travel right now is the most expensive, as it never was like this before. in its history. Which means, unfortunately, this is theoretical, of course, we still don't know, but it might affect, it will make people travel less, unfortunately. But in the same time, it will make people travel differently. People will consider to travel more in a different way. Maybe backpacking style. It will be more popular, which is good. It will allow people to live different experiences, not as much as a tourist, but maybe as a local sometimes. But in the future, I see it to continue that travel influencers will continue as we notice right now to influence people's decision. The social media will still be very important. I mean, when you see such a photo, how can you resist going to Amalfi Coast and have this brunch? Or in Cappadocia, all of us saw these kind of pictures in Cappadocia with the beautiful sunrise. I think it will continue to influence our travel decisions. But the more important thing is those who are creating content, which is also deep, not just about the destinations, but about culture, about how different people are in different parts of the world, how diverse are we, because such content promotes positivity, and I think the things that we suffer from around the world, such as the hate speech, such as the negativity, always comes from ignorance. Because the more we know each other, the more you know the other side, the more you will be tolerant, the more that will peace be around the world. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Mohammed Al-Salini was with us. I would like to thank him for this inspiring speech, and it was a big pleasure to have you here. And now it's time to talk more about climate crisis and global threats. To moderate this session, I kindly leave the floor to my colleague, Regan Devine.
Testing, testing, 1, 2. Hi, everyone. My name is Regan Devine. I am the producer and host of TRT World's climate change series called Just 2 Degrees. Check us out on YouTube when you get a chance, all right? So over the past week, we've been seeing a lot of weird news about extremely hot temperatures in the UK, in the southern hemisphere. Across the world, we're seeing hotter and hotter temperatures, stronger storms, records are being broken every 5 minutes, it seems. And you have to wonder how that makes you feel. How does it make you act and react to the world around you? Do you care about what's happening with the world? Are you getting numb to all the news? Is the news coming too much at you? Are you losing interest in the climate crisis? We are going to talk about how the climate crisis makes you feel today. It's something called climate anxiety. Quite a few people face it and feel it and respond in different ways. We'll have 4 very interesting persons to speak with us today. They each have a unique perspective on this issue. They run different organizations. They do similar things. They're all environmentalists in their own way, and they all do care about the climate, and I hope you do too, all right? Before we start, let's just look at this video. Video, guys? Kind of scary stuff if you think about it. The climate crisis, what's going to happen in 10 years, 20 years? 50 years, what's going to happen to our kids if we do decide on having kids? Many of us want kids. So firstly, to the stage, I'd like to invite Clover Hogan. She's a climate activist and founder and executive director of Force of Nature. Please have a seat anywhere. Great music. Next up, we have Wawa Gatheru. She's the founder and executive director of Black Girl Environmentalist. Nice to see you. All right, next we have Sheifunmi Adebote. He is an environmentalist and host of Climate Talk podcast. And last but not least, we have Reem Al-Safar. She is the Media Group Director of Earth Uprising International. Okay, let's get to this. Who here is extremely afraid of what's to come? Why? Let's start with you.
So, I think why the climate crisis is huge. It's overwhelming. But I think one of the biggest misconceptions about climate anxiety is that it stems from the enormity of the challenge, when in fact what we've learned at Force of Nature by researching and talking to thousands of young people around the world is that their anxiety and feelings of powerlessness stem from inaction in the face of the climate crisis. So it's looking to the people in elected positions of power, whether it's politicians or business leaders, and seeing this continued denial, seeing this sleepwalking even as the science tells us we're hurtling toward this cliff of climate collapse. So it's very easy as a young person who's going to inherit the worst impacts of the climate crisis to feel a great sense of despair and anxiety.
So you're suggesting there is still hope. We'll come back to that in a minute. Wawa, why are you afraid?
Oh my goodness, why am I afraid? The reality is that young people around the world, we are experiencing so many different compounded crises. The ecological breakdown that we're seeing with the climate crisis, which is a circumstance that we did not make happen. We were born into it. And if we actually look at who are the focal culprits, it actually wasn't our families, it wasn't our grandparents or parents. So there's a lot of guilt around feeling as though there is this big issue, we didn't cause it, but I don't know how to participate and figure out how to deal with it. But also all these other crises that we're experiencing. You know, once in a lifetime pandemic that's still happening. Economic breakdown, people are struggling to live a life beyond survival. And as a young person, that makes me really fearful because I don't have a future that is certain. It's hard for me to make plans about what I want to do with my future. It's hard for me to even think about if I want to start a family one day. However, it's really important to really lean into that hope that you were talking about, that radical hope to not just sit in the despair, but to actually think about this moment and say, the climate crisis actually presents us this very unique opportunity, an opportunity to lean into radical imagination and dream up a world better than anyone that's ever been in existence.
All right, we'll get to that hope, as I said. Reem, on a scale of 1 to 10, how nervous are you about the climate crisis?
I don't think I can exactly put that number on a scale because I do have very conflicting feelings about it. If I was so nervous, let's say if my nervousness, my anxiety was at a 10, that means that I have lost hope. And that means that there's no solution. And I don't believe that. I believe that we should definitely reject the sentiment of climate doomism because that stagnates us, that stagnates progress. And that means that we would lose hope. And that is obviously, what we're all about. We're here because we believe we can do something about it. We're here because we believe that it is a solvable issue. And I personally don't like to call it the climate crisis. It's the human crisis because we are causing it and we need to solve it, definitely.
Before we continue, Shay, are you afraid?
No.
Why not?
If I operate from a place of fear, then there's little I can do. So I'm not afraid. I'm empowered by the process.
So then let's start with you in terms of this hope you all feel. Scientists say that on our current trajectory, there is just no preventing the world from rising above 1.5 degrees, possibly 2 degrees, possibly 3 degrees Celsius. But you think, and all of you seem to share this hope that this can be fixed. Where does this hope stem from? What do you think can be done?
Where does it stems from? Well, I come from Nigeria. I've seen probably the worst of climate affecting the people. Just recently, 1.5 million people were displaced. We've lost, I think, about $9 billion from food loss because of increase in temperature and all of this. So I'm really concerned, but am I anxious? Do I think I should be fearful? No, I have seen stories of young people that are doing something. It could be pocket of these things, very small, here, pocket here, pocket here. But seeing these things, the originality of these things, the contextuality of these things, make me feel like this is just a fraction of what is really possible when young people like us come together to address the problem.
These are beautiful words, I have to say. But there is still a crisis, whether you don't like calling it a climate crisis. There is still a situation that we're so far down the well in that many people just don't have the answers to fixing, particularly when there are huge corporations that more or less run the planet. Their greed is pushing us toward a state of affairs that we just can't pull ourselves from. So what hope is there? Reem?
So as a young person, as a woman, a scientist, and as someone who has worked in both policy and in organizing in community work, I have gone through lots of ups and downs in my beliefs on what the solution is. And then in the end, I reached the solution that there's no one solution. Policy change is very important because that means it's a structural change. You need to put good foundations for the world to run on a better system, but also you need community action. And I'm not going to say individual action, but individual action does lead to community action. So, for example, we live in a different world right now from 2-3 decades ago. Raising awareness has never been easier. The issue we have right now is not raising awareness, it's directing that awareness towards implementable and positive action. So that is what we are doing here today. It's trying to use our knowledge, trying to get our experiences and share them with other young people, to have them join us. Because many young people feel lost. It's not that they don't want to do anything about it, it's just that they don't know what to do. And we definitely can do that together.
All right, so community contributions, awareness might be part of the solution. Clover, do you think everyone here completely understands the gravity of the situation enough that we stop doing those things that we need to stop doing?
Absolutely. I think awareness is higher than it ever has been before, and you don't have to explain to people primarily in the global south living on the front lines of the climate crisis that the crisis is happening. This is not something happening in 30, 40 years' time. Like, this is the lived experience of tens of millions of people around the world. But I do think a lot of the rhetoric of what change looks like is really misguided. You know, we have to acknowledge where we're coming from. The fossil fuel industry, companies like ExxonMobil funneled billions of dollars into climate misinformation in the early 80s. They then employed methods of delay. How do we get governments making commitments scheduled so far into the future that they require no immediate action? One of their more recent tools is deception. How do we place responsibility, not with us, the corporations, but with individuals? Taking a leaf out of the tobacco industry, of beverage industry, of guns. You know, how do we put shame with the individual, guilt with the individual, so that we get off the hook? You know, a great example of this is BP, British Petroleum, which promptly rebranded to Beyond Petroleum, creating the carbon footprint calculator. It was an ingenious marketing ploy to shine attention on you for how long you shower, which light bulbs you use, whether you fly, and deflect attention from themselves. And so still much of the rhetoric at the center of climate solutions is focused on what are the incremental lifestyle changes we need to make, as opposed to what are the systemic changes that are needed. Now, coming out of COP26 in Glasgow, it was decided that we needed a 45% reduction in global emissions over 10 years. Do you want to guess what percentage of emissions we're on track for?
0?
So we're on track for 1% of a reduction
Close
in
enough.
emissions. And that's based on commitments. That's not based on actions. That's simply what governments say they're going to do. So governments, business, essentially systems of power must fundamentally change if we're to solve this crisis. And that is the message that we need to communicate to people. It's not about changing your lifestyle, although that can be important from a values perspective. It's how do we mobilize people, taking a leaf out of the book of the civil rights movement, the suffragettes, the Stonewall Uprising. How do we come together in collective, acknowledging that the people who continue to benefit and privilege from this system of inequality are not going to give that power up. The power has to come from the people.
Wawa, you work with marginalized communities where you are. You try to empower them in terms of climate issues, environmental issues. What challenges do you face with people who already have issues that they're dealing with? Poverty, discrimination, racism, the list goes on. Do they care about the climate?
Yes. So the immediate answer for that last question is yes. People that are experiencing the forefront of the climate crisis do care. In regards to polling in the United States, people of color actually care about the climate crisis more. We are more likely to want to vote on climate, are more likely to want to get involved. But like you said, we are experiencing the brunt of so many different crises at the same time. And I think a lot of this, and especially what you were just talking about, Clover, in regards to this narrative around individual versus corporations and pointing blame, there really is a narrative crisis that exists in the climate and environmental movement. And this narrative crisis has really made it hard for people to begin to connect the dots between how issues, for example, the Black maternal health crisis, how that relates to the climate crisis, how issues regarding food justice and food sovereignty relate to the climate crisis. So people do care, but oftentimes I think the ways that we understand and talk about climate issues can be very siloed, and eco-anxiety is one of them. You know, whenever I talk to friends or family that are in Kenya or elsewhere, and, you know, I say, you know, I'm experiencing eco-anxiety, sometimes people are like, what are you talking about? Like, what is eco-anxiety? But when I begin to discuss the dynamics of what I'm experiencing, people are like, yeah, I definitely experienced that. I'm experiencing a drought, I'm experiencing XYZ, but I didn't have that specific language. So I think what we really need to work towards from a movement perspective is how do we broaden our narrative? How do we include frontline people in the ways that we talk about these dynamics? And how do we also understand that eco-anxiety is, yes, this individual experience that we can have, but it's also a pathway for us to lean into community. I think oftentimes people experience eco-anxiety and they're like, I'm crazy. These emotions are ones that I shouldn't be feeling. There's a lot of guilt around feeling hopeless, anger. And the reality is that it's very emotionally intelligent response to an unnatural circumstance happening in our world. And one of the things that we actually need to move into is understanding that we all are experiencing eco-anxiety. How do we harness these emotions to really lean into community and use that as a tool to really solve the biggest issue of all time?
Let's get into how people have been responding. I mean, on a nearly daily basis, we get images of people protesting mostly in the global north, Europe, the US. Shay, you were from Nigeria, as you pointed out. You really don't see people protesting on the African continent. I'm not too sure about Nigeria specifically, but how are people there expressing what they want in terms of their government response to the fossil fuel industry? Are they protesting? Are they afraid to?
Interesting question. So maybe a popular example that many people know is the Friday for Future. And you get people out of school on Fridays because you want to make a statement. But that's in a place where school is a luxury. Like, you are compelled to go to school. The system allows you to go to school. Not in a place where education is a luxury in this case, yes. Not in a place where education is for the privileged. And if you get to school at all, if there is no flood and you have access to school, if your parents do not lack access to water and send you to go fetch water some miles away and you cannot go to school, then you get into the classroom. It's something to be treasured.
Yeah.
So would you listen to someone saying, let's go on the street and protest? You say, no, I want to learn. And that's why some models that work in the US, respectfully, will not work in places like some parts of Africa, because our problems are different, our contexts are different. But that does not mean we're not doing anything. For instance, some years ago, I got really appalled with waste all over the place. And I said, you know what? I just want to go around and pick that trash. And what did that lead into? A movement that has gone across 20 states across Nigeria, out of 36 states. And it was because the former Minister of Environment thought it was quite interesting. And she made it to it. Yes, let's pick that trash. And people were like, yes, I want to pick that trash. And they were empowered. And we went from state to state, location to locations. Every Saturdays, we were just going to pick trash and empowering people. But it did not stop there. We thought it's not enough to pick trash on a Saturday, and you're going to work on a Monday, and the whole place is littered. So we said there needs to be a policy change. And we began to engage the government. We began to question, like you said, the systems, the likes of Coca-Cola, the likes of Nestle, and say, hey, we pick your bottles from the street every now and then. What are you going to do about it? I've been studying in Sweden, and I compare 2 bottles of Coca-Cola. One has this QR code where you take it to a system, and you get some cash. Not in Nigeria. It's just there, just a waste. Deal with it. We don't care. And that's the question we must ask. Companies like Coca-Cola, companies like Nestle, like Unilever, you should care about this thing. It's injustice. You talked a lot about inequality. Why would you design a system or have QR codes on bottles in places in the Nordics, but you will not do that in Africa? But it stems back to the question of infrastructure. Are there the infrastructures to allow this to work? And this is where we must also question our governments. We cannot exempt the role of the governments. And recently, I've been working a lot with policies, like most of you. I've been to the Conference of Parties, COP, for like the last 2-3 years. And I have seen how political these conversations could be. But I still believe that given what we have, it is still the only way to go. And the inclusion of young people is what can change. It is what can make policies work. And I'm excited with the recent climate youth negotiation programs. I'm excited with programs like the Climate Innovation Hub that we're doing in Nigeria, and how this has been not only shaping policies, but also bringing about new solutions.
You raised a lot of issues there, including poverty and how inequality prevents people from reacting how they should. Reem, you work a lot with women's issues. Do you find that in some parts of the world that women have, say, less power, less capabilities in dealing with the climate crisis or contributing to solutions?
Definitely. Being a woman in one part of the world can be a privilege over another. So I work mainly within the Middle East and North Africa. And not just from the perspective of women, but also from a people's perspective, where this region has gone through so many conflicts. And with conflict, you see all of these other issues. You see societal injustices, including gender issues as well. So when I was first starting off with trying to come up with an idea, like, what can we do? Because Shay, you said the same thing. activism in the West does not look like activism in Africa, and it doesn't look like activism in the Middle East and North Africa either, because our historical, political, socioeconomic contexts are very different. And up till now, all you see in the media is mostly a Eurocentric lens to activism, and that is what we see being hailed. And so us as young people from those regions, we felt powerless because we didn't know what to do, because what is shown to us, this is what activism looks like. And that is not doable where we are. I can't go outside and protest. I can't, and even if I did, people will look at me and tell me, are you joking? People were, my brother, my cousin died in that war. We have water issues, droughts. We don't have electricity. So when you're trying to approach communities such as these, first of all, you have to speak their language, literally and figuratively. And by speaking their language, you have to show them that everything is interconnected. It's not just the climate crisis and then conflict, it's interconnected. By trying to find solutions for the climate crisis, you will find solutions for everything else in society. You'll find solutions for the water crisis, and for injustice as well, like social injustice as well. And so something that I was proud of to do with my colleagues from my region is that we felt like we were pioneering what activism means in our region, because it is a very young movement. I would say the MENA region is one of the latest regions to be engaged, because we have been sort of like pushed away and pushed off with everything that's going on in our countries. And so when we're just starting, we are trying to set that example of like, what can you do in this region? What does it look like? If you can't go outside and protest, what else can you do? There's so much that you can do. Community action. Sometimes people will think reaching out to your policymakers will not work, but definitely try it. I have tried it, and it has worked to an extent. One issue, though, is there is a disconnect between young people and their governments, and there's a loss of faith of people in their governments as well. And that is why it is a very natural response to not even think about the government doing anything. And that is a natural response to focus on grassroots work. For example, I had to gain international recognition for anyone from my government to even contact me. If it wasn't for that, I probably wouldn't have been able to even join the Iraqi youth delegation to COP. So what does that tell you? When I had to go outside, speak at different countries, different conferences, to be able to do my own local work, it tells you that there is a gap. It's a very significant gap. There's a gap in opportunities, there's a gap in communications, and we need to bridge that gap.
All right, so Reem raised an important point that activism, climate activism, just might be a luxury in some places. Clover, in the global north, it seems to be a luxury. Some people go out into the streets, they block traffic. They go to art shows. I can't really say that they deface art because this art is covered in glass. They're not damaged. But they do startling things to get attention and to get people to take notice. Are they going too far?
Absolutely not.
You want to see more?
I mean, again, referring back to every movement that has come before us, the reason why we have the right to vote as women in the UK is because of the women's liberation movement and the suffragettes. Now, what people like to forget is the fact that, the suffragettes literally threw themselves in front of horses. They committed suicide. They planted bombs. They engaged in very direct action in order to fight for what was right. And I think we have to dismantle this idea that, the oppressors are going to liberate the oppressed. It wasn't slave owners that facilitated the civil rights movement. It wasn't police who facilitated queer rights, So it is the people who are on the direct front lines and who understand the climate crisis. And I think for so many young people engaged in direct action in the UK, they participate because they know that that in and of itself is a privilege. You know, I have many friends in the Global South who can't participate in protests without fear for their safety. You know, a friend, Elizabeth Watuti, is an amazing climate justice activist. She's had a gun held to her head for protesting in her country, right? And even now, our government in the UK, where we seemingly have the right to protest, they're cracking down on that freedom, right? They're cracking down on our democratic right. So now it's illegal in the UK at times to even hold a sign, to wear a t-shirt that is critical of the system. You can go to jail for 10 plus years. I've had friends go to jail for gluing themselves to the sidewalk. And so, you know, they're cracking down, and there's this mounting kind of feeling of despair because people don't know what else to do, you know, and so they're willing to kind of put their lives and their freedom on the line so that other people don't have to, you know. And we have to acknowledge space in this conversation for the environmental defenders around the world who have sacrificed their lives so that we can have this conversation and so that we can carry forward this movement.
You know, while in the US, you guys seem to be true leaders when it comes to climate activism. Activists in the US are so powerful, they almost influence policy. The Biden administration has been listening really closely to what people are saying. He's included hundreds of millions of dollars in climate policy. What do you think the rest of the world can learn in terms of how powerful going out into the streets actually is for the climate issue?
Yeah, you know, I would have to say as well, a lot of these issues that are happening in the UK in regards to folks not having the right to protest in the way that I think the world assumes we can, are happening in the United States as well. Right now, there are tons of discrepancies, particularly when Black, Brown, and Indigenous people congregate and come together in the streets versus a lot of white climate activists. So it's interesting when we think about how climate activism looks in the United States, you don't often see people that look like me at the forefront of the conversations, oftentimes because a lot of the methods of direct action, for example, Extinction Rebellion, a lot of the direct action that had allowed them to become popular were not very accessible to Black and brown folks that unfortunately cannot come face to face with police in the same exact way for fear of our life. And, you know, in the United States, in regards to the ways in which climate activists have been able to influence policy and even make our way up to influencing our president, I think it's an incredible thing to have been a part of and to watch, but I think it's so important for us to understand that this moment that we find ourselves in is not a siloed one, right? We are quite literally leaning on the generational birthright that is youth activism. So much of the work that I do and the work that a lot of us environmental justice scholar activists and advocates in the United States are relying on is the history of the civil rights movement, is the history of Black maternal, grandmothers and mothers that were at the forefront of the civil rights movement and really taking to the streets to ensure that they could provide for a future better than the one that they experienced. And I think what the world needs to do is really listen to Black and Indigenous mothers and matriarchs that know what it's like to fight for a tomorrow that isn't promised. And what's really important is to understand that the climate crisis, Mariana Elise Hegler talks about this all the time, but the climate crisis is not our first existential threat, right? It's the biggest existential threat that we've ever experienced, right? It's the biggest threat to our planet, all of the ecosystems and humans and non-human species, but it's not the first time people have had to fight for their lives before. The end of the world has happened for so many groups of people from all over the world, and that's why actually we need to turn our attention to frontline communities, because frontline communities around the world in the global south, in the global north, are the ones that are creating climate solutions as a means of survival, know what it means to fight for a better future, to make something out of nothing. And that's why when we talk about eco-anxiety, when we talk about climate change, when we talk about all these intersecting issues, we need to be at the forefront because we truly already have the tools. And as everyone's scrambling to figure out what to do, so many folks are saying we actually don't have to reinvent the wheel. We need to utilize the tools that we already have and adapt them to a new challenge that we find ourselves in.
All right, let's help the audience understand how they can themselves contribute. I mean, if you look around at anyone, you might see a lot of plastic on that person. You might see things happening that goes against the climate crisis or actually works in favor of the climate crisis. I'm going to ask you guys a really tough question. I hope you can answer it. I want you to choose an issue. Choose one issue that you would focus on that you would push more than anything else to address the climate crisis. It's so multifaceted, so multidimensional. We can't all do everything. We can't stop driving cars, stop using public transport. We can't stop using our air conditioners, our heaters when it's cold during winter. We can't stop using plastic unless you're using plastic that can be reused. We just can't. We can't stop. Give the audience an idea of one thing you would choose, Shay. One thing they can look at and say, okay, I'm going to focus on this for the rest of the year as my contribution. And then next year, I'll focus on something else. What would that one thing be?
Tashakula, I'm practicing my Turkish. But yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Maybe I can engage the audience too a little bit, because this is something I've also been thinking about for a while. So by show of hands, I want to ask you, if I tell you that for the rest of this year, 30 minutes every day, you should cycle instead of using the bus or using a car, how many of you will do it by show of hands? And if okay, just a few people, great. Now, what if I tell you that that little action, I backtrack a little bit. 6th of February, 2023, how many of you remember what happened? I give you the time, 4:17 a.m. Yes, you remember. It was the earthquake. And that 7.8 magnitude earthquake claimed about 60,000 people's lives. Double that by 2, 120 people were injured, severely injured. Now, I ask that question again. What if I told you to cycle 30 minutes every day instead of using the bus? And that will prevent the next earthquake and save lives. By show of hands, how many of you will do that? Interesting. And will you do that out of fear? Will you do that because you are afraid that an earthquake will happen? Maybe not. But you will do it because you want to do it. You want to be part of something meaningful. And as small as that action could be, because you know that this is meaningful, this has an impact, you will go all out. You will make that sacrifice, and you will do it. To answer your question, I am not an advocate for, okay, stop driving cars, stop doing this. I used to do that before. But right now, my focus has been on policies. Because I believe that policies is where things matter. If we get young people to understand how powerful policies can be in their local community, in their country, then engaging young people will not be a function of let's just tick something on the box. Or we just want to get some young people into COP delegation, for instance. Or we just need some young people to tweet on social media and say, hey, the government is doing these things. When they understand that we as young people, we are humans, we have stories, and we have power to change things through policies, and we can contribute significantly, and we can question authorities like Shell, like BP, like Coca-Cola. We can question these guys that have a field day just, I don't want to use any swear word, but they just have a field day, you know, spitting on the people. If we can question this and put into context and say, hey, we need this policy to work, then I think a lot of climate issues as we have it today will be solved. More importantly, I think that a lot of innovations, new innovations to bring about solutions will be born. So my answer will be, get young people to be a part of the policy making.
Voting. Voting is one way that you can help cure this climate crisis. Reem, what's your one issue?
So there are so many.
Choose one.
Oh my God. Okay, so as someone who also has done this, so I've done, so last year my organization, MENA Youth Network, we worked on food and agriculture. And that's what we focused on for the entire year. We had a partnership with the World Food Forum. And we worked with policy. We did consultations and produced a youth policy paper. So you may ask, is this going to change anything? Are these policies going to be implemented? It's not about that. It's not our job as someone who's still, you know, as people who are still in university or who are still starting off their careers. we might not be able to access these spaces, many of us. And I am someone who's privileged enough to be able to access such spaces. The point is to engage people, because that's how I started. When I wrote my first policy mock paper, or when I started discussing these topics, I started being more interested. I was like, I can do this. I can, I learn so much every day, and it really shows you a way forward. So for me, definitely policy, but also I am not an advocate for blaming the individual. I've never been, I never will be, because we need infrastructural changes. We can't, if I forget my tote bag at home and my mom calls me, she tells me, go get me some groceries, and I don't have my tote bag, I'm not gonna kill myself for buying a plastic bag, for getting it in a plastic bag. Because in the long run, I know I'm doing other work that I'm trying my best to change this infrastructure, to push that change. So it is really a lot of work, and it really, being in the climate space requires so much positivity. You have to be such an optimist, because there's so much every day that is trying to pull you down, that is trying to make you lose hope, to be, there's such desperation. And our optimism comes from the desperation of, like, we know this will work. We know our work will amount to something in the future. So definitely.
All right, so vote, raise awareness, discuss the topic more. We have a couple minutes left. Clover, what's your one issue?
I'm going to challenge the question because I think it's the wrong one.
Tell me.
Building on the points here, we can encourage people to recycle. But if we don't stop corporations from flooding the world with plastic, then we're ignoring the tsunami to fix a leaky tap. So it's not about individual actions, and especially, to your point, individual actions based in sacrifice. It's about collective activism. And my invitation to anyone is, the reason I'm involved in climate is going to be different from the reason you're involved in climate, and the reason that Shay's involved in climate and Wawa. So when you're feeling that anxiety and that frustration, to Wawa's point, that is such a gift. It is evidence of your humanity. But rather than doing yourself the disservice of ignoring those feelings, allow them to be the compass that guides you, that says, this is the issue that ignites a fire in my belly. Because the climate crisis is a symptom of many interconnected problems, from the food system, to fashion, to how we get around the places we live, to racial justice, to the prison system. So whatever your problem is, it's important, and it's part of this tapestry. And right now we have a whole lot of problems, and we have a shortage of people putting up their hands and saying, this is the problem I want to fix. So identify the problem that is unique to you, that you feel connected to, and then think about how you can use your passion and energy and draw on your community. I feel like we haven't talked enough about community today, but the people who hold you, the people up here who understand it, who are going to sustain your activism, because this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. When you find that focus of a problem, of your passion, of your community, that is when you step into the ring, and that's when you can step up rather than shut down in the face of the climate crisis.
All right, and Wawa?
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree. I think we need to lean into all these emotions that we've been almost trained to feel guilty about. The fear, the hopelessness, the grief, those are the grounding emotions. They're grounded in love. They're grounded in radical love of our communities, of our families, of our collective ecosystems, and also, I'd say, ourselves. So lean into those emotions, and then also, I'd say, use this really helpful tool called the Climate Venn diagram. It was created by Dr. Ayanna Johnson, and it's, if you know, a Venn diagram, 3 circles, 1 circle. If you have a piece of paper, you can do it now, or on your phone or whatever. So in 1 circle, it's what brings you joy, what makes you happy, what gets you up in the morning. Another circle is, what are the skills that I have? If you were to ask a friend, a family member, someone that really knows you, what is something that I uniquely bring to the table? Those are the things in that circle. And then the last circle is, what are the issues that need solving? They could be issues that are in your dorm room, right? It could be issues at your university. It could be issues in your community. They could be federal issues. They could be international issues. in the middle, you're going to find a pinpoint for where your action can stem from. So lean into those emotions, do that climate Venn diagram, and you'll be able to really articulate where your best next step could be. And those individual actions lead to the collective action that leads to the ripple effect of solving this crisis.
I want to thank you all so much for being here. Next, a round of applause for these guys, please, guys. So you've gotten some great advice. You can go out and vote. Find what works for you specifically, what you love, what your skill sets are. Dig into this issue and find out how you can specifically contribute. And of course, speak more among yourselves. Talk, raise more awareness of the climate issues. Of course, you can eat less meat, you can become vegan, you can... Go right ahead, Reem.
Just as a small exercise after the session, each one of you, because the issue is not, I don't think you have to tell young people what to do. They already have so much drive and they want to do something. So after this session, go up to one stranger around the room and start talking to them. Introduce yourself. Talk about what you're interested in, what your likes are. And you will find some kind of intersection. And then you will be motivated to do something together. That's how most of us started, right? Like, we were like, oh, we all agree on this problem. Let's find a solution. Let's start something. So all of you, I hope that you go up to a stranger, make a new friend today, make 2 or 5 new friends today, and start something that inspires others to do better.
Regan,
all right, guys.
I can make a very short that's fine. Maybe 1 minute.
10 seconds.
10 seconds, good. So what I wanted to say, when I got this invitation, the title was We Need a New Planet, and I thought about it. Do we really need a new planet? And my answer is, we're 8 billion people here. The population is not the problem. It's the inequality that is the problem. So we do not need a new planet. We need a new mindset, and we can bring about that by talking to people and engaging other people around us and seeing that collective action, like you've stressed, can make a difference. So we do not need a new planet, folks. To you in the room and to those joining online, we do not need a new planet, but we need a new mindset to sustain the abundance that we have in this planet.
All right, Shuifunme Adebote, we've got Reem Alsafar, we've got Clover Hogan, and Wawa Gatheru. Thank you so much again.
Thank you.
This has been a talk on climate issues. Guys, right now we have a short coffee break. Go get some snacks and something to drink. And of course, you can follow these guys on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter as well, all right? Communicate with them. They'll answer all your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. I see a lot of optimism. As I said, I see a lot of optimism and hope crowded around me, and that's good. Hopefully, with this little chat, we're going to be able to invigorate it and channel it more better. My name is Yusuf Aram. I am the editor-at-large of TRT World, and our panel is going to be on sustainable business going forward. Now, before I open the panel and introduce a video, I want to talk to you very, very quickly. Now, if you gave a friend something very valuable to yourself, and they return it back after some time, and it's been deformed, it's not working properly, it's lost its shine, you'd be unhappy, wouldn't you? Well, that's kind of like our planet. You know, we don't really own Earth. We're just the latest human episode here. We're just caretakers. And unfortunately, the last 10 episodes of humanity have done a very, very bad job of taking care of the planet and giving it to the next generation of caretakers. So we are at the current situation we are at right now. The alarm bell is sounding, and I think all of you in your lifetimes have witnessed changes towards the negative, not the positive. And we need to do something about this. We need to do something about this immediately. And we see that the governments of the world are trying to prepare some type of guidance going forward, but that's not enough. That's the public sector. The private sector also needs to do something as well. Now, the private sector is comprised of individuals, so there's a lot of social responsibility and individual responsibility, and that rests on owners, board of directors, shareholders, stakeholders, and also us, the consumer, to be able to guide these companies with our dollars. This is very, very important. So as the next generation of caretakers in front of me, many of you are younger than me, so I view you as the next generation. I hope you'll do a much better job than our generation, because unfortunately, we all failed you. So without further ado, I want to go into a very nice video that we have prepared. And after this video, I'm going to call up our panelists, and we're going to have a nice discussion. So please, let's watch this video very quickly. Okay, thank you for that video. Now, I want to call up our panelists to sit down and have this very timely discussion. Jamira Burley, Human Rights and Impact Strategist. Komal Ahmad, founder of Copia, a technology company focusing on food redistribution and waste management. And Aditi Meyer, sustainable fashion expert, photojournalist, labor and climate advocate. I feel like we're gathered around the campfire, so gather around, ladies. Let's see what we can do here. Now, social responsibility, that's a theme that we often hear, and as people in the private sector, the responsibility lays on the individual a lot of the times. Yes, the government does create some parameters, but the responsibility lays on the individual's shoulders. Now, Jamira, beginning with you. Now, what are the key principles and values that businesses should embrace to be more socially responsible?
Great question. And I'll actually start off and say congratulations to each and every one of you, because you could be anywhere in the world, but I think the fact that you here recognize that you feel a personal responsibility to do something about the very real issues we all are facing as a generation, but also as a collective world. And in regards to that, I think it's really important to note that, corporations are ran by people, right? And at the core of it, we all share collective values. So whether that's, I want to be safe, I want to be able to feed my families, I want to be able to build a society in which people can thrive. And so I think when we think about the responsibility of businesses, particularly their values that they should center around, it should be one of collective action and collective responsibility, meaning it's not just about profit. A few years ago, we used to say that for corporations to do social good, it was the nice thing to do. Well, the data has shown that it's actually beneficial to your bottom line. So it's not only good for the environment and for the culture, it also is better for your bottom line because it enables for young people who feel responsible to be able to purchase and participate in a company that also shares their values about creating a world where we all can thrive.
How informed do you feel the consumer is? Does the consumer know companies that are socially responsible and those that aren't? Irresponsible companies, can they decipher the difference when they're spending their dollar? And how much do you think that impacts their choice?
I think to some extent, right? There are worldwide brands that we know are doing amazing social good work around the world. But at the core of it, we also know that companies are extremely large. And oftentimes their social persona does not move collectively throughout the entire organization. So meaning the president, the CEO, and the board could be talking about all of these amazing things, but the reality is they're still purchasing from countries that are practicing child labor. They're still purchasing products and services that are actually bad for the environment. So I do think we know companies that are doing well, but not collectively are all companies doing well. But the consumer knows, and they're asking the right questions.
Thank you, Jamira. Komal, you're the founder of Copia, a tech company dealing with food redistribution and waste management. Now, technology has been advancing. At times, that technology is used properly for the good of humanity, good of climate. At times, it's used negatively. Now, in your business and in your experience, how has technology changed the approach towards food distribution and waste reduction and the logistics problem of hunger?
Yeah, so we waste 3 times more food, perfectly edible food, than there are mouths to feed. So we call it the world's dumbest problem, not because hunger sucks, but because it is a solvable problem, right? Hunger is not a scarcity problem, it's a logistics problem. So we have more than enough food to feed every person on the planet. Does my voice come out weird here?
No, you sound great.
Okay, great. Thank you. So what we're using is technology to connect high-quality excess food, primarily prepared food from businesses, so hospitals, universities, corporations, stadiums, arenas, to easily allow them to request pickups of their excess food and then match that exact amount and type of food to nearby nonprofits. So after-school programs for underprivileged youth, domestic abuse shelters, senior citizen homes, and easily match that food, have it delivered in, on average, 26 minutes or less, and have that delivered to nonprofits in need. So it's like a Match.com for sandwiches. So that's one part of the solution. And then for the businesses who are our customers, right, the food donors themselves, we're also using data and analytics to help them understand, well, what is being wasted and why, and giving them the actionable insights they need to reduce overpurchasing and overproduction. So why is this food being wasted? Is it on Mondays? Is it on Fridays? Is it raining outside so employees didn't go to work or fans didn't go to a game? Like, what is driving this excess? And then giving them the actionable insights they need to reduce overpurchasing and overproduction. Knowing that they're never gonna go to zero, right? Go to any Indian wedding, go to a Google cafeteria. There's gonna be plenty of excess. But we want to help them reduce overpurchasing, knowing that there is a solution for any of the excess, inevitable excess that they have. And so we're the first solution that is both helping them reduce waste and end hunger, all through one seamless software solution.
There's been a lot of momentum right now regarding automation and AI. How do you see that working into technology and being able to enhance better utilizing food redistribution and waste management?
mean, it's only going to help. It's only going to improve the whole process. I mean, whether it's drone technology that's going to help move food faster. I mean, whether it's also smarter technology from the time of sourcing. I mean, there's so much that happens, and we're not going to be the only solution for improving this process. We're not going to be the only solution to solve hunger. I'm not naive, nor do I have this hubris in this. So there's a lot of, whether it's cold chain technology solutions, there's a lot of solutions that need to come in to help disrupt the food waste problem. 40% of the food that we produce is left on the fields, and this is a global issue.
I'm very happy you actually said drones, because Turkey, a very big drone producer, and during the February 6th twin earthquakes, that they actually found very innovative ways to use drones to be able to help many of the earthquake survivors. Now, Aditi, I want to move over to you. Now, what are some effective strategies for businesses to integrate sustainability into their practices, considering the importance of social and environmental justice?
Yeah, I want to build on what you said, Jamira, about the way that a lot of businesses have kind of embodied business models that are inherently unsustainable. So my origin story in the sustainable fashion world has been 10 years in the making. I had my start 10 years ago after learning about a factory collapse in Bangladesh called the Rana Plaza factory collapse. And essentially what happened with the Rana Plaza factory collapse is structural cracks were found in this 8-story garment factory, and it was ordered to evacuate. But there was so much pressure from upper management to have workers complete orders that they were called back into work the next day. And the factory collapsed and framed the biggest industrial disaster of our time. So for me at that time, I started thinking critically about how the dominant fashion model, which is largely fast fashion today, has normalized so many business practices, social and environmental, that are extremely unsustainable. So to your question about strategies that can address these things, when I think about Rana Plaza and the larger fast fashion model, what we see is scale and speed have set the conditions for an industry where human lives are, cut as a cost. And so one of the big things that I've noticed in the climate action movement is reflections on degrowth. And degrowth doesn't have to be the end of business as we know it. It underpins, yes, consuming less and therefore producing less, but also take-back programs or circular business models that challenge a very linear system we have right now, where we produce something, we consume something, and then we dispose of it. Right now, 92 million tons of fashion every year go into the landfill, and we make about 100 million clothes or tons a year. So think about that in percentage-wise. So there's a huge opportunity about challenging disposability culture. And it's a deeper-rooted conversation of shifting culture, right? And it's going to require businesses to revisit how they produce, and also consumers to revisit how we consume.
Exactly. I think a lot of responsibility rests on the consumer as well, because you have this ready-to-wear culture. Something's a trend today. Tomorrow, you throw it away, give it away. And inside of this understanding, how are the consumer and the producer going to reach a happy medium where this is sustainable?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I think it's interesting because we have a culture where we put most of the onus on the individual consumer. And although there is a responsibility that we each have to revisit our consumption habits, I think the larger conversation and onus needs to actually be on the industry. But I think what we saw in light of Rana Plaza was a complete change in the culture around fashion. And on social media, we saw people beginning to ask companies, who made my clothes? This became a viral hashtag that anyone can check on social media right now. You'll see millions and millions of posts of consumers demanding transparency from brands. And so I think it marks a shift where transparency is step one, because there's so much opacity in how businesses actually operate, especially in fashion. So we see a movement of brands looking to actually identify how their supply chains operate as step one in, really tracing things back to the raw material level and all the hands that touch it. And I think that's a really important step towards sustainability.
Definitely. And speaking of hashtags, hashtag what's next and hashtag next by TRT World Forum, when you're liking, sharing, tweeting, posting, please don't forget to use the hashtags. Thank you for that. Jamira, now, in your experience, you've worked with a lot of diverse teams worldwide. What strategies or approaches have you found effective in helping businesses address social and environmental challenges that create a positive impact?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And, you know, when I started my activism, it was very much rooted in the fact that I was directly impacted by having my brother Andre, who was shot and killed in Philadelphia. And what I learned in that work is that at 15, trying to understand the issues impacting people in my community, is that there are very frontward-facing issues like gun violence, criminal justice, poverty, and they are public faces to deeper societal problems. So when I'm working with diverse teams, it's really about understanding the intersectionality of people's lived experiences and the cultural competence that is required for us to not just hear someone's story, but understand the intersectionalities of how their story aligns with mine. You know, we always talk about the story of ourselves, but we also need to think about the story of us. So how does the story of me intertwine with the story of us, and how do we use those stories to better create policies, practices, and cultural norms that will make all of us safe? So I think when you're working with diverse teams, it's important to not tokenize anyone's lived experience. It's important to not feel like you can automatically make comparisons, especially when there's that border difference, and then also allow for people to build genuine relationships and be very intentional with how you bring folks together, which is extremely hard now when we're doing the work from home, right, the collaboration from home. But I do think as long as we come to the table with an understanding that we're never gonna know every single answer, and how do we open ourselves up to being wrong and to hearing and viewing our experience through the lens of someone else's unique experience.
When you're working in different geographies, do you ever face some type of cultural, financial, social bottlenecks that make your job harder? And how do you overcome these? Especially if you can give an example, that would be great.
Yeah, it's so funny. When you were giving your examples, it made me think about, you know, it's very easy for us to think that these solutions are not solved because of lack of resources. These issues oftentimes are not solved because someone is making money on violence. Someone is making money on poverty. Someone is making money on the barriers that prevent all of us from living our lives. And so when I try to engage funders on these issues, is to help them understand that there are both the cultural benefits of making sure that people have the resources and tools that they need to survive, but also by doing so, we create jobs. By doing so, we create consumers who can fully participate in society. So I think it's just changing the language depending on the audience that enables for resources to become more available for those communities.
Kamal, I want you to share some of the practical insights of how businesses can effectively redistribute excess food, but also reduce waste management while doing it. How does that have a synergistic or a reciprocal effect on each other?
Can you elaborate what you mean by that?
Well, okay. For example, when businesses are effectively redistributing excess food to those in need, how does that impact? What's the correlation between redistributing food and waste management?
Okay, well, they're helping the community, right? And so we're also, so instead of throwing it away, or composting it, they're also like feeding their community in need. And so we're also helping them. We provide them impact reports that identify like how many people did they feed, where did this food go, who in their community did this feed, what was their methane offset. We think that it's really important that they engage their employees as well in this process, so that they know also that their food, like Cisco's food, is too good to be wasted, right? And it went to go feed people and not landfills, and that also giving them, their employees, better practices on how do they reduce overproduction, right? And that it's not their fault. How do we make sure that we're not punishing their chefs? Because a lot of the time, chefs don't want to admit that there's like food waste. You know what? When we're onboarding or trying to onboard new customers, a lot of the time, people don't admit that they have like food waste. They don't want to admit it because it's like a shameful thing. And so that's one of the barrier to entries, because no one wants to admit that they have excess food. When we know it's just part of business. People, like events always have like a 20%, because God forbid we don't have, like, go to any wedding, you don't want to run out of food at any event. And so, but there's always like a buffer that's built in. And so how do we make sure that we make it a safe environment. And so we want to make sure that we are helping like the chef, the culinary staff be comfortable with the fact that excess happens. And so food waste management is a very new concept. So that's one part of it. What was your other question?
Well, I actually want to ask you something else now. You said it's a very new concept, and when we look at the state of food waste management today versus 5 years ago and 5 years from now, how do you see the 5-year incremental advance, and what do you expect in the next 5 years?
Well, I think policy is really big on this. So in California, now policy meaning there is both the incentive and there's a carrot and there's a stick, right? So as an example, there is a tax incentive that's in place. So it used to be that you could write off in the US, you could write off 10% of your net income for food donations. Now it's 30% with that delta of 20 specifically for food donations. And let's say you're not profitable as a business, you could carry that forward for 5 additional years. So it makes financial sense for you to do the right thing. And we make this whole process seamless for you through our audit-proof tax deduction platform. So there's that one process. Then now we see policy that's taking place, and you see it in Paris, you see it in France, you see it in Italy, you see it in Belgium, where there's full-blown food waste bans. And it's not a slap on the wrist, it's an $80,000 fine punishable by prison for businesses that don't donate their food. Do I think that's going to happen in the US? Not necessarily, but we do see in California like a law that's passed called SB 1383, which is mandating that businesses donate their food or repurpose their food to organizations like ours, and also provide data back to the jurisdiction, which is CalRecycle, about how they're reducing 20% of their currently disposed of edible food, and the same thing, providing data and analytics, and also repurposing their excess food. So this legislation is also coming in place. So you see the carrot, which is like the financial incentives, and the stick, which is now mandates that food be redistributed.
One word answer, what's more effective in policy, carrot or stick?
Stick.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Aditi, now your work emphasizes the importance of sustainable fashion and the need for systematic change in the industry. How do you envision fashion embracing biodiversity and indigenous approaches to agriculture to create a more sustainable future?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So right now, we have a business model in fashion, or the dominant business model is one in which power is very much centralized to a select few fast fashion brands. And in this model, you have CEOs who are among the richest billionaires in the world, and we have a situation where garment workers are making sense to the day. And so when I'm asked about my ideal future of fashion and what that looks like, I often say it's decentralized. And I often get the question, well, what does fashion have to do with environmental justice or social justice? So when I'm talking about fashion that is decentralized, I think there's a lot that we can actually learn from artisanal clusters and groups across the world, across cultures, that have had business models with fashion that really honor local ecologies. So I'm from India. And a lot of the British Empire in India was tied to fashion. It was an empire of textiles and cotton. And so a lot of my work is around this idea of decolonizing fashion. And what we saw during the British Empire's presence in India is farmers who are doing subsistence farming, so farming different crops that would feed the community that were native to that region, were stripped of that and forced to plant a certain variety of cotton. So this diminished the food supply greatly, and it also wreaked havoc on a lot of artisan industries, because you had a really intimate relationship between agriculture, producing certain things like a type of linen, a type of cotton, that would then go to artisans. So when I'm talking about decentralized fashion models, it's about going beyond this idea of monocultures, where we have one type of cotton growing across the world, and really honoring the local ecologies of a certain region and allowing that to actually revitalize a lot of artisan industries. I spent the last year in India actually looking at
a group of farmers that are at the forefront of challenging the destruction of their land because they were forced to do paddy farming, a type of rice, in a region where that is not native to that landscape. So it meant a lot of pesticide inputs. It means that their groundwater table is falling every year because it requires so much. And they're saying we're historically a cotton belt, and we have cotton that has been rain-fed. So can we return to a certain way of life, a certain culture that underpins this lifestyle? And fashion can actually be the vehicle for symbiotic relationships between land, people, and culture, if we really honor this decentralized model that we've historically had across the world.
We've seen quite a kick in localization lately in many sectors, and many countries are embracing this, trying to find local solutions to local problems. Now, in your experience, what type of dialogue do you see between the producer and the producer, meaning the fashion producer, and the producer of the raw materials, whether it be the cotton, the linen, or any type of thread or cloth? What type of dialogue is there to express the need, saying, hey, I need this actually, if you can produce this locally, it would be more cost effective for me, and also I'd be supporting local industry or local growers as well. Is there this type of dialogue where we're seeing synergy and relay of need versus demand?
Yeah, it's very interesting. I think with COVID-19 specifically, we saw the failure of global supply chains, and it really showcased the importance of localizing supply chains. And it's something that we've seen grow in importance for something like food, right? Whether it's the idea of the farmer market and recognizing that environmental and health sustainability is better when you localize a system. But that idea really hasn't permeated fashion yet, but we see that changing. So I think that's definitely evolving. I think another element within that is consumer demand within brands. So when we talk about this movement of hashtag who made my clothes, it's actually grown to other sectors of what is the fabric, where did this fabric come from, and what is the impact of the raw materials on a community. So I think it goes to show the way that a certain vehicle like fashion can really be the tipping point to ask so many other questions related to climate action at large.
Also, a one-word answer for you too. When the consumer looks at the tag and sees a made in their country, or the products are made in their country, how much do you think it impacts their choice when buying low, medium, high?
When they see the country it's made out of.
When they see the country, especially if it's their country, it's a local product.
Like made
Is
in
that-
Pakistan, made in
Is that a
China.
positive, negative?
I think there is an awareness right now of where sweatshops have hotspots. You know, when I see made in Bangladesh, I'm gonna not be like, oh, South Asian pride. It's gonna be like, no, we have to challenge a system that has normalized a ready-made garment industry that is propped up upon sweatshops. So low, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Jamira, now, based on your experience working with corporations, nonprofits, government leaders, what are some effective strategies for businesses to authentically engage with and empower marginalized communities?
Putting people at the center of change. Which is not as easy as it sounds, but it requires for companies to not just say that an issue or a community is important, is actually going into the community saying, you are the expert of your lived experience. What is happening? How can we show up in a way that's beneficial to your community versus an organization or a company saying, we have all the solutions. You might have all the resources, you might have all the money, but the solutions lie with those who are the most impacted. There's a slogan we say in our work saying that those who are closest to the problem are closest to the solution. And so I'm a firm believer that collective impact means that if a company wants to be involved in creating social solutions, impacted communities have to be at the center of change. Governments have to be at the table. Impacted organizations have to be at the table in order for us to create solutions that are holistic and that has everyone's buy-in, because it's not just going to be about putting more money into communities. It also means that there's policies that protect those communities for the long term. And it also means that those communities can then turn around and say, this is either working, it's not working, let's fix it here. But it requires collective impact, and it requires for a coming together of unlikely suspects to be co-conspirators.
Yeah.
Unlikely suspects meaning?
Meaning people that normally wouldn't engage, right? We know the wealthy oftentimes only engage with each other. We know that poor have been excluded from positions and rooms of power. And so it means that we have to broaden the table to include more people who oftentimes who have been what we would say have been disenfranchised and deliberately left out of the conversation, but they are the subject of the conversation, but they're rarely the people leading the work.
It can't be just top down.
Exactly.
over
Top
the-
down, bottom up.
Yeah.
Over the past 5 years, is this situation getting better or worse?
You know, after the death of George Floyd, I would have said it gotten better. But we're now seeing over the last 12 months, it's almost companies walking back many of the promises they've made over the last 5 years. And so it's making many of us in the community very
The
nervous.
police report,
Exactly.
yeah, like the police department that just came out.
Yeah, so, and I say that's in regards to, for instance, in Chicago, the United States is in the process of building what we call a cop city, and we're finding out that many of the companies that are backing that, financially backing that, are many of the companies who made millions of dollar commitments to communities of color. And so I think when you don't have people who are directly engaged, who are directly impacted at the center of change, you start to create solutions that actually put those communities in danger. So it's not enough for companies to say they care. It requires them to give up power to those who don't have it in order for them to create the solutions that they need.
Very quickly, what's triggering that walk back you're talking about?
I think what's triggering that walk back is the fact that we are in a very divisive time where companies are unsure on how to show up, and for them, making money might be more important than saving lives.
Okay. Kamal, now Copia has been recognized as one of the top startups run by women in the US. What unique challenges have you faced as a female entrepreneur in the technology and social impact fields, and how have you overcome them to achieve success?
Yeah, I mean, I think when we first started off, how do you take leftover food and give it to poor people and make money from that? Create a sustainable business model from that. I mean, if I had thought about that, I don't think I would have gotten started. Right? When I first started out, it was just about how do I solve this problem? You know, what got me interested in it? I mean, I wasn't even supposed to be here. Like, I was going to be a doctor in the U.S. Navy. That was my plan.
Your plan or your parents' plan?
I mean, both. It was like a brown, you know, there's going to be a doctor, lawyer, engineer, or a complete failure. That was, well, I always wanted to be a Bollywood actress.
I was supposed to be a doctor too. Right now, I'm a complete failure.
Yeah,
so let's continue.
You know, same, but different. So, and, you know, I was walking down Telegraph Avenue one day, and I encountered a homeless man who was begging for food, and you know, something about him compelled me to stop, and I invited him to join me for lunch. And during lunch, he sat across from me, just like you are, scarfing down his food. And, you know, in between bites, he shared a story. He said, "My name is John. I just came back from my second tour in Iraq. I've been waiting weeks for my military benefits to kick in, and because they haven't, you know, I haven't eaten in 3 days." And this really hit home for me, because I was like, you know, he had just come home from the battlefield of Iraq, only to face yet another battle, that of hunger, and then adding insult to injury, right across the street, Berkeley's dining hall is throwing away thousands of pounds of perfectly edible food. And so it was this very stark reality of those who have and waste, and those who are in need and starve, and those two people right across the street from one another. And what I realized that this is emblematic of a much larger problem, and that's that we waste over, you know, 365 million pounds of perfectly edible food every single day. And so, you know, starting off, one of the first issues was the fear of liability, right? So when I marched up to our dining hall managers and I asked them, you know, what do you do with your excess food? They said, well, we try not to have any. And I said, well, how often does that work out for you? And after a lot of pushing and prodding, they finally admitted that they do have excess food, but they have to throw it away. And I said, well, why would you throw it away when you could go right across the street to people in People's Park and donate it? And they said, because of liability, we don't do that. And I was like, yeah, you know, homeless people's high-powered attorneys are just standing by to sue you. Like, John the veteran can't afford a hamburger, but somehow he can afford a litigator. And more than that, you were going to sell this food to us 10 minutes ago at full price. And so 10 minutes ago, it was good enough for Berkeley students, and now 10 minutes later, it's not good enough to feed people who are in need? Like, where's the logic? So anyways, I did my own research, and I discovered that in 1996, Congress passed what is called the Bill Emerson Good Samaritan Act, and it protects all donors, regardless of whether you're a corporation, organization, or individual, from any liability. And in the last 26 years, no business or individual has been sued. So that was one thing. So it's liability protection.
action, what I realized, it's so much easier to say no because yes requires action. So that's one. And then the other thing is like women when they're raising fundraising, you know, less than 2% of all funds. There's 38% of businesses are run by female founders, but less than 2% of all VC funds are allocated to women, and less than 0.2% are allocated to women that look like us. And that's also like the questions that were asked by venture capitalists are primarily prevention questions versus like promotion questions. Like we're asked, you know, instead of saying, it's not like how big is this opportunity? It's like why are all the reasons this is going to fail, right? And it's just very different types of questions. And so
we're out of time. I want
Go
to
ahead.
give Aditi the last 30 seconds. Key takeaways when everyone's going home. What should they walk away learning? What should be on their mind when they go to bed tonight? What should they ponder?
Yeah, I mean, just to maybe tie in the themes of this really dynamic conversation and connecting it to my world of challenging fast fashion. The goal of fast fashion is alienation. The consumer should be alienated from the source of what they consume, and the product itself is basically disposable. So I would say challenge disposability culture, how we view people, how we view land. That is the true underpinning of sustainability. It's not something you can buy, it's something you embody, and it's a mindset. So let that be your, you know, North Star when you think about business solutions, your role as a consumer, your role as a citizen in larger systems. We have a dominant model that makes so many and so many things disposable. So let's challenge that.
Exactly. Our North Star. Thank you very much, Aditi, Komal, Jamira. That was a fantastic conversation. I really appreciated it. Thank you very much.
thank you. Thank you.
Now, I'm going to hand over the floor to my lovely colleague, Kübra Akkoç, who will be continuing the conversation. Kübra, floor is yours.
Thanks, Yusuf, for this fascinating discussion. I'd like to thank all the panelists as well. All right, everyone, hello. This is Kübra Akkoç. I'm a reporter and producer at TRT World. It's great to have your company today. How have you been finding Next so far? I know the popcorn downstairs has been very delicious, and the workshops they were really fun. How are you having a good time? And even more to come. We're going to have a very interesting discussion in a minute, and we're going to have one more talk and session after that. So let's talk about education. What a core value for us, for all of us. And because it's a tool, it's a very powerful tool that transforms each and every one of our lives. And today we're going to seek an answer to a very important question: is creating more inclusive society where everyone gets equal access and opportunities to education is possible. We'll discuss the challenges and also obstacles to this goal, and also we're going to mention latest technologies and approaches to education and learning. But before we do that, here's our session video. All right, it's now my pleasure to invite our outstanding guests to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Faraja Kota Enialandu, young global leader at World Economic Forum. Welcome. Pink is yours, if that's fine. And it's now my pleasure to invite Rafael Obonio, public policy analyst. And last but not least, Okan Dursun, founding member at Twin Science and Education Technology Company. Please welcome him. All right, welcome again. It's a very great day, very good weather in Istanbul. I hope you're enjoying your time in Istanbul. And I don't know whether it's your first time or not, but this is a very dynamic event. As TRT World people, we love it, and it's great to have you here. Thanks for coming, and thanks for your time. And we have a very important topic, like reinventing education, breaking barriers, and we're going to talk about latest technology and obstacles. I'd like to start with you, Faraja. Actually, I'd like to start with you, like saying you have quite a following on social media. It's more than 1 million, right, on Instagram. And you're also CEO of Schule Direct, and it's a platform that is providing tools, online tools, educational tools. I'd like to ask you about that first. What's behind that project? What was your inspiration to found that platform? And also, how is your social media following contributing to that project?
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. Hello, Istanbul. Hello, Turkey.
Hey!
It is a great honor. And I want to take you back to 2013 in Tanzania, where I'm originally from. That's my home country. And in that year, as a country, we witnessed the worst secondary school examination results. Over 80% of students had failed. And what that means is that those students cannot go on into higher levels of education, and usually they'll have to resort to informal sector. And the informal sector is very much unorganized, and it really doesn't mean so much when it comes to economic development of a person or that of their family. So even though I'm a trained lawyer by profession, I am not a teacher, I'm not a technology, computer science, computer engineering person. But I really thought that something had to be done for education. And at that moment, I really felt perhaps we can look at technology, which had really helped me personally in my life, and see how best we can start digitizing resources. Because one of the challenges when it came to education in that failure rate was because students did not have access to qualified educational resources. And so I thought perhaps there's a curriculum somewhere that we can digitize and enable access to qualified educational resources. So that was the motivation, and that's what got us started. Yes, and it's been an amazing journey 10 years later to just see the results and to see that we were actually on the right track then in 2013.
Great, and you mentioned lack of access. Not everyone has equal access to education. And right now, I'd like to turn to you, Rafael. I'd like to ask you, like, from picking that point, how do you think, like, what do you think, what are the most pressing present-day challenges to ensure all-inclusive, equal opportunities included education for all?
Thank you so very much. And like Faraja, I'm equally very excited to be here. I've been doing my happy dance since I arrived. And it's great to be in Istanbul and in Turkey. I'm extremely passionate about education. I would say I'm an education enthusiast because I believe in the power of education. I mean, just starting with what Nelson Mandela, the former president of South Africa, once said, that education is the strongest weapon that we can use to fight poverty. But yet, yes, if it is the strongest weapon we can use to fight poverty, how come so many people still don't have that tool to fight poverty? And coming from a similar background of lack or poverty, I realize how education is important in terms of lifting people out of poverty. And back to your question about the challenges, United Nations have been following keenly the issues of education and trying to come up with different interventions at the global level, but also encouraging countries to try and prioritize and pay critical attention to education. Most recently, there was a report by the United Nations that was done, and it points out that there are triple
crises in terms of challenges that are facing education. And the first challenge is on equity and inclusiveness. How so many people, so many children and so many young people are still not able to access education. So that's a big crisis. The second crisis is on quality. While there's great improvement in terms of number of children or young people accessing education, you realize that the quality across the world is wanting. And so we are always talking about numbers, but we forget that numbers alone is not enough. So there's the question of quality in terms of crisis and the challenge. And the third challenge, which is quite critical, is relevance. The education that we're providing young people today, is it education that can help them to live fulfilled life, productive lives, quality lives? And you will find in many parts of the world, and let me talk about Africa, you will find that many people now are able to, many young people are able to go even to the level of university, but then they get out of university, but they're not able to get jobs. And when they're looking for jobs, they're told you do not have the skills that are required at the working place. So it means that there's more or less skills mismatch, that education that we are providing to young people is not helping them to access opportunity, and therein lies the problem. So I would summarize that those three challenges are perhaps some of the most serious challenges that are confronting education sector today, and some that we really need to deal with.
All right, yeah, we'll come back to a few of your points, but let me move to Okan now. And you mentioned about United Nations reports about that, and you're a young leader for the Sustainable Development Goals endorsed by the United Nations, and you spent quite a time last year at UNGA, as far as I know, right?
Exactly.
I'm going to ask you about that. How was it? And I also would like to talk to us about what do you guys do at Twin Science exactly?
Exactly. Thank you very much. First of all, it's a very pleasure to be here, meeting with amazing global speakers and inspiring entrepreneurs here. We are at the same stage. I am luckiest one to share this stage with amazing people here. I am one of the young leaders for Sustainable Development Goals by United Nations, and this year I am the only one from Turkey. So this is another head of my, let's say, nationality side of myself. I'm based in Turkey. I live in Istanbul, so I'm very proud to represent our country in global conferences, global stages. Like you mentioned, Kubra, I was in United States last month in United Nations General Assembly, and we have a retreat of meeting with all of the young leaders of Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17 of them, over 6,000 applicants. We were selected last year, and the next selection will be 2024, and I'm looking for the candidates for the next cohort. So please apply, search, and look for the projects of the United Nations. So I'm super happy to be hosting this amazing exhibition in the center of the world. I think Istanbul is an amazing city, and this is the reason why we are here. As Twin Science, we are providing STEM education with sustainability. I know that this is not a, let's say, common sense, because sustainability and STEM, science, technology, engineering, math, climate action, gender equality, quality education, sustainable cities. We are letting children learn about these concepts in early age, because they will be the change makers of tomorrow. They will be the decision makers, speakers of the next decades, so that we are encouraging children in improving their awareness about sustainability, improving their robotics, coding, AI skills, because we don't know yet what the new jobs are coming. And we don't know yet the numbers and the names of these jobs. And we don't know yet today's children are going to be ready for these jobs. But we know the skill set they need to equip until today, and starting from today to until that date. That's why we are giving the opportunity to children to equip themselves with the right skills and use that know-how for betterment of the future. This is the key point, I think, because the global crisis we are facing in, unfortunately, the result of the selfish decision we made until today. So we are empowering today's children to have a sustainable and better future for our world.
Thank you. So you are starting from very young age, and I think you're using children's curiosity to build your projects and maybe they empower them. And you're also doing similar stuff, as far as I understand. You also build a very comprehensive web and online platform. But I'm sure you've seen many obstacles and also challenges on the way. If you can tell us a bit about them so that we can also address what are the challenges in a broader image, like we mentioned, the lack of opportunities or lack of funds or maybe willingness in some parts of the world, and with specifically in Tanzania you can talk about maybe.
Yes. Thank you. And it's true. I mean, there's one side of education where there are significant challenges. And then on the other side, there's an aspect of technology where there are significant challenges. And then, of course, combining the two, you find a whole myriad of challenges. So we'll start with the technology challenges. I think with any digital platform anywhere in the world, again, I think the challenges may differ from the developed countries and the developing countries, but what you find is that infrastructure is a significant component of getting technology and getting the content, meaning the learning resources, to that last mile child. And infrastructure can mean devices, it can mean connectivity. And connectivity is a challenge on both facets. The facet of accessibility of that connectivity. Some places are still under the grid, they're not connected. There's still no energy source to ensure that connectivity. But there's also the issue of cost when it comes to connectivity. So that's on the infrastructure side. And then, of course, we want our students to learn on as great devices as possible. So smartphones, tablets, and devices are still a challenge. Most students in sub-Saharan Africa are using feature phones. The internet penetration rate in most countries in sub-Saharan Africa is less than 50%. And so you find that the common platform for learning will be SMS. Now we see social media, WhatsApp becoming very popular. And then, of course, that enables the conversion to other digital platforms. But still, devices are still expensive, and most people, based on the GDP of families, of people in Africa, they still can't afford. But on the other side, I think when we speak of education, we still have to go back to the fundamental question of education, and that is the curriculum. What are our students? What are the youth? What are the children learning? And the curriculum becomes a significant question that we have to ask ourselves. Is this curriculum relevant? Is this enabling them to meet their challenges? Is this supporting them to become economically, politically, culturally, socially, socially, politically empowered citizens? And so the fundamental question of our curriculums becomes a cornerstone of any content for any digital platform, because the curriculum is the foundation of the content that we create. So, and that is a challenge, because I think we live in a conflicting world, because sometimes you're like, okay, this is the curriculum, this is the national curriculum, this is what we should digitize, but you also see that perhaps these type of content are not necessarily relevant to meet the needs of the students. But on the other hand, again, because this is a new phenomena in learning, technology, edtech, digital platforms is very new. And so you find that the skills, especially with teachers, are not really there to support them to be able to teach their students using technology. But also with students, the skills are also like they are very fast learners, but they're learning on the process. Like they're learning while they're learning the digital skills while learning the content. And maybe that's a good thing. But still, it's a challenge for them. So skills is quite a challenge. But you still find attitudes and norms that do not support digital education. There are still people who believe that you cannot learn through technology. You cannot learn through a digital platform. And they still look at technology or digital platforms as platforms for communication or for entertainment, but not necessarily for education. And so doing away with those norms, those attitudes, those perspectives is also pulling us back in the progress towards advancing digital education. But we believe we can get there. Yeah.
Yes, and you guys have been working on this for a decade now.
Yes, it's 10 years.
Yeah, and it's, I think, fair to say this remote education tools and also online learning have become more mainstream because of the pandemic, let's say, and it's kind of everywhere. But as you said, there is a problem of connectivity, and it comes with a price tag. You need to have a mobile device with a applicable with high-tech apps and all. So I'd like to ask you, Rafael, how bad is it? Like, is it a dream? Is it like, is it a, how, is, if it's not really possible to dream about this all-inclusive society where everyone can get a equal opportunities to education. Okay, we have tools, we have latest technology, we're going to the space, right? We have everything. But how bad is it in terms of accessing, like I'm asking worldwide, of course, with regards to marginalized communities and also developing countries?
I think first, I mean, access to education for all is no longer a dream. It's no longer an aspiration. It's a right. It's something that we should be able to provide. And so I think it's basically the enablers and the will, whether it is political will or goodwill that is required to be able to realize this. So it's no longer an aspiration for a distant future. It's no longer a 2030 or beyond 2030 dream. It's something that it's a reality now, realizing that without access to education, then we are denying this generation and future generations, you know, fulfilled life, productive life, and quality, dignified life. So we cannot put it at the level of aspiration. But having said that, the reality is quite grim, and it's quite unfortunate that while we have the tools and the platform like Faraja has articulated, you realize that so many young people, so many children, so many communities are still not able to access these tools. We talk about technology, and now we are almost putting everything on the back of technology and saying, ride with it. But we are not enabling people to access this technology. Technology is not available in many parts of the world. And this is not just largely sub-Saharan Africa, but this is not just sub-Saharan Africa. Even world over, availability of technology is still a big problem, and largely technology that can enable education. And where technology is available, you realize not so many people can be able to access this technology. And Faraja did say about connectivity. You find that it's not available to everyone. And in cases where it is available and accessible, you realize that affordability is a problem. Not so many people can afford this technology. And so looking at all those barriers, it becomes very difficult sometimes to imagine that technology can be the solution to access to education. So we must address the challenges that come with technology, and then we can start talking about how do we utilize technology to address the question of access to education, education for all. Obviously, there's great efforts that are being made, and there I mean, a number of examples quite encouraging of how technology is helping to break the barriers, but I think a lot more still needs to be done by all of us, governments, private sector, civil society, media, and even us as individuals, the small initiatives that we can start to help address things like digital divide, to help come up with different innovations that are affordable and can make education affordable are extremely important. So our contributions as individuals and different actors are so important in terms of enabling technology to play the important role of enabling access to education for all.
And that would be your policy recommendation,
that will,
I guess,
definitely,
right?
That would be my policy recommendation.
And like, I think the problem here is we should be aware of it first, then start taking action, do something about it, rather than saying it's someone else's problem, right? Like,
True.
We all can do something about it.
Definitely, we all have a role.
And we just talked about the grim reality and all, but here's a success story that Twin Science has been doing, and you reached over 1 million young people in more than 70 countries.
Yeah.
Like, tell us how did it happen so that it can be an example for other countries and other maybe companies like yours.
First, I think we need to understand the problem. What makes us a problem, and we are all together here to solve and discuss about that. When I look at the education system, it's more than 200 years of system. And what brings us today will not help us to go further. This is the big problem I think we are facing. And we need to remember the golden circle questions. What is the problem and how we can solve it and what we need? These how, what, and why questions. When I just think about that, I am one of the luckiest young person, I think, because at my university, I was selected one of the Young Guru Academy volunteers, and I had a chance to make a volunteer work more than 5,000 hours of time, mostly in Anatolian side of the world. Anatolian side of the Turkey, and we had a chance to visit village schools, the most disadvantaged society of the Turkey, and we understand the problem. They don't have any materials, teachers don't have the latest know-how to teach children, and that problem we solve brings us the solution we have until today, and that brings the success story, because without understanding the problem, without getting the right insights from the people facing the problem, you cannot solve it. Because I personally strong believer that the one has the problem are the solution providers. So we are the people bridging the solution to the problem facing people. But what brings that success? I think the collaborative work is the one of them, as you said. Without partnership for goals, the 17 goal, we cannot achieve together. Because if you would like to success, you can go very fast alone. But if you would like to go further, right, you need to be a higher team. You need to have bigger team to go further. That's why up until today, we have reached more than 2,000 schools, 1.2 million children. These children are age group 5 to 14, and more than half of these group from the underserved areas of the world, not only in Turkey, African side of the world, Anatolian side of Turkey. And we are very proud of that because we are not only solution provider, we have lots of partners, we have lots of different brands doing same thing. But what brings us a different point is, as you mentioned, the curriculum, because we need to change our way of teaching as well. We need to adapt it, because Generation Z is different, right? They have less attention span. They have different mindset to think about that. That's why if we face these problems, we need to provide a solution, and we call as STEM for Sustainability curriculum. With that way of language we are teaching children, I think it brings us a success. But without knowing the local issues, local dynamics, you cannot go global, because we are not talking only in Turkey. We are talking 67 countries. Without having a right partner in different regions, you cannot achieve it. In Russia, we translate everything into Russian. In Middle East, we know the right action we need to take in the Middle East market, or in the United States. It's an overseas market. You can think about that, because we are social enterprise, not a social responsibility project. In order to have a sustainable growth, sustainable impact, we need to have a business on top of that social responsibility idea. And over these 5,000 of hours volunteering time to today, these steps brings us that success story, and we are very proud of that. And we are following up the right role models, and with their help, we are today, and we are helping other young entrepreneurs, as we are doing today, to sharing our success story.
Yes, so there's hope, and it's not a dream. And unfortunately, due to the time constraints, we need to wrap up here. But before we go, referring to the mostly young audience here, I'd like to hear what you would like to say, regarding today's session, and given that you took time to come here, hear you guys' points and insights, just tell very quickly a few words, then you guys all can do that, and we can wrap up.
Thank you. I'm so honored to see such a great turnout, and the ones following online. What I really wanted to say is that technology is the new frontier of education. I am quite optimistic of the possibilities and the potential of technology to support learning and teaching for all. And there's a huge market in EdTech. The numbers are quite promising. As a young population, we are the consumers of technology, but I also hope that we also become the creators of technology. Do not just consume. We should also create the next unicorn. We should also create the next big EdTech company, organization, or social enterprise that's actually going to revolutionize how we learn and how teachers can teach. But on the other side as well, I really believe that there's so much potential in collaboration. I also believe that there's so much potential in developing relevant tools together, relevant curriculums together. But I also see a possibility of all of us to bridge the gap for the last mile child to ensure that all 244 million children not in school today are able to access learning resources. Learning should not be confined to the four walls of a classroom. Learning can happen anytime and anywhere. And with the right tools, the right content, the right motivation, as what you just said, we all can get that last mile child to be able to learn.
Absolutely. A few inspiring words from you to our very dynamic audience.
Thank you so much. I think it's great to be at this next forum. It's amazing to see outstanding and excellent young people who are passionate to learn and to share. This is really great and a model for the rest of the world to replicate. So that's something I want to say. In terms of access to education for all, I think in addition to what we've said, we must realize that there are maybe three quick things we need to do. One is review of the curriculum. Two, we need to invest in education. And governments need to realize that funding for education is no longer an expenditure, it's an investment for the future. So we need to see more investment in that area. We need to support our teachers. Like it has been said, we cannot be changing curriculum, trying to support students and leaving teachers behind. We must also try to support our teachers. But also to all of us is to make access to education a reality for others. It's extremely important for those of us who have had this great opportunity to access education. Let it not stop with you. Try and come up with your own intervention, your own innovation to help other people within your space. It can be as small as your family, it can be as small as your community, it can be as big as your country like you're doing, it can be as big as the globe, but do something to help other people, the next generation, be able to access education. So don't point fingers and wait for someone else to do it. Start doing it yourself in your own small ways, whether it is about coming up with a digital platform like Faraj has done, or anything you can do to help other people access education. Thank you.
And I know we're out of time, but I just asked, bear with me, the gallery and the organizers, just a few quick words from you to our audience.
Maybe I can share a really good quote of Pablo Picasso. The meaning of life is to find your gift, and the purpose of life is to give it away. We are now giving it away, actually, to you. And the future of education, I think, brings us a better position when you invest yourself. So the words I can say to all of the audience here, please invest yourself. With hope, with lots of effort, and with the great people surrounding yourself, you can achieve what you target. But the more important thing is how you are giving away to the planet, to yourself and to people surrounding yourself is the key point, I think. So thank you very much. I'm super happy to be here.
All right, on that very note, ladies and gentlemen, Faraja Kotani Yalandu, Rafael Obonyo, Okan Dursun, big applause, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you all for bearing with us and joining us. And before I give the floor to my colleague Rumeysa Chodar, please do not forget to post on social media using our hashtags What's Next and Next by TRT World Forum. And now, Rumeysa, floor is yours.
Controversial issues of our time, ranging from education to media, climate crisis to technology. And now it's time to talk more about accessibility. Our session is called Building an Inclusive Future Through Technology and Design. But first, let's have a quick look at the session video. Now I kindly invite Kürşat Ceylan, co-founder of WeWalk, to the stage. Please welcome him.
Hello, everyone. Can I hear the voice? So excited. I gave many speeches in many different platforms, including United Nations, Harvard, MIT, Stanford, in many different places. But today, here is so exciting, meeting such a young audience. And actually, they invited me to talk about inclusion and accessibility. Inclusivity doesn't limit it with disabled groups, communities. But as a blind person, today maybe I can mostly focus on this group. And I can share that this topic is so sensitive to talk on it. Actually, it's not, but people feel like that, you know, talking about disabled people, you know, oh, I don't want to break their hearts, etc. They are so kind. Should I say blind or visually impaired, visual disabled? You know, it's so confusing. There are many terminologies, wordings, etc. Because everyone is trying to be politically correct. But you know what? I don't care being politically correct because I believe that, you know, if needed, of course, I can be the most politically correct person about this topic. But actually, I believe that trying to be politically correct in this topic is holding us back to talk about the real problems and find the solutions. That's why I will skip the terminology and want to talk about philosophy and what we have experiencing in our lives. Philosophy, while we are, you know, it's not just a wording. It's not just a word, you know, sitting at the table and talk. It's not just like that. Philosophy impacts all of our lives. Just as an example, in 20th century, people believe that this is a medical issue. And that's why they developed medical approach to solve these problems of the disabled groups. And they believed and they advocate that we are, you know, as a whole human being, we are super, you know, we don't have any problems, but unfortunately, I'm sorry, you are blind and you have some problem and we have to correct you. You have some, you know, you have some illness. But yes, I'm not a romantic person, you know, I'm blind. And if you want to talk about the medical perspective, yes, I have an illness. But when I left from the clinic, I have to be in the social life. And medical approach shouldn't have impact on my life. And that's why in 21st century, academic literature, you know, showed that a new approach, social approach, has started to improve. And that's why, so what social approach says, this is not an illness, this is a difference. As a human being, we have all our own differences. Some of them are long, some of them are short, you know, some of them are fat, some of them are thin, some of them are blind, you know, we are human beings. And actually, these philosophies affect whole our lives. While I was, I am blind from birth, and during my childhood, I was always in the playground. Thanks to my parents, I have never felt myself to be restricted. And that's why with my brother, he's also blind, we enjoyed as much as we can during my childhood. And when I was 7 years old, I left from my house to attend primary school for blind children. It was a boarding school. And whether or not you are blind, it's really a challenging moment to leave from your home while you were 7 years old. And after this moment, I managed all my personal needs. Can you imagine? You are 8 years old. You have to manage your own wardrobe. You have to manage your bed, etc. You are responsible from your own all your needs. And during those years, it was difficult. But right now, when I turn back, what I have seen, it contributed me a lot. And I learned how to be independent in my life. And after that, I attended inclusive high school education. And when I go to high school, what they told me, I'm sorry, our school is not suitable for you. We cannot accept you. So because of the medical approach philosophy, because they believe that I have a problem, this is a problem, and that's why I have to go something different. I have to go somewhere else. But no, I didn't give up, and I struggled for that. And then I started to study in this high school, and I got university entrance exam. And most of you are aware of our university entrance exam. How competitive is it? And each year, more than 2 million students take this exam. And I was among the top 5,000 students this university entrance exam. And after that, after my graduation, I started to develop some solutions, technologies for visually impaired people. And for the last 5 years, I have been focusing on VWalk technology. And together with VWalk, we focus on enhancing the mobility of visually impaired people. We all witness half-fast technology every single day. We even speak about self-driving cars, drones, and we are even speaking about going to the Mars. But as a blind person, when I go out, I still have to rely on my traditional white cane, which is just a plain stick to get around. And it was just before the inception of VWalk Smart Cane. I was in New York to give a speech at the United Nations. While I was going to my hotel, I was using my traditional white cane with my one hand, and I was holding my smartphone with the other to check the GPS direction. And at the same time, I had to pull my luggage with these 3 fingers. It was a really distracting moment for me, managing all those things at the same time. And not surprisingly, all of in this chaos, managing white cane, listening, navigation, pulling luggage, and at the end, I bumped into a pole. So that's why you can see some scars on my front head. And this is not only my problem. There are more than 250 million visually impaired people all around the world. And that's why we created the patented smart cane technology, VWalk. It detects obstacles and alerts its users through haptic feedback, gives turn-by-turn navigation, informs you about restaurants, cafes, stores while you are passing by. So we integrate visually impaired people with the city. We are not just taking visually impaired people from A to B. We are taking visually impaired people from home to social life. And also, we know that we always have to iterate our solutions. That's why we have a strong R&D pipeline. We have a strong R&D partnerships. VWalk was selected as a Microsoft AI for Good company, and we are developing the AI aspect of the WeWalk together with Microsoft. And also, we are partnering with Imperial College London to enhance the mobility of visually impaired people with computer vision technology. And also, WeWalk selected as the best invention by Time Magazine and Startup of the Year by Amazon. And also covered in many different news channels, CNN, BBC, Forbes, Bloomberg. They all make us so happy because WeWalk is not just a technology. We know that if we are talking about inclusivity, we cannot just develop technology. We have to raise awareness around this topic. This is our responsibility as well. And we also know that what really matters at the end of the day, the feedback that we got from our users. And we have a short video from our users. Is it working? Voice? Is not working?
If you give somebody...
Again?
If you give somebody the right
Yes, but no voice.
WeWalk that enable me to be independent. Like I've traveled all over the country by my...
Can we hear the voice, please?
If you give somebody the right tools, like for me, WeWalk, like that enable me to be independent, like I've traveled all over the country by myself and I can't see anything.
It's so important to make people realize that they are not limited and that everyone, all of us, has the power.
You know what, I'm gonna go out and get out there and do something, find a new place or whatever it is. You don't hesitate as much, you kind of feel more at ease. So I think it's really nice to have. It opened the world for things that we could never do before.
I can't say enough about what WeWalk has allowed me to do. It has given me back my independence. It has given me back the freedom to walk on my own, feel comfortable doing so, and not having to hold on to someone.
We devoted ourselves to provide equal opportunities for everyone. And we have to work for this vision together. It's not just our problem, it's not just our responsibility. But, you know, most of the time, while we are talking about inclusivity, you will hear that, okay, but, you know, we cannot do something for you. Okay, I believe inclusivity, but, you know, for example, we are developing smartphone with a touch screen. How can we adapt for blind people? How come it happens? We can't do sorry for that. No, it can be even applicable, accessibility and inclusion, such edge cases. You know, right now I'm using my smartphone, and most of you don't know how we are using white cane and smartphone. So it has a voiceover, and it reads all the things to me. And when I touch the screen, it reads all the things. Even such solutions can be accessible and inclusive. And that's why later, you know, tomorrow, you will have responsibilities in companies. You will have responsibilities in decision-making points. That's why you have to be advocate of inclusivity to provide equal opportunity to everyone. Thank you for listening to me.
Fortsätter vi. Kürşat Ceylan, co-founder of WeWalk, thank you so much for being with us and for this inspiring speech. And now we are moving on to our last panel. To moderate the session, I kindly leave the floor to my lovely colleague, Ludovica Brignola.
Rumeysa, thank you very much for this very kind introduction, and I'd like to welcome you all to the last panel of today, but for this reason not the least important, right? Because we'll be speaking about collective action, which means all the help that people can provide to a nation when natural disasters, all sorts of disasters take place, right? And we don't need to be reminded of what happened a few months ago in Turkey, and not only in Turkey, obviously, all these disasters are always, unfortunately, taking place. But before we kick off, let's just take a look to this very brief video on this. All right, I guess we can kick off now, and I'd like first of all to welcome on stage my first guest, Mehmet Gulluoğlu. He's the Turkish ambassador to Tanzania, but also he was the general director for the Turkish Red Crescent between 2013 and 2017, and also head of AFAD starting in 17. Thanks for coming. Pleasure. I'd also like to... I'd also like to welcome Bas van Rossum. He's the Global Youth President for the IFRC, and that's the International Federation of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent. He's the youngest ever board member ever elected for the IFRC. Thank you very much for coming. And finally, my last guest at today's panel, Burak Özdemir, and I'm sure all you guys know him as Cizene Burak, or Chef Burak. Very, very young entrepreneur, driven by a big passion for food.
Yallah.
Yes, we can spell it out, I guess.
Böyle şişman. I look fat or good? Good? Okay.
You've been cooking a lot and eating as well, possibly. A real pleasure to have you all here with me today. It's really fantastic. It's the last panel, and it's always thank you everybody as well for staying here until the very end. Very much appreciated. And Mehmet, I'd actually like to start with you.
Ya sorry, böyle arkaya döndük ama.
Yes.
Pardon, sorry.
You know, in Turkish tradition, I mean, this is ayıp, but I'm sorry.
Evet, evet.
It is true, to be fair, but there will be a camera as well. Kamera var. Mehmet, I'd like to start with you, because we've seen how much the youth, we're talking about youth today, right? All this event is centered on youth. And we've seen how much young people have helped with disasters. We've experienced it, unfortunately, on our own skin, right? What happened in Turkey a few months ago, and there were over 10,000 rescue workers helping. With all that, more volunteers, some 62 teams from 50 different countries contacted the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to offer assistance, many of whom were very young people as well, and not just the rescue workers, like also helping with logistics and all sorts of things. I want to ask you, what are some effective strategies for developing and supporting youth in their efforts to contribute to disaster risk? You know, if any of these guys that are present here, they really want to help, how can they do it? I mean, does Turkey have specific strategies, and I wonder volunteering programs to enable them and empower the youth? How does it work?
Yes. First of all, thank you very much for the whole TRT World team, and thank you very much for all my friends, I mean, youth who are still here, I mean, at the end of the day. Not only about the disaster, what happened in Turkey a couple of months ago, and not only limited with my role as the head of the AFAD previously, but I will try to give a broader brief about the voluntary activities. Also, my colleague from IFRC will be adding about it. First of all, we are now living in an 8 billion population in the world. And lots of disasters, crises, I mean, difficult conditions all around the world happening at the same time, in Africa, in Asia. Sometimes it can be a disaster, sometimes it can be a war, sometimes it can be a drought, or poorness in different countries. That's all. I mean, especially in the context of this Terality World Next Forum, what I can do if I ask individually for all of us, it means voluntary activities. Unfortunately, in the life, we will be challenged with lots of difficulties, including disasters or including personal challenges. If I want to have a personal path, development, it is also the way of the voluntary activities. Coming to your specific questions, it is not a good news, but in the world, we will face much more disasters in the next decades. Next challenge, to be ready for the next challenge, we must develop, first of all, ourselves. What about our risk perception? What about our, understand, to be readiness for the disasters? What about our perception about the others, about Africa, about Asia, about the disaster areas? And what I can contribute? If we start to ask this question, then the others are coming. Turkey is really good in NGOs. Turkey is really good in humanitarian activities. Not only limited with the disaster times and like the earthquakes or that crisis areas. We are really developing about helping for other countries. But there are a lot of things to do, and there are a lot of crises or the countries to do. And this youth energy, if we can use this energy, it is fascinating. It is very good advantage for the countries, even like Turkey, like other countries. But for this one, first of all, training. Training ourselves, organizational training, activities. And I always say that we don't need passive projects. We need active involvement. That's why the disaster is also a challenge. But if we can be actively involved in there, then we can change the world.
Right.
Last sentence about this question. Sometimes we have big dreams, but more than big dreams, what as an individual, what you are doing is more important than those big dreams.
And I've seen people as young as 16 years old, right, as an 18-year-old helping in Turkey. So even when you're really, really young, you can start with volunteering programs here in Turkey as well.
Exactly, and also I'm very, happy to see about those programs. You know, sometimes they classify the generation like the Z generation or other generations. But when I saw them, they are involved in these kind of activities. I'm very happy and very optimistic about the future.
Right, and speaking of young people, right, Bas, you became Global Youth President, I think when you were 23. It's extremely young, right? How first of all, tell us a bit about your job. What did your job entail at the time, and what are you doing now as Global Youth President of Red Cross and Red Crescent?
Yes, thank you very much. It's a real pleasure indeed to be here in Istanbul, and it's a really honor as well to serve what we call the Red Cross and Red Crescent. It's what we call the world's most global and largest humanitarian organization in the world. And it's really composed of young people. So I have the honor to represent young people as well as in our global governing board. We have more than 9 million of them. And indeed, as you mentioned, I was 23 when I got elected in this role, which is, as you mentioned too, the youngest ever member of the governing board. And that was really special at that time. But it should not be special, right? Because we are an organization that is for half composed of young people. So it shouldn't be a weird thing that young people can also serve on the board. We want to have this diversity of voices. So I think initially my role was really around making people comfortable with having such a young person on the board saying all these things. And now my role is really to make sure that that is not a special thing, but that is happening across all of our 192 national societies around the world. I think you and the audience maybe know Kizilay very well here in Turkey, but we have 192 of them around the world, and we want to make sure that for all those Red Cross or Red Crescents around the world, it's really the platform of choice for young people who want to give back to their community and want to reach out a helping hand.
Was it a challenge being that young, or did people take you less seriously because of that, or the opposite rather?
So when I was on the board, I always say two things can happen. And maybe it's for everyone to have an understanding of sort of what the board looks like. It's quite it's a big circle of 29 people on the governing board. We speak sort of in 4 languages. So we have 4 simultaneous translation. You have
different continents,
different cultures.
What are the languages?
So it's English, Spanish, Arabic, and French.
Right.
So that creates a real interesting dynamic in the room. Huh? And then A, you're young, and then 2, you're from the Netherlands, which means that you're quite outspoken and you don't really hold back. So I think I had to learn that initially. It's really about choosing your battles, knowing what's important, and knowing how you can use the mechanism to the advantage of young people. Huh? Because I don't sit on the board for myself. I really sit on the board to advance the rights and the accessibility of young people to be able to give back to their communities in times of disaster.
Right, speaking about even younger, Burak, incredible. You've been doing incredible work a few months ago in southeastern Turkey, but actually your help wasn't really confined to those months. You've always been trying to help within your work. I've seen videos of you in the desert. I've seen you in Sudan. I've seen you in Central Africa, in further east. I'm very curious. First of all, how did this all start? Your passion, how did it start?
Yani şöyle, teşekkür ederim. Önce, I'm so sorry. I try learn English but not very well. And I will talk Turkish. Şöyle söyleyeyim, yani ben kendim bildim bileli özellikle iş hayatına girdiğim zaman sürekli bir sosyal faaliyetlerin içerisindeydim. Yaklaşık işte 23 yaşına geldiğim zaman bir restoranımız oldu ve ben çeşitli STK'larla işbirliği yapıp biraz daha kendim bu projelerimi büyütmeye karar verdim. Pakistan, Sudan, Hindistan ve dünyanın çeşitli bölgelerinde sosyal projeler yaptık. Lübnan, Kızılaç'la beraber Lübnan'daydık. Ve ondan sonra bu güzel projeleri bizim kendi işimizle eşleştirdik. Yani dedik ki dünyanın dört bir yanından misafirler bizim buraya geliyor. Bizim burada yemeklerimizi yiyorlar. Ama bu yemekleri görüp de yemeyen bir sürü insan var. Ve vicdanen bu bizi rahatsız etti. Biz de dedik ki kendi kendimize buradan bir şey oluşturalım, STK'larla işbirliği yapalım ve dünyanın dört bir yanına bizim menümüzde ne varsa orada ulaşamayan çocuklara bunları iletelim. Böyle başlangıç oldu ama başladığı gibi bitişi olmaz inşallah. Çünkü ben bunu elimden geldiğince bir ömür boyu yapmak istiyorum ve yapmaya da devam edeceğim.
Right, I want to ask you, how old were you when this all started? When did you start? How old were you?
Benim iş hayatım 11 yaşından beri çalışmaya başlıyorum. Part-time çalışıyordum, bağımlı yanında çalışıyordum. Tabii ondan sonra çeşitli iş yerlerinde çalışma hayatım oldu. İşte bulaşıkçılık vardı, bir el arabam vardı mesela. Osman Bey Taksim böyle gidip geliyordum onunla. Ondan sonra ben restoran işiyle 2012 yılında tanıştım. İlk Aksaray'ı açtığımız zaman tabii restoran işine tanışmamla restoran sektörünü daha iyi öğrendim. Yani şeflik, işletme, insan ilişkilerim daha çok gelişti. Ve aynı zamanda üniversite bitirdim. İşletme mezunuyum İstanbul Üniversitesi'nden 2 yıllık. Ondan sonra böyle restorandan devam ettik. Ama restoran işine kadar farklı işlerde çalışıyordum.
Fantastic. I guess there was a lot of passion there to start with, and we'll get back to that in a minute. But I want to ask Mehmet, your work now is focused on Tanzania, right? And it's
Yes.
a very difficult region. There's many problems at the times. There's droughts, I hear, going on. There's floods as well. There's also cholera outbreaks. There's viruses. What's needed in Tanzania right now that people might not be aware of?
By the way, I mean, first of all, I should say that when we discuss about Africa, people mostly thinks about it is difficult points, it is the drought, and the kids dying from hunger. But all Africa is not like a place like this. Tanzania is one of the most beautiful country in the world, not only in Africa, but one of the most. It is really. I mean, I love Tanzania. Ninapenda Tanzania. If is any Kenyan or Tanzanian friends. But the image of the Africa in the world is mostly that poor, war, conflicts in there. Yes, there are poorness, there are conflicts, but this is not the full picture. Especially for Tanzania, there is poorness, but there is no, I mean, people are, there is no famine, there is no drought. It is very green area, very green country. But of course in Somalia, in Central Africa or some other countries, it is like this. I like the slogan of the TRT Africa, Africa as it is. To understand Africa, to understand the world, the culture as it is, I think we should be starting. Turkish NGOs are working in there for development projects is, I think, very important. In one of the TED Talks, a lady from Africa is saying that, I like it very much, saying that if you want to help Africa, do business with Africa. Of course, NGO activities, I mean, going in the Ramadan time, going some projects, short-term projects is good. I don't say, I mean, don't do it. But we need more development projects. As Turkish organizations, as embassies, as the TICA, our development and cooperation agency, government agency, we are trying our best. And every year, the activities are increasing. Currently, Turkey is one of the leading countries with the number of embassies. 44 embassies we have in continent, in Africa. But still, we need much more relations, not only in humanitarian sector, not only in those challenging areas, but in the academic level, in the, for, I wish, I mean, I dream for each of us, each of our friends in here, youth, to be know a specific country and a specific area. Because when you say Africa, there is 54 countries. In every country, there are different cultures, different geographies, and different parameters. Again, coming to your area, yes, there is lots of needs in Africa, but lots of beauties in Africa, lots of potential in Africa, lots of difficulties in Africa. And as the presence of Turkey in there, our presence, our relations, our business is increasing, but still much more way to go. We need the human capital. We need all of you, please, because if you want to do something more, if you want to do something real and full of the package, we need human capacity. I mean, not only the money, not only the material things, but we need the human capacity. Even for, I mean, what Burak is doing is human capacity. There are lots of chefs. What IFRC and all volunteers doing is human capacity. Turkey's story with Africa, since 2010, it is rising, but a lot of ways to go.
Right, I'm glad you mentioned TRT Africa, and parts of the team are actually here in the audience today for Africa Matters, right?
I'm
glad
very
you've been
hopeful
watching.
about what they are doing.
And a question for Bas and Mehmet. I mean, I've heard the average, the median age in Africa is 19. That's the average. That's extremely young. Is that a blessing or a curse? I mean, can we make use of all these young people in the sense of help, or is this rather more difficult?
Please.
So I think it's actually a blessing because it represents a huge potential that exists in Africa as well. And I'm really curious where the continent is going to take it, including in Tanzania. But also for us as a Red Cross and Red Crescent, it's amazing, I must say, because as I mentioned, 50% of our volunteers are young people. And in Africa, that's up to 80, 90%. Humanitarian action in Africa is really driven by young people who are wanting to make a difference in their community. But of course, we should not forget as well that those young people are not only a force for good, so to say, but are also entitled for support whenever they face vulnerable situations themselves. We often think about young people as this extremely resilient community that we don't really have to look after during disaster. They will quickly play, they will have fun, they will organize themselves. But I think there's also really a big stigma among young people around what are their vulnerabilities. Some are physical, some are sometimes more mental, a little bit more sort of closed off. And what can we, as a global community, as a government, as civil society, as Red Cross and Red Crescent do, to also cater for some of the needs that they have, acknowledging that they're not only this force for good, how we use them as volunteers, but also that they're entitled for support whenever they need it.
Nice to hear that. And he used to say young people are very resilient, right? And Burak is a very young person, very resilient. He's telling me the story of what happened during the Deprem, the earthquake here in Turkey. And you are from Hatay originally. Your family's from Hatay, so it must have been difficult. Can you tell us a bit about what happened at the time of the earthquake, the day that it happened, and then in the immediate aftermath? What did you do, and how did you try and help?
Şimdi tabii ki bizler sadece bunun hakkında bir düşüncemizi belirtebiliriz ama o depremi yaşama kısmında oradaki yaşayan kardeşlerimizin gerçek hislerini bilemeyiz. Çünkü gerçekten ülkemiz maalesef çok büyük bir felaket atlattı 6 Şubat akşamı. Bu felaketin ardından biz de yola koyulduk. Doğduğumuz, büyüdüğümüz, yani ben Hataylıyım, mahallelere elimizden geleni yaptık. Bir nebze olsun o yaralara sarmaya çalıştık ama gerçekten acımız maalesef çok büyüktü. Şimdi tabii oraya gidip gören insanlar felaketin boyutunu çok daha iyi anlayacaklardır. Değil mi Mehmet abi? Yani çünkü hakikaten ben Pakistan'da bulundum. Pakistan depreminde. Orada bir yardım projesi yaptık ve Pakistan depreminden bile çok daha büyüktü yani. Ve orada tabii ki depremde en çok zarar gören şeylerin bence başında gelen şey çocuklarımız oldu, kardeşlerimiz oldu. Onların gerçekten o görüp o yaşadığı ana tanıklık ettiği o acı tablo onların aklından inanıyorum ki henüz gitmiş değil. Bizler de bir ay orada kaldık depremin olduğu ilk günden bir ay süresine kadar ve ondan sonra dedik ki ya biz burada nasıl bir proje yapabiliriz ki buradaki kardeşlerimizi mutlu edebiliriz çocuklara yönelik. Hemen aklıma geldi. İstanbul'a döndüm bir aydan sonra ve bir tane kamyoneti içine böyle bomboş yaptım. Burger ocağı kurdum, patates ocağı kurdum, portakal suları koydum, dolaplar koydum ve ondan sonra da arabayı yaptıktan sonra bir arka kısmına da sinema, perde koyduk ve hemen yola çıktık depremden bir ay sonra. Bir 40 gün sonra geri döndük Hatay'a, Maraş'a ve oradaki kardeşlerimizle böyle burgerler yaptık, sinemalar izledik. Yani biz artık şimdiden sonra neler yapabiliriz? Bence onu düşünmeliyiz. Çünkü ben İstanbul'da yaşıyorum ya da ben dünyanın başka bir yerinde yaşıyorum. Bana bir şey olmaz dememek lazım. Çünkü doğa maalesef çok sert davranabiliyor ve doğanın şakası olmuyor. Dünyanın dört bir yanında buna şahit oluyoruz. O yüzden ben değil biz dememiz lazım ve burada dünyanın öbür ucundan yani gelip de orada yardım eden insanları gördüm. Ve hiç tanımayan insanların birbirine sarılıp ağladığını gördüm. Ve daha önce o toprakların suyunu içip de asla unutmayıp teşekkür etmeye gelenleri gördüm. Ve bunlar gerçekten orada insanların acılarını paylaşıyorlardı. Hem acı gördüm ama acının yanında da gerçekten gerçek bir sevgi gördüm. Teşekkür ederim. Teşekkür ederim.
And as you say in Turkish, it was definitely çok sert, right? As you say, çok kötü bir durum. And I was lucky enough to visit Hatay and the region as well a few years ago, and to actually see how beautiful it was, culturally, historically, incredible city. It must have been extremely difficult for you guys, for whoever was actually born in that region. It comes from that region, right? And we know that when we talk about Chef Burak, he's always cooking a lot, right? He's always cooking big amounts of food all the time. And so were you at the time of the earthquake. Logistically, how difficult was it to get all that? You say it was a small truck, but I think it was a big truck, right? You tried to get all that food to Hatay and then cook. Logistically, what were the biggest challenges during the earthquake and in the aftermath?
Şimdi depremden sonra benim gerçekten bütün hayata bakış açım değişti. Ve depremde maalesef ben kendi çevrem tarafından biraz yalnız bırakıldım. Yani dediler ki işte hani sen git istediğini yap, bize bulaştırma dediler. Öyle dedikleri için de biraz yalnız kaldım. Ben de gittim. Eşim, dostum, kim var? Tanımadığım insanlar. Maddi olmasa bile atıyorum bir tanesi arabaya getirdi. Bir tanesi dolabını verdi ve içine et koyduk. Yani takipçilerimin, beni takip eden insanların bana çok desteği oldu. Tekrar söylüyorum, madden olmasa bile manen. Ve ondan sonra bana yardım etmeyen kim varsa, benimle işi olan, benimle ilişkisi olan, akrabalık bağı olan bile onunla bütün bağımı kestim. Çünkü hani söylemiştim ya, bu ben değil, biz olmamız lazım. Ve ondan sonra buraya döndük. Bir ay orada kaldıktan sonra arabalara malzemeleri doldurduk. Onları muhafaza ettik. Ondan sonra oraya Hatay'a gittik. Tabii ki STK'larımız çok yardımcı oldu. Kızılay'ımız, İHA'mız ve diğer STK'larımız çok yardımcı oldu bizlere. Onların da bize yardımlarıyla yaklaşık 50.000 tane böyle hamburger yaptık. Şeyini böyle sağladık işte. Böyle gittik. Arabayla yani.
And the roads were a bit more accessible, possibly than the airports. And let's cross the Mediterranean Sea, Mehmet, and I do want to ask a
But
question.
just before your question, I just
Absolutely.
want to end something about the youth
Absolutely.
in Africa. The youth potential in Africa, including also in Turkey, including the high populated and especially youth populated countries. I'm a medical doctor. That's why, and I work in the NGOs, in private sector and in government. Currently, I'm representing Turkey in Tanzania. I mean, if you can train, if you can really use the population, youth population, this is amazing. This is big energy. But if you can't use it, then this is a challenge. Because what about employment? I mean, what about their needs, health, education, other needs? That's why youth population is very important, especially in this thing. I should say that building bridges between the youths, creating youth projects, especially by youths. I mean, how to train in each other, peer-to-peer training, how to create business, how to develop economical model, how to help in education sector, how to help in health sector. I think it's very important. I mean, especially, for example, in Africa it is 19, in Tanzania it is 18. It means half of the population is 18 or below. Sometimes when I visited the villages, in one class, you remember I also mentioned to you, in one class, 120 kids. In one desk, 4 kids is staying, and they are trying to learn. I mean, this is not easy. But as the population is increasing, there is true migration from rural areas to the urban areas, and from small cities to the bigger cities, and also internationally from some poor countries to the Western countries or to the high-income countries. This will be challenging. If we can't manage, if we can't give the potential and use the potential of the youth, in the next years we will be discussing the challenges or the difficulties of the youth.
Right, so education is absolutely a very thorny issue there in Africa and in Tanzania as well. I do want to ask you, let's cross the Mediterranean Sea for a bit, and I don't want to get too political, but as we know, speaking about youth, there are many youth activists and groups. I'm thinking Just Stop Oil, for instance, very famous in Europe and the UK as well, and they are making a very valid point, right? They really are raising awareness on certain issues, and essentially what they say is just stop oil. Can't you just do that starting tomorrow? But the answer is no, we can't do it because we need you managed to come to Turkey. We have guests from the Netherlands because they traveled here. We can't just stop oil all of a sudden. So these groups are also very much criticized at the same time. It's a very difficult trade-off there. How would it be best to manage this trade-off, in your opinion?
I mean, I'm not an expert about this area, but I know that for the countries, Western countries, which had some steps on the development, and which countries still going on the developing countries, and the demand for the high energy, including the oil, this is not in the same levels. Because on some areas, they are trying to increase their production, they are trying to increase their exports, and the demand, I mean, employment rate, which is dependent on the oil. And in some countries, in different levels, they are much more, electric or different technologies they are using. That's why they are not discussing in the same level. Even when we just look at the US, Russia, China balance, this is not in the same level which is discussing. Which we know even for the Paris Agreement, some countries didn't still sign or they didn't start to implement. But as I said, I'm not an expert about it, but we will be discussing in the next decades about it.
Right, interesting. Basti, do you agree? Can young people truly collaborate and sort of add to this global discourse, possibly also using social media, very much criticized as well? But I guess if used well, then they can really help in raising awareness on very important issues. What's your take on that, on the youth groups in Europe and how controversial it is, but also how much social media can help?
So I think young people have a really important role to play. I think young people are agenda setters. Of course, when you talk about the Just Stop Oil group, they probably understand that that is not feasible. But if you don't set the bar really high, you're not going to reach there anyway. Because we always have to find some way, sort of some compromise. So we're always going to meet up in the middle. So I like that they put the ambition very high, and then from there, let's use also diplomacy, but also the force and the pressure from socials to create change, Because if young people are not going to do it, nobody will. And then, in a couple of years, we will not be here altogether. So I think it's really young people as agenda setters is really key. And I like that they use social means to mobilize a crowd. I think particularly in the youth sphere, we see a lot of social movements coming up around sort of more advocacy teams. So I think we see the Fridays for Future, Black Lives Matter, that are all really community-based, rooted in socials, and that's how they create a crowd. And for instance, for us as Red Cross and Red Crescent, that's a really interesting a way of mobilizing young people. We are an organization of 150 years old. They're by nature sort of rooted in rather traditional means. But how can we rally young people as well around making a difference, helping somebody else? Of course, in times of disaster, people will come, but also in other times. And socials are critical for mobilizing that.
But quickly on that, some disasters that take place are not so large to trigger that much attention, maybe on them, like earthquakes and floods, maybe smaller, but just as bad for the people that are affected. Do you use social media to sort of switch the spotlight on these issues that are not as big to draw all this media attention? What can be done in these cases? Do you have examples?
So we use socials a lot in that, also to help people understand the gravity of the disaster and where it's happening, because it might not always hit sort of the global news, including TRT, I'd say. And I think for us as the Red Cross or Crescent, we are always, like, we don't make our own money, right? So we are dependent on contributions from individuals, from governments, from corporates, and they often earmark it. So they say, here's $1, but I want you to spend it on the earthquake in Turkey. But if there's, for instance...
Conditional.
Indeed, conditional, earmarked funding. But if there's like floods in Peru or hunger in Africa currently, it's really difficult. So we have set certain things aside to mobilize the right funding to also get started there. But there, our socials are really important, so that we're not dependent on, say, a mass media, traditional mass media, which select their own stories, but that we can decide ourselves which stories do we want to feature to make sure that everyone around the world gets equal attention and therefore also sort of equal opportunity to get funded, because the needs, as you mentioned, are immense, even though they don't always make it to mass media.
Right, using your own media, right, in a way.
Yeah, but about this, I should add something, because in the world, at the same time, there are different crises. For example, mass media or the social media can help us to hear from the crisis, but at the same time, they can narrow our angle. For example, the Yemen currently is one of the biggest crises still going on, but for the last months, we don't hear about Yemen.
It's been very underreported.
Or currently Sudan.
Possibly in the last few years.
Exactly, and it was very difficult, which I've been there at the time of the war. Or currently, what's happening in Sudan, the crisis in Syria, the crisis in the Ukraine. At the same time, there are different and difficult crises. We should prioritize. We should be looking for which one is very important, but also we should increase widen our angle. Unfortunately, the humanitarian budget is not increasing at the same level with the crisis. At the same time, there are lots of crises happening, and crises are increasing. But the budget for IFRC, budget for UN, budget for NGOs are not increasing at the same level. But on the ground, unfortunately, there are so much needs. And again, I'm saying it will be increasing. That's why we need the youth energy for income generation, for human capacity generation, their help.
That's a very, very great point. Actually, my last point that I want to make how do you use social media well? You have 48 million followers. How do you use them well and really make use of them? And the second thing is, one of my favorite journalists, one of the most famous, Ryszard Kapuscinski, used to say, well, 1/3 of the world has the means to see what's going on, really, because they have a phone and they have a TV, they have media, but 2/3 of the rest, 2/3 of the world, don't even know what's going on right now. They have no idea. So the second question would be, what do you do outside of the perimeter of only social media to help?
Şimdi sosyal medyada bizim zaten yaptığımız yardımların bir kısmını biz insanlarla paylaşıyoruz. Geri arka planda yaşanan acı, keder ve özellikle maddi yardımları biz göstermiyoruz. Bizim sunduğumuz projeler tamamıyla insanların mutluluğunu, mutlu olduğu anları paylaşmak ve yaşım itibariyle kendi kardeşlerime bunu böyle bir ufak da olsa hatırlatıp örnek olabilme çabasıyla bu paylaşımları yapıyoruz. Yani o kameranın önünde göründüğü yardımların arkasında çok çok daha fazla çalışan bir ekip, çok çok daha fazla bir maliyet, maddi yardım var. Sorduğunuz için söylüyorum. Bir ikincisi de şu. Şimdi şunu anlamak lazım. Sosyal medyada o kadar iyi haber alıyoruz. İşte ihtiyaç olan şeyleri yayınlayabiliyoruz. Dünyada zor durumda kalmış bütün afetleri, ülkeleri paylaşabiliyoruz ki insanlar görsün ve bunu destek çıksın diye. Bu çok güzel bir şey. Bu benim tasvip ettiğim kısmı. Ama sosyal medyada bu kısımdan daha çok gerçekten çok büyük bir dezenformasyon var. Çok büyük şekilde. Yani doğru olmayan bilgiler bazen doğru olan bilgilerin önüne geçebiliyor. Bu sefer böyle olduğu zaman gerçekten doğru olan bilgi akışı daha az yayılıyor. Bu sefer insanlar yanlış olan bilgi akışına müdahale oluyor. Bu da şundan ötürü oluyor. Ben sosyal medyada gerçekten yüksek takipçisi olan bir kardeşiniz olarak bunu söylüyorum. Bundan sonra da o doğru olan bilgi etkileşimi düşüyor. Yanlış olan bilginin etkileşimi artıyor. Yanlış olan bilginin etkileşimi arttıkça yanlış olan ve kötü kalpli insanlar o bilgileri daha çok paylaşıyor ki bir iki tane daha fazla like alabilsin diye. Bunu şöyle örnek verebiliriz. Depremin olduğu gün ben 7 Şubat'ta Hatay'daydım. Zaten derin bir acı ve derin bir üzüntü var iken bir sürü telefon bana geldi ve işte orada şöyle oluyormuş, orada böyle oluyormuş, orada şöyle oluyormuş. Hadi bir konuş. Bir konuş da seni Twitter'a trend topiğe yükseltelim. Şimdi düşünüp baktığın zaman orada bir acı var. Orada bir keder var. Orada bir hüzün var. Şimdi ben kendi vicdanımı soruyorum. Benim bir kelimemle trend olmak mı daha önemli? Yoksa orada kalıp o insanlara yardım etmek mi daha önemli? Bu ikisi arasındaki çizgiyi zaten insanlar çok çok iyi ayırabiliyor. Bugün de benim takipçi sayımın bu yüzden yüksek olduğunu düşünüyorum. İnsanların benim yaptığım paylaşımlara da benim bir amaç, bir kar gütmediğimi ve sadece yaşı itibariyle iyiliği, güzelliği yayabilecek bir genç kardeşi olarak gördüğü için ben böyle düşünüyorum. Onun dışında sosyal medya gerçekten çok güzel bir şey. Yani bugün buradan bir şey paylaştığın zaman Tanzanya'ya da gidiyor, Hollanda'ya da gidiyor, Türkiye'ye de geliyor. Where are you from?
Italy.
İtalya'ya da gidiyor. Evet. Ama bu haberi tekrar söylüyorum. Önemli olan doğru yayabilmek. Maalesef ki günümüzde sosyal medya ile alakalı en büyük sorun çok yalan haber dönmesi. Ve dünya genelinde bunun yaptırımının çok yüksek olmaması. Yani adam bir tane account açıyor, yalan haberi yayıyor. Tabii ki gayri ihtiyari onu takip eden insan globale düştüğü zaman o habere inanıyor. Ondan sonra o haberin içindeki insanı doğrusuyla yanlışıyla karalama kampanyası yapıyor. Ama bir hafta sonra ya da birkaç saat sonra olayın doğrusu ortaya çıkıyor ve o yaşanılan olay yaşandığı da kalıyor. Yani kusura bakmayın biraz fazla konuştum ama sosyal medyanın bana göre en büyük artısı güzelliği, iyiliği yaymak. Ben bunu yapmaya çalışıyorum. Ama en büyük kötülüğü de 3-5 tane fazla like alabilmek için yalan yanlış haberler yapıp böyle ortalığı karıştırırlar.
Fantastic. Fantastic to get your point of view on all that. And just before we, super quick, what are your future plans? You're opening a new restaurant. Can you tell us just a little bit more about that?
Evet. Şöyle planlarımız var. Şimdi CZN Burak sadece aslında CZN Burak'tan ibaret değil. CZN Burak'ın arkasında gerçekten böyle bir sürü ailesi var, sevenleri var. Onun dışında iş arkadaşı var. Yani ben bugün evet 27 yaşındayım ama benim bir sürü iş arkadaşım var. Annem yaşında olan, ablam yaşında olan, anneannem yaşında olan bile iş arkadaşım var. Yani bizim iş yerimizde bizimle beraber ekmeğini bölüştüğümüz. Benim gelecekteki böyle planlarım aslında bu markayı, bu bir Türk markası. Ben Türk olmaktan her zaman gurur duyuyorum. Bu Türk markası. Biz bu markayı tüm dünyaya tanıtmaya çalışıyoruz. Şimdi İstanbul'da, Vadi İstanbul'da çok güzel bir projemiz var. Restoran açılacak olan yerimiz var. Bir de Dubai'de, Manchester'da ve dünyanın çeşitli yerlerinde bu markayı açıyoruz ve açmaya devam ediyoruz. Tabii ki biraz yorucu oluyor ama ben ne kadar çok faaliyet gösterebilirsem projelerim de insanlara olan katkım da o kadar artıyor. Çünkü ben yaptığım projelerin hiçbirinde üçüncü kişilerden hatta ikinci kişilerden bile yani kendi ailemden bile maddi destek almıyorum. Tamamıyla kendi kazancımla yapıyorum. O yüzden de böyle inşallah çok açarız restoranları.
Truly inspiring. Thank you very much for this. And we've unfortunately reached the end of our panel, but thank you very much, Mehmet Guluoğlu, Bas van Rossum, and Burak Özdemir for being with me today.
Thank you very much.
Çok sağ ol.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Burak. Thanks, Lato. We've now reached the end of our show as well. Thank you very much for participating to the second edition of Next by TRT World Forum. And it was great having all of you here. It was very vibrant, especially very young and exciting. And I hope you've learned a lot. And we've touched on many different topics from AI to flying cars to also disasters. Thank you for participating and hopefully we'll see you next.